Well, welcome to Good Day LA. It's 8 o'clock on this Wednesday. I'm Jen Lammers.
Yes, it is Wednesday, and it's a warm one. Let's get to Marie with a look at the forecast.
Let's be clear. It's a hot one. It's a sizzle. Yeah. I'm surprised you didn't say sizzle, sizzle.
Sizzle, sizzle.
I don't want to take that from you because I know that's your
term, actually. Definitely your term. But yes, we're going to talk about very hot temperatures. It is going to be sizzling hot as we get into today, this afternoon, tomorrow even hotter, and into Friday. We've got some cloud cover. I wish I could tell you that we have a strong sea breeze, but we don't. It's kind of on the weaker side. So if you're right there on the sand, you're going to feel a little bit of that sea breeze. Otherwise, inland, oof, it is hot. It feels hotter because of the added humidity in the atmosphere. It is 74 in Ontario right now. It's 75 in San Bernardino, 70 in Santa Ana, Big Bear. It's nearly 70 degrees at this early hour to that 88 in Palm Springs. High temperatures will range anywhere from 112 in Palm Springs. That extreme heat warning is there. 103 in the high desert like the Antelope Valley today. 80s, 84 up in the mountains in Big Bear, and that 10% chance for some showers. It's going to be warm up in the mountains. A lot of people don't have air conditioning. Even at the coast, many people don't have air conditioning. So please try to get in some air conditioning. We do not want you to overcome by the heat or get to heat exhaustion stage or even worse, heat stroke. So please stay heat safe in the days coming up. 93 for downtown LA, still well above the average of 83. We'll talk more about the heat advisories and warnings that are in effect in just a couple minutes. But first, let's talk to Stu. Let's get back up there to Skyfox and looking below at some slow moving traffic. Stu, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, Maria. Yep, we went from sizzle to fizzle. Sizzle for the heat, fizzle for the ride. Take a look at that. That's at 405 southbound. Super slow and going this morning. You are hitting your brakes about Roscoe, if not even farther north. So just keep that one in mind. Definitely a tough ride. Maybe these people are all going someplace to work or do something. Maybe they're trying to get to the beach, but at any rate, that 405 really full today. Southbound lanes are going to take you an extra 20 to 30 minutes to get through that Sepulveda Pass. And if you're headed northbound, well, everybody wants to go north. It looks everybody wants to go south, not so much in the north. That northbound lane's wide open, moving well from West LA out to the valley and beyond. Sending it back to you all in the studio. Good morning.
Good morning, Stu. Thanks so much. Prosecutors will present more evidence today in a hearing to decide if singer David should stand trial for the murder of a Lake Elsinore girl.
Mario Ramirez is outside the courthouse in downtown LA with more. Good morning.
Yeah, so far, prosecutors have laid out their most graphic evidence yet here in the murder case for Celeste Rivas Hernandez, that 14-year-old out of Lake Elsinore. And we should also mention the defense here during this preliminary hearing has been using it to argue or try and prove that some of the evidence here hasn't been held or appropriated correctly. Now, I want to show you inside the courtroom because there were not cameras allowed inside as David appeared in an orange jumpsuit. He was shackled to the bench. The judge did allow him to remove his handcuffs during. Investigators spending hours walking the judge through the evidence, including testimony from the deputy who first contacted David during a 2024 welfare check and detectives who later took over the homicide investigation. Now, the court has shown graphic photos of Celeste dismembered and decomposing remains, which, as you can imagine, triggered emotional reactions inside the courtroom. Detectives testifying how the remains were discovered inside the trunk of David's impounded Tesla at that Hollywood tow yard in September 2025. And the judge also heard that after news reports showed an unidentified body inside the Tesla, Celeste's father contacted LAPD, worried the victim was his daughter. Prosecutors say David killed Celeste to keep their alleged sexual relationship from going public just days before the release of his debut album. And detectives also testified they found DNA and blood evidence linked to Celeste inside the garage of that Hollywood Hills home that he was renting. They noticed a matching tattoo on the singer's right index finger and a Celeste tattoo on his left ring finger, I should say. The defense pushing back at times, questioning how some evidence was collected and why certain items weren't preserved for DNA testing. And through all of this, Celeste's family was asked if they wanted to remain in the courtroom while those details were being laid out. They chose to stay, and this is what their family attorney said afterward. Take a listen.
They're not doing well at all. It's heartbreaking. It's absolutely horrible for them to sit through this, but they wanted to sit through this process and they wanted to observe it because they want to show their support and their love for Celeste.
David pleading not guilty to first-degree murder, continuous child sex abuse, and mutilating human remains. Now, prosecutors spent day one walking the judge through what they call key evidence in the case. So we'll break down what's been presented so far. It includes graphic photos of the victim's remains, a digital timeline built from text messages, phone data, and purchase records. Financial testimony, they say, helps establish a motive, and forensic DNA evidence, they argue, links David to the crime. Now, if convicted on all counts here, he faces the possibility of life in prison without parole. And we heard from District Attorney Nathan Hochman here just outside the criminal courts building yesterday. He reiterated that they've yet to decide if they'll pursue the death penalty. That'll come at a later date, and this hearing set to resume at around 9:30 this morning. We'll send it back to you, Bob and Jen.
Day two of this preliminary hearing. Mario, do we know who might be expected to testify today?
Well, so far we've heard from 3 people, and the prosecutors here handling the case say they plan to interview more than 10, present testimony for more than 10. So today we're expecting to hear more from LAPD detectives and investigators handling the case. And prosecutors have also indicated that they plan to present testimony from the medical examiner's office. So again, day 2, and yesterday the DA said this could last 3 to 5 days. So we expect to hear much more.
As we're looking at your live shot right now, we can see some media behind you. A lot of media attention. Obviously, this case has generated an enormous amount of public interest. You saw podcasters and social media commentators, I guess you could call them, lining up outside the courthouse, waiting to get in through this lottery system. Are you seeing the same amount of intensity for media interest today, day 2?
Yeah, very similar. Yesterday we saw dozens of people, over 50, trying to get into one of those 10 public seats that are available from that lottery system. Same today, dozens of people coming in, but I will say the majority are new faces. I talked to one woman who just graduated. She's planning to study law, so she wanted to be in there to watch this high-profile case firsthand. Another guy who says that he saw some of the coverage, and, you know, it's hard to tell what some of the reactions might look like from those sketches, so he wanted to be in there in person, keeping a close eye on David as some of those graphic photos are being presented, not only to him, but the family as well. So it is an intense process, another intense day expected in court today.
Yeah, and we'll gain more attention as this case moves on. And if it does, you know, move on to a trial, it'll be interesting to see how they're going to handle the amount of media that they're going to have to deal with. We'll see what happens there. Okay, Mario, thanks so much. 2 people due in court this morning to face felony charges after the fatal shooting of a toddler in the city of Highland.
San Bernardino County Sheriff deputies say the 2-year-old accessed an unsecured firearm at a home last Thursday. Prosecutors charged Armand Shea Bright and Jamaria Cobb with multiple counts, including child abuse and improper storage of a firearm. The San Bernardino County DA's office emphasizing the need for accountability in cases involving unsafe gun access. Frightening moments in Simi Valley, meantime, where a chase ended in a crash and a fatal police shooting. The whole thing was caught on video. Take a look.
I just recorded that whole thing that just happened. Oh my god! I just recorded the whole thing. Oh my god! Oh my gosh! Do you have Caesar?
You can hear shots being fired there. Another angle shows the suspect's pickup hitting an unoccupied police motorcycle before slamming into a camper in a driveway. Video shows the truck backing up, and that's when you see officers opening fire there. Police say this started yesterday afternoon with the pursuit of a man wanted on suspicion of domestic violence.
I just couldn't believe it, you know, watching the trailer get, smashed by a truck and then hearing the gunshots. I was like, what in the world is happening? It sounded like at least 10, 15 gunshots right when he crashed into the thing and he was backing up.
Family members reported to those officers that the suspect was armed, and also upon leaving said that if the police are called, he will, quote, shoot it out, end quote, with them.
The suspect died at the scene. Police say no officers were hurt. Simi Valley PD and the Ventura County DA's office are investigating.
Crews are another step closer to repairing the damage caused by last week's massive water main break in West Hollywood.
Making progress. Gigi Graciette is live in WeHo now with the latest, including when Sunset Boulevard might reopen. Gigi.
Well, the goal is to have Sunset Boulevard reopened by the end of the week. There is so much happening here, though. Take a look. We're on Sunset and Holloway. This is where the sinkhole was. You see this massive blue hose line is connected to one of the hydrants. I'm told they're doing pressurizing right now of that new pipe. They ultimately have to also disinfect it, so a lot of work is going to be done over there. Then if you pan over to the right, photographer Carlos Jacinto, you can see the skip loader there is dumping some gravel, some dirt. This is going to be the layer on top of the concrete slurry that apparently is already curing. It took about 36 hours. You've got the jackhammer over there across the street near Palm, because not only did the section where the water main pipe burst, that 116-year-old pipe burst, but all of that water, we're talking about millions of gallons of water that came rushing through Sunset Boulevard down Palm. It undermined all of the asphalt. Let me tell you, a lot of the concrete also on Pine, it just lifted up concrete slabs. I mean, the power of water, the strength of water is just amazing. So all of that section of Sunset Boulevard that leads down to Holloway Drive and eventually there to Palm, that also has to be replaced. So the jackhammer has been hard at work doing that, breaking up all the asphalt, and then you've got the skip loaders, they're dumping that gravel for the next layer. You've also got the haulers. They're hauling those huge pieces of concrete away. And I believe we have some shots from Skyfox that was overhead this morning to give you another perspective of just how large this project is. 24/7, hundreds of workers around the clock trying to get this job completed. It is a massive job. And lining Sunset Boulevard, you've got all these dump trucks, and they're hauling away these huge pieces of asphalt to do that will eventually have to be replaced. So the job is huge. You also see these remotely operated compaction rollers, trench compactors, they're called. They've been compacting the slurry. They've been compacting and will work now on that dirt. It is a massive undertaking. Now, the DWP says they will have an update for us in a few hours. But again, this morning, they told us that the goal is to have the pipe working and Sunset Boulevard opened by the end of the week. So we'll see if they're on track to meet that goal. Meanwhile, we're told there are no water outages in the area. The water is safe to drink, but folks are still asked to conserve water until they can get this new pipe up and operating. Reporting live in West Hollywood, I'm Gigi Gracia. Back to you.
It's amazing how just in a few days that whole place has turned into a construction site. Right?
It's
so much equipment.
Exactly.
Look at that.
It's really unbelievable.
Yeah.
And as I've been saying, because
it is a huge operation.
Yeah, I drive around these streets and it's just terrible. It's just been really, really, really bad. Look at that. Unbelievable.
Right in the middle of it all.
Yeah.
All right, Gigi, thank you.
Thanks, Gigi. You know who's looking at these streets? It's Stu Mundell.
Hey, Bobby, good morning. From the streets to the skies, I'm Stu Mundell. Let's take a look at that 101 drive, Encino. Skybox traffic brought to us by My Home Sold. You know what? That northbound lane looking really good, suspiciously good. I thought to myself, maybe there's a crash causing some problems. No, it actually is just moving very well. From the 405 out to the West Valley, that ride is excellent. And now if you're going to be headed the other way, from the West Valley out to the 405, little slow and go. We've seen it worse. We've seen it better. So we're going to call it moderate traffic today. Moderate indeed. And so give yourself just a little extra time on that ride this morning. Let's take a look at some traffic hotspots.
Hi, I'm Adrian with My Home Sold, and we want to buy your house. We buy any house in any condition. No commissions, no closing costs, and no repairs. Go to myhomesold.com for a free same-day cash offer. That's myhomesold.com.
Welcome back. If you're looking for an amazing new LA experience, check out Wonder Walk Hollywood.
What is that? What is that? Coco is there to show us.
What is that?
What is Wonder Walk Hollywood?
I like that. What is that? What is that? This is an illusion. And as someone who is just 5'5" on a good day, I've always wanted to know what it is like to be tall. Yes. And now Wonder Walk Hollywood is giving me that opportunity to know what it is like to be tall, to be towering over someone, and I really think that's cool. You got to come and check this out. It has been reimagined right here off of Hollywood Boulevard. Now you can see that I am in fact short, and Jameer Walker is actually taller than me. He is the general manager here. So tell us about Wonder Walk Hollywood for people who don't know.
Alrighty, so we've been here for a little while, but we did recently change some things around. Whole facility is about 10,000 square feet. I have 3 different attractions for you guys. First one, of course, you have your illusion side. I like to call it immersive art. You know, you take your photo from a certain angle, pose in the correct way. It looks like you guys are the art yourself, or like we're immersing you in that scene. Upside down house and the giant house. All oversized objects, you know, when you pose beside them, inside them, make you guys look tiny, you know, like you're walking through a giant's home. Upside down house, we kind of flip you around, turn your world upside down. All the furniture in there is actually real. You can touch it, interact with everything in there. But you take your photo like normal and just simply crop and rotate. It looks like you guys are upside down.
That's really cool, and this is really the first room that people come across when they walk in here. What are some of the fun things that they do, that people do?
So my favorite, I recently had a really small child and her father, so I put the small child over there and I put the dad in the box. I had the dad kind of whimper down, and the child just pointed her finger and start laughing like she was making fun of him. Or with my couples, I'm a big Lakers fan, big LeBron fan, so I have the girl stand right over there and my gentleman stand right over here, and they'll just do the too small, you know, let him know he's smaller than her for that moment. Little things like that, or just nice group family photos, get everybody hugged up in the middle.
I like that. There's really so many options in here. So we're going to walk out so we can show you more of the space. And Jameer, tell us about this part of the space that we're seeing.
Alrighty, so this is the first room. It's kind of the first thing you see as soon as you walk in, eye-catching. Michelangelo, our flowers, the whole goal with that is to make it seem like you are the nectar, so all the beaks are pointing in at you as if you're the flower. One of my favorites, of course, the Titanic. A lot of my customers come in, they'll do the Jack and Rose. Something, you know, kind of cute, of course. But the more famous ones are kind of in the second room once you start to get going.
I know. I can't wait to take you all into that second room. But for people who maybe haven't been in the last few months, it's been completely renovated, right?
Yes, ma'am. So we did take over the building. When we took over the building, we did have some things to get straightened out before we opened up to the public. But thankfully we did. Added some new stuff in the middle and upstairs.
So cool. And just what's your message to people who haven't been here yet about why they need to make sure that they come here?
Well, I mean, if you're a local, you want to make sure you've seen everything that's cool to see in LA. I know a lot of people have been down Hollywood Boulevard before, so they've seen a lot of the attractions here already, but we're something brand new, something that hasn't been here for long. Come on down, come see us, we'll take care of you, me and my team.
Thank you so much, Jameer, for talking to us. Lots of great stuff to see here. A lot of really great photo ops as well. When I take you throughout the morning, you're going to be really wowed and amazed. To come with your friends, even if you come alone. Isn't that cool, right?
Well, your
As
picture
someone who
froze.
loves the Titanic, like, this is amazing.
Your picture froze for a second. Yes, we do love the Titanic.
Wait
And by the way,
wait a second, Coco.
Yes.
Can 2 people fit? Can 2 people fit on that door?
Yeah. 2 people can fit on this door.
Thank you.
And everyone
for
knows
settling
that. And that's why, yes, everyone knows that.
that's right.
You hear that, Leo?
I'm still mad at Rose.
Yes. There was room for Jack.
There was room for Jack.
There was room for
And
Jack.
this is proof. There was room for Jack, okay?
And let's see that David again.
The David is there.
Oh, look, there's a leaf.
There's a leaf.
Oh, there
Yes.
it is.
There's a leaf.
The real
Yeah.
David does
There
not
it
have
is,
a
and there
leaf.
it's not.
It is a big leaf.
Get too close.
Go!
Cut.
That's what they said everyone does.
It's eye level. Coco.
You've seen the real David, right, in person?
I have seen the real David, and it does not have a leaf.
There's no leaf.
There's no leaf there.
It does not have a leaf.
No,
Yes.
very impressive.
It's impressive, yeah.
Yeah.
You're like, whoa.
This is the David. Coco, you look so cute, by the way, if you are still
Always
listening.
pink.
Always in pink, especially on Wednesdays, so we love it.
course.
We love it. Yeah, and right down to the Nikes, the pink Nikes. Yeah, good placement of Coco where she's at in front of the David. All right, let's talk about this. Let's get serious. All right, I'm going to reel it back. Let's talk about the heat because the heat is on. The heat risk is rising when we talk about the relative humidity values and the heat index, how it's feeling outside. It is going to be moderate to high in terms of the heat risk this afternoon. It grows exponentially here, as you can see, as we get into tomorrow and Friday. It's going to be very high to extreme risk for heat-related illnesses. When we consider the prolonged period of time here, we're going to see 90s and triple digits in the forecast. We've got this big dome of high pressure that is in control of our weather across the west and south and the southwest. We've got some hazy, hot, humid conditions on top of that. So we're just not able to really cool off. Usually when you sweat and it's dry outside, that's a cooling mechanism. But when it's humid, that sweat just stays on your skin. It just doesn't help you cool down. We've got some showers in the forecast as well, so a little instability. Please limit your outdoor activities, okay? Maybe you went for that run early this morning. Good for you. Don't do it this afternoon, please. Mountain desert showers chances, as I said, and some high surf along the coast. So if you are planning to get some relief from the heat inland and going to the beach, just always swim or paddle out near a lifeguard. We want you to stay heat safe. We've got these heat advisories pretty much for all of SoCal. As you can see here, all the areas shaded in the orange color, with the exception if you're right there at the coast or on the sand. Although it's still going to be pretty hot at the coast. A lot of people don't have air conditioning, so please get into some air conditioning. Those temperatures on the sand getting into the upper 70s to even low 80s in some areas. Extreme heat warnings for the inland desert areas here. All the areas shaded in the pink color. We're talking about 100 teens today, like Indio, 112, even hotter tomorrow and Friday. So again, try to get inside in some air conditioning. Call 211 and you will find out where the cooling centers are. If you don't have access to a mall or a movie or a library, call that number and they'll tell you where to go for some relief. 81 in Inglewood today, 100 in Bakersfield, all the way up to Fresno and Sacramento in the 90s today. The temperature trend will show you in Crestline. This is up in the mountains, how it's going to get to the 90s up in the mountains. So please, I know you got your hiking plans, maybe you're going to go dirt bike riding or whatever. Try to limit that to early morning or early evening hours when we're considering these temperatures well above normal. Woodland Hills, 106 tomorrow to 107 on Friday. We'll get some relief as we get into Sunday, Monday, Tuesday of next week, but it's still going to be hot. So just be mindful of that and hydrate, drink lots of water, and of course take numerous water breaks if you have to be out and about. Pasadena, 98 tomorrow and Friday. All right, there's my weather for now. Stay with us because we are going to be right back after this quick break with much more.
growing medical mystery in Orange County. Families are demanding answers after multiple children in one neighborhood were diagnosed with a rare form of cancer.
Matthew Seedorf reports from Ladera Ranch.
In January of this year, we lost Lily.
Growing fear and heartbreak in Ladera Ranch. Hundreds packing a town hall demanding answers over rare cancer cases involving children and young people.
Why are so many children and young adults developing incredibly rare cancers in the same community?
Brian Dalton sharing the story of his daughter who died from cancer in January. She was just 23 years old.
I don't want another mother holding her child's hand through endless treatments, praying for one more birthday.
She's one of at least 6 cases community members in Ladera Ranch have connected to Ewing sarcoma, a cancer usually so rare it only impacts about 200 young people across the country each year.
We had asked the state to investigate this a year ago, and they came back and they told us that there wasn't a sufficient concern about the area.
Orange County Supervisor Katrina Foley is urging the state to investigate. What is the county doing to look into this?
Well, this is a state of California public health issue, so it's the State Department of Public Health that actually does this.
Couldn't the county be investigating and testing?
No, it's actually done by the state.
And these guys with hazmat suits on practically spraying this.
While health officials haven't found a cause, many people here believe it could be linked to pesticides or herbicides.
Herbicide is a silent assault.
A temporary 60-day ban has been issued on the chemicals, but many here heartbroken, calling for more.
I'm not here to tell anyone what the cause is, but I am here to say that when something this unusual happens, families deserve answers.
Health officials emphasize the investigation remains ongoing and that no environmental cause has been identified.
Yeah, that was Matthew Seedorf reporting, and we'll continue to monitor that. Good Day LA continues after the break. Socks in bed.
It's a thing. Look it up.
That's a no.
And you know what? Maybe not on a day like this.
Maybe not today, yeah.
Don't try it on a day like this.
She's not saying do it today.
I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
What I am saying is over time, it can reduce your body's core temperature.
But eye patches in the refrigerator.
So another hack is I have these little snail mucin eye patches that I put in the refrigerator.
Yeah.
I think I sent you a link.
I think it sounds kind of soothing.
It really is. It's
you
nice.
should try. You have eye patches, right, Bob?
Do you now?
I do now.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Did you buy them?
Yeah, can't you tell?
Oh my gosh, wow.
Good for you.
You couldn't tell?
Doing a little
No, I
self-care for Bobby. Speaking of hacks, I do have some of those hacks that you were talking about.
Yeah.
I put those eye patches, mine, in the fridge a while ago, and then I forget. That's my problem. So I need to get one of those little small little fridges to put in your bathroom.
Like a bathroom fridge.
They make these.
For all of your creams
for
and your
all
potions.
of your potions and stuff.
Yeah.
So that's actually on my hack on how to stay cool during days like this. A lot of people don't have air conditioning. I feel so sorry for you beachfront homeowners that don't have any. Notice the sarcasm.
I've seen a lot of people complaining about the heat in Europe and how, like, they're going on vacation there and the hotels don't have air conditioning.
Yes. I think I believe only a third of European businesses even and households have air conditioning.
You know what else? Another hack? If you're going to be taking your kids anywhere, like if you're going to be going on a walk or a hike or to the zoo or whatever, get one of those things that sprays with the water and that you have the fan in it, like a mister. Make sure you have one of those. It helps a lot, actually.
You can get like same day delivery.
Yes, you can. Amazon.
To get one of those before you leave today. Okay, so let's go to the
hack.
What?
Chill your wine.
Okay, Bob is a professional when it comes to.
Sometimes I put it in the freezer. Get it do a hard. Not like rock hard solid.
Yeah.
But gets a little slushy.
And tell them that don't do this with red wine. This is not.
Although you can put an ice cube in red wine, it's kind of delightful.
No, that's okay.
I'm not
But I'm
lie.
talking about the freezer. You should never put the red wine in the freezer, right? Bobby?
I don't know.
You're the professional. Yeah, you only do it with the white, right?
Like
another hack?
Go ahead. I'll walk over to the green screen. Go ahead. We're talking about hacks right now. Go ahead. No?
No, tell me. Tell us.
Quickly.
Did you even have a hack in mind, or were you just interrupting for the sake of, wow?
He's just being the contrarian.
Yeah.
Okay, so here it is. Refrigerate your lotion, your
Yes, that's a great
moisturizer,
idea.
or your aloe vera.
I love that. How soothing.
Right? Isn't that good? And remember to set the ceiling check, because people forget to change it for summer. Because in the winter, you do it clockwise, right, to keep the heat around.
By the window?
If you don't have air conditioning and you gotta, go guerrilla, this is how you do it.
Yeah.
I've done this, actually, in the Midwest. One time we were there in the summer, and that helped. Put this, you can put a bowl. This is actually not on the list. Is it here? Oh, it is here. Put a metal bowl of ice. Put ice in a metal bowl. You have one of those mixing bowls, right? Put it in front of a fan, and that will blow that cool air.
Your own mister machine.
Yeah. It's like a kind of your own homemade air conditioning unit, if you will. So those are
Another hack, just walk around your house naked.
But you have to stay kind of low to the ground.
Yeah.
Because heat rises, so you're down there naked. Yeah, I don't know. But not suggest that one if you have this. I don't know. I don't know about that one, Jen. But okay. I'm just envisioning Bobby. Okay, muggy. It's a little muggy.
If you have a private home, I mean, you can do whatever you want, right?
This is true. You have the big hedges that can block you from people seeing in. All right, 90 degrees was the temperature yesterday. Today we're expecting 93, so it's going to be even hotter today and tomorrow. Sunset time is at 8:01. Just to look at some of the temperatures today, 112 in Palm Springs. So you really want to stay cool. 104 in Woodland Hills to that 86 in Long Beach. A little bit better, but still pretty hot along the coast. I'll show you the rest of the forecast in just a couple minutes. But first, we're going to check in on traffic and Samada. Whew. It's hot.
It's toasty out there. Yeah. You're definitely going to want to make sure your vehicle is in a well-working order, especially the air conditioning unit if you're traveling, especially throughout Southern California today. We do have a collision, and this one is a sig alert, unfortunately. A couple of vehicles collided here and into several sand barrels, so you're going to want to give yourself a lot of extra time as they adjust the camera for me. Eastbound 710 at Citrus Avenue, and that sig alert is now going to be in place for another hour, so keep that in mind. And also, not too far from there, westbound side of the 10 at Cypress Avenue, 2 vehicles collided here, blocking a middle lane, but it has a little bit of slowdown. They're going to try to work that accident off to the right shoulder. Look at our real-time traffic. 37 minutes from downtown through Mid-City to get to the west side. Give yourself a half an hour. Northbound 110 from the 405 coming inbound. And a Caltrans camera look. This is the 5 North at Zoo Drive. It's quiet there. Meanwhile, the southbound side, a struggle. Back to you, Jen Bob.
Samada, as a mother, what was your pregnancy craving, real quick?
Orange juice.
Orange juice?
I could not get enough orange juice.
Looking for that vitamin C, apparently. Well,
she's well hydrated.
That's right. This one mom, boy, had a fast food craving real bad. Social media is reacting to an In-N-Out receipt posted on Reddit. Okay. It was put there by a woman who captioned it, "Pregnant and shameless." So here it is. 2 cheeseburgers, one of them animal style, 2 fries, a strawberry shake, and 1 large lemonade.
Wow.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Total price?
Delicious.
Less than $22.
That's
not
great.
bad. Yeah, not bad by today's standards. But her prenatal cravings sparked some amusing comments like, "I would tear this up, and I'm not pregnant." Looks incredible. Others shared stories of being fat shamed for binging with a baby on board. Excuse me. One woman wrote, "My doctor completely embarrassed me in front of my fiance at my 5-month appointment, saying I had to stop eating for 2. When she protested that remark, she said the medic straight up ignored her and told her fiance to, quote, "take her for walks around the block."
What is the...
Excuse me?
What is the animal fry? That's like fries
Animal style?
It says one animal fry.
What is an animal fry?
It's the animal style, but on the fries.
Oh, gosh, that does sound good, right? I ate so many breakfast burritos when I was pregnant with Ethan, and now guess what he likes? Breakfast burritos.
Is there a specific kind?
The same kind that I had.
Really?
I forget where it's from, but they're pretty big.
I love a good breakfast burrito.
But he eats burritos very strangely.
Why?
It kind of gets my nerves, I'm not going to lie. He doesn't eat it like from the top down or the bottom down. He eats it from the side. Like a sandwich. Like,
interesting.
Yes,
like in the middle
and then
of
he'll
it?
keep flipping it around.
Right.
And he'll eat the other side.
And what happens when it breaks apart?
It all breaks apart. And then I have to clean it up. That's what happens. So Amanda's off today. We've got you covered, though, with all of your entertainment headlines, sponsored by Yamava Resort and Casino.
So an 80s sci-fi movie that many consider a classic is about to make a comeback on the small screen.
What are your prime directives?
Protect the innocent. Let the woman go or there will be trouble.
Oh, RoboCop was a hit when it came out in, get this, 1987.
Oh, my gosh.
Since then, it spawned 2 sequels, a reboot, and also a kids' cartoon. Now, Amazon Prime is bringing it back again as an 8-part series. RoboCop focused on a fatally injured police officer rebuilt into a mechanical superhero, fighting crime in a very R-rated fashion. No word on when production will start. Ticket scalpers usually cash in on reselling concert tickets, but some are getting paid big time for movie tickets.
You gods don't speak in ways we understand.
Who doesn't understand pain? Or blood? The gods told you.
Then I defy the gods.
Oh, boy, because of the hard-to-buy IMAX tickets, no one knows that more than Bob, to see Odyssey, and the harder-to-get 70mm IMAX scalpers are making, look at this, a killing on the resale market.
It's 5 tickets, but it's $100 a ticket, still.
Posts like these are popping up on eBay. Tickets going for a whole lot more than the actual price. Come on, this is the whole point of getting people into the movie theater. Like, we're not doing this. Please, let's not do this. Tickets started selling out last year when it was announced that Christopher Nolan would do the Odyssey. So cha-ching, all the way to the bank on that.
I don't pay money. I don't pay money for a rental or to buy a movie at home. So
you wait until it's out on.
Yeah, until it's no longer.
Because sometimes it'll go on digital, and then you'll have to pay like $9.99,
$5,
right?
I won't.
Yeah,
do that. Yeah, I'll wait because I'm like in like 3 weeks it's going to be available anyway.
You're right.
I can wait. Speaking of the Odyssey, Matt Damon is giving a lot of credit to looking good on the screen to his stunt double.
So he used this female stunt double while filming. It says she had the greatest arms I've ever seen. You know who we should have used? Lisa Todd, our director. Have you seen her? Have you seen her? Anyway, we digress. Yeah. He says when he met her on set, he hugged her and thanked her for all the work she put in. Amazing.
That is amazing.
You love to see that.
You think they have to be like the same height? Like
same, not same stature. I mean,
she's built. I don't know.
I don't know how big Matt Damon is.
Right.
Actually,
I
shouldn't
the
even
same
say.
Height?
Maybe.
Yeah.
How tall is Matt Damon?
Similar, because like if you're tumbling, you have to look like a person, the same person tumbling.
But I guess maybe height might not matter because they're in these crazy positions. Hold on one second. How
when
tall is Matt
I did an
Damon?
episode of 24.
He's 5'10".
5'10".
Okay.
I did an episode of 24, and I played a reporter. It was Fox approved.
Wow, how very Tinseltown of you.
But they had a stand-in, which was really weird. Odd for me. I was like, I'll just do it. No, it wasn't a stunt double, just a stand-in so that they could set up all the lights and everything.
Oh.
And they gave me a trailer and everything. I'm like, oh, this is pretty
my
nice.
gosh, very chic.
I didn't ask for any of it.
I'm sorry. Can I be talking to you or should I be talking to your agent right now?
I for myself, but they had a stand-in there. And sure enough, I get out, and it's this guy, dark hair, browner skin,
yeah,
with a Latino guy. I was like, oh, okay.
All right.
And then the person who's in charge of the stand-ins, was like, oh yeah, I got this right. I'm like, good job.
Oh yeah, you guys can be brothers.
Right.
All right, I got you. So last hour we asked you, how do you feel about AI in entertainment? So here are the results, and most of you say no thanks.
That's right. We're Tinseltown.
Yeah, that's right. We're Tinseltown, baby. We don't need any artificial intelligence. And here are a few comments that you left us. Harold from San Bernardino, always coming through. He says, I like graphics and special effects in the entertainment industry. Although technology is here, I'm not too keen on AI. I prefer the real-life performers.
When you see like movies like the original Star Wars or like Jaws, and you realize the special effects and what a masterful job they did without
absolutely.
Tanya, hello there. She says, I prefer human acting, not AI. I want genuine emotion, laughter, tears, rage. I don't think AI can give true emotion.
There's always something off about it. Danielle from Thousand Oaks says, I would rather let people keep their jobs and not have AI do it all. Plus, it just looks better when actual actors are acting. I agree with that.
It does look kind of weird. Michelle from Los Angeles say, why in the heck do we need this? Yeah.
Are you talking about the poll or are you talking about AI? Well. Kidding. Rachel from Anaheim saying, I hate all AI. We need human creativity and the act of thinking to thrive. Well, that's for the human race, right?
Right. Well, the vast majority out there want humans.
Because if you think about it, you know, GPS has completely taken our brains away from the art of navigation. Mm-hmm. I couldn't figure out how to get out of my own driveway these days without the help of Waze, right?
Or now a backup camera. You're like, where were these backup cameras? It's like such a great...
Although it really... Well, you definitely need one.
What, a backup camera?
You need a camera all over the place, according to some people who work here who say that you're not a very good parker.
Oh. One person.
Susan?
Susan Harrison.
We'll call her out.
Don't worry about it. Just park better.
God bless you, Susan.
Keep sending your comments to us. We'll tell you why you voted the way you did.
Park better, Bob DeCastro.
Park better.
Yeah. It's a parking lot out there. We do have an issue, a SIG alert to bring to your attention. Good Day Late Traffic brought to you by the law offices of Jacob. I'm Rodney. Call Jacob.com. And you're going nowhere fast, especially along the eastbound side of the 10 at Citrus Avenue. This is due to a collision with two vehicles, and they also struck several sand barrels. So a lot of cleanup work, and you can see the traffic being impacted in both directions there. A look at our real-time traffic, at least through downtown. The northbound side of the 110 from the 405 inbound, not too bad, just a little over half an hour, 47 minutes. It is a little tough traveling from downtown to get to Santa Monica, and 36 minutes westbound 60 from 57. And a live Caltrans camera look. This is going to be the 10, both directions. You can see a little slow and go, and the 110, not too bad right now. Here's a look at some other traffic hotspots.
So I do hot yoga every day. After the accident, my lower back was so stiff I couldn't move, and I called Jacob. They treated me like a king. I did not have to deal with anything. If you're in an accident, call Jacob. Call Jacob.
And this weather is sponsored by the law offices of Larry H. Parker. What a gorgeous view. Look at this. The island of Catalina, the blue water makes you want to just jump in and cool off, considering the kind of heat we are expecting today. We really have been experiencing some warm temperatures, and it's only going to get hotter. We've got this big dome of high pressure that has been in control of our weather here, not just in the southwest, but really a big part of our nation. This is producing not just the hot temperatures, but the humid conditions. We're tapping into that subtropical moisture from the south and southeast, so it's also giving us some instability and that chance for some showers. So it'll be hot and humid and even hotter today into the weekend. Heat advisories are in effect for a large part of SoCal. Extreme heat warnings the farther inland you go, with those temperatures well into the triple digits. If you are headed to the beach, we do have some higher surf, 3 to 6 foot sets coming in for LA County beaches, 3 to 5 for Ventura, 2 to 4 plus in OC and San Diego. And we do have those rip currents in the water. Just always swim or paddle out near a lifeguard. Temperatures on the sand getting into the upper 70s, low 80s, and water temperatures actually have been warmer in the mid to upper 70s depending on which beach you go to. 80 degrees tomorrow. We're going to hang on to these upper 70s at the coast through the extended outlook. Downtown LA 93 today. It's 10 degrees above the average, and it's only going to get hotter tomorrow and Friday. So we are going to see those heat alerts stay in place through at least Monday. 104 in the valleys and the Inland Empire, 107 by Friday. Temperatures drop a little bit as we get to Monday, Tuesday of next week, but I do expect another round of really hot temperatures by the middle and latter part of next week. 84 up into the mountains, 88 by Friday. A lot of people don't have air conditioning up there or the coast, so please stay heat safe and get into some air conditioning. 103 in the high desert to 112 in the low desert in Palm Springs, possibly 117 on Saturday. Back to you.
All right, Maria, moving on to another story that you may have seen circulating on social media about the future of a beloved SoCal staple.
We're talking about open street events, and Blvd says they're worried they might become a thing of the past. We have Brooke here to fill us in on all this. So what is going on?
Yeah, it's interesting. So Blvd's executive director says you will not get to enjoy another Blvd until the 2028 Olympics. And he believes if there isn't a big change, there won't be any ever again after the Olympics.
If folks have to wait, Open Streets producers, including Blvd, nonprofit, has to wait 33 months with no events, where does the funding come? Because, cities have to pay for their city costs, and we have to figure out ways in which we fundraise, and we fundraise. And so essentially, if there's no open streets in those 33 months, it's hard to imagine a world where those that produce open streets will still continue to be there to produce open streets.
No open streets events for the rest of this year and the entirety of 2027. Pasquale says that decision is already set in stone, and he's worried it'll be the new norm. A Metro Board report identifies available funding in locally programmed categories like Transportation Development Act Article 3 and local return from various sales tax measures. Pasquale called that report disingenuous. He says he does not believe Metro has any real say on what a local city does with its own tax funds. And what's next for Open Streets events? That's on the agenda for tomorrow's Metro Board meeting, when members will vote on whether to approve a slew of recommendations regarding the program's funding. He's asking Metro's board to pull this item from the agenda and spend more time talking to the community.
You need to keep the issue alive, Open Streets alive, because there's always creative ways. If there's an intent, if there is a desire of finding resources for a program that is as remarkable as Open Streets, you will be creative. And folks are clamoring, they can't believe essentially something as culturally defining as Open Streets, and Blvd certainly, to be gone. I mean, these are, one of the things I always look at Blvd is there are very few things where you look at a common denominator, regardless of where you are politically, regardless of where you are economically, that people can agree to.
I tried to get comment or even just a statement from Metro because it's important to know why, right? There may be really important reasons that are also important to the community. They let me know they are not available this morning due to preparations for today's LA Metro State of the Agency address. And although the State of the Agency address is today, the board meeting is tomorrow. So we're hoping to hear back soon so you all can leave public comment or even show up if you'd like to.
Wow. Sad to see if it really does go away.
Yeah.
It's important to a lot of people out there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brooke.
We'll be right back.
welcome to 9 a.m. It is Wednesday. I'm Roxy Carpadian.
And I'm Sandra Enda. Thank you for joining us. It is a hot one out there, Maria. It is so humid already this morning.
I heard you say it when you first walked into the studio. Absolutely. We have been advertising. We have been warning you about the heat and how it was going to be even hotter today, tomorrow, and Friday. We've got some subtropical cloud cover. We also have that flow coming out of the south and southeast. So it does add, that humidity is adding to the discomfort that we are going to be feeling again today. Right now, it's already warm, nearly 80 degrees in San Bernardino. It's 78 in Woodland Hills, 75 downtown LA, 76 in Ontario. Palm Springs already 93. Big Bear is at 73 right now. It will be around 84 later this afternoon with a slight chance for some showers, low instability as well, rotating around this area of high pressure that's in control of our weather. 103 in the high desert to 112 in Palm Springs today, and it will only get hotter as we get to tomorrow and Friday. 104 in the valleys and the Inland Empire. We do have those extreme heat warnings in effect for the valleys and the deserts. 93 for downtown. That's 10 degrees warmer than the average, to around 77 along the coast. It is going to get hotter, as I said, and then we'll bring those temperatures down slightly. I'll go over that and the heat advisories and warnings coming up in just a few minutes. In the meantime, I'll send it back to you, too.
Thank you so much. An LA County Superior Court hearing resumes in about 30 minutes to determine if the murder case against singer David will go to trial.
Mario Ramirez is live with what's happening today, and he has a recap of graphic evidence presented yesterday. Mario?
Yeah, Sandra, Roxia, so far this preliminary hearing has been graphic and at times emotional, as you can imagine, with the family inside. We know they're expected to be back inside the courtroom, Celeste's parents, and prosecutors will continue to lay out evidence they say shows the singer killed 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez to hide or prevent their relationship, their alleged relationship, from going public. So take a look. Cameras were not allowed inside the courtroom, but you'll be able to see some sketches here showing the singer sitting inside wearing an orange jail uniform. The first day of testimony featured law enforcement witnesses who walked the court or the judge through the investigation, including the missing persons welfare check, the discovery of the body, and the digital evidence investigators say connects the singer directly to the crime. Now, graphic photos of Celeste's dismembered and decomposing remains were shown, and as you can imagine, difficult for her parents who sat through the testimony, her mother covering her mouth as some of the images were shown, a detective describing finding the teen's body inside the trunk of David's impounded Tesla at that Hollywood tow yard, saying her father contacted police after seeing news reports about an unidentified body found inside the vehicle. Prosecutors also presenting what they call a detailed paper trail, including phone data, text messages referencing sex, pregnancy, abortion, and Plan B, and also purchase records showing chainsaws, heavy-duty laundry bags, cadaver bags, and a pool they say was bought after the alleged killing. Now, investigators also testifying they found the victim's DNA and blood inside the garage of the Hollywood Hills home David was renting, and the defense at times pushed back, questioning how evidence was collected, why some items weren't preserved for DNA testing. And even as detectives described some of these gruesome details and evidence, those watching the hearing through a public lottery, well, they explained what they saw and what they call a lack of emotion from David.
It was just so heartbreaking when they showed photos and how the mom was crying. He actually seemed really calm with his hand on his face majority of the time.
David didn't care. He was just sitting there like, and it was just like, that whole thing, it took a lot out of me. It's like, everyone that was there, we were all sitting there like, damn, they're about to cry. You know what I mean? And he was, this is your mess, and you're sitting here unbothered.
The 21-year-old, whose legal name is David Anthony Burke, pleading not guilty to first-degree murder, child sex abuse, and mutilating human remains. Now, again, prosecutors spent the day walking the judge through what they call the key evidence here in this case. So we'll break down what's been presented so far. It includes graphic photos of Celeste's remains, a digital timeline built from text messages, phone data, purchase records as well, financial testimony they say helps establish a motive here, and forensic DNA evidence they argue links David directly to the crime. So if convicted on all counts here, the singer faces life in prison without the possibility of parole. We heard the district attorney Nathan Hochman out here yesterday saying that they'll decide whether or not to pursue the death penalty at a later date. And again, that court hearing, that preliminary hearing, set to get underway in about 30 minutes or so. We'll send it back to you, Sandra and Araxia.
All right, Mario, and prosecutors, they're describing this as a career-motivated killing. What do they exactly mean, and do we learn anything new on that respect?
Yeah, during the first day of this preliminary hearing, we heard from David's financial advisor, and he says that David made over $10 million between 2023 and 25. So what's happening is prosecutors are using that testimony as, to support their argument that there was some sort of financial incentive or financial motive to keep that relationship from going public. All of this just as his career was taking off, his social media presence was increasing, and his popularity was growing. So they're using that testimony to try and frame that exact situation around him.
You know, something you mentioned yesterday, I just wanted to get clarity on. You mentioned that it was suggested that he was essentially lying in wait when she came in. That is when he allegedly attacked her, rather than her being there and something escalating and something happening. So they were really trying to showcase that this was really premeditated.
Yeah, exactly, and that is going to be the challenge for prosecutors. They're still going over the timeline. We know that there is still evidence that's going to be presented here, and there's still evidence as far as surveillance video, reported surveillance video that's been released from the owner of the home that David was renting in the Hollywood Hills. So that, I'm sure, will be key here, as well as video from the Tesla that was registered to David. So this is day 2 of 3, possibly 5 days. That's how long this could go, according to the DA's office. So we're expecting a lot more details to come out as we move forward here. And it'll ultimately be up to the judge whether or not there's enough evidence here to prove that there is probable cause.
All right, we'll see. Mario, thank you so much for being there. And down to West Hollywood, where crews are moving closer to finishing the repairs on a sinkhole caused by last week's massive water main break.
Let's go to Gigi live in WeHo with the latest, including when Sunset Blvd might reopen. Gigi.
Well, the goal is, according to the Department of Water and Power, to reopen and get this project finished by the end of the week. Good morning, everyone. I'm on Sunset, not far from Holloway Drive. This is such a massive, a large operation. I counted 50 DWP workers just in this immediate area, and they are all over. They're working several projects simultaneously. Closest here to us, they've torn up all the asphalt because the water, the millions of gallons of water that poured through here, that undermined the road here. So all of this will have to be repaired. Meanwhile, in the distance over there, you've got the workers on the actual, well, actually now you're looking at Skyfox from up above, but sinkhole, the pipe, the new one, has now been installed. The concrete slurry was laid yesterday, I understood. It took about 36 hours to cure. And let's bring it back here live, because this is sort of interesting. You're watching these remote-controlled trench compactors hard at work. Those little robots, they're being manually operated from a distance. That's compacting all of the different levels. Now they're putting the final level, which is the gravel, on top of the slurry, so that's a good sign. On top of the gravel will eventually go the asphalt, and once that's completed and all the testing is done, then hopefully everything will be completed here. But there is still a lot of work to be done. They're planning on working 24/7, as they have been since that pipe burst last week, that 116-year-old pipe. We are awaiting an update from the Department of Water and Power. That should happen in about an hour or so. And of course, the big question, are they on track to get this project completed by the end of the week? That is the goal. Reporting live in West Hollywood, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
24/7. They are working around the clock. This morning you were out there, was a little before 5 o'clock in the morning, and it was so loud. So that certainly tells you what people have to deal with in that area.
Yes, the jackhammer has been going almost nonstop, and you can only imagine how loud it is. You can hear it off in the distance here as they continue. They're working with manual drills over there on the other side as they continue to break up all of this damaged asphalt. Up and down the Sunset Strip are dump trucks ready to haul all of this material away. So again, there's so many different levels to this project, and so many projects within a project happening right now.
Yeah, time is of the essence, because residents and businesses are frustrated there too as well. So Gigi, all right, thank you.
Now, if your life could use a little magic, maybe some mystery, try going to Wonder Walk Hollywood.
Coco McAvoy standing by to give you a quick tour of what it's all about. Hi there, Coco.
Gosh, that's so fun. That looks really cool.
Yes, standing by indeed. It is really cool. We're at Wonder Walk Hollywood. They've transported us into downtown LA. Now, you guys know I'm really afraid of heights, but I'm going to try to be brave here. I guess I'll do anything for the story. Let's see. We're going to try not to fall. Okay. I made it here. The thing that's so cool about Wonder Walk Hollywood is the fact that you've got 3 different museums all under one roof. This is the Museum of Illusions, where I am meeting Jameer Walker, who is the general manager. What a cool shot this is as well. So, Jameer, tell us all about this space, Wonder Walk Hollywood.
Alrighty, so I mean, once you actually start to come in, this is the beginning of your full experience. We kind of like to trap you, or immerse you, I should say, in different type of experiences or different type of environments. So I mean, we want to scare you, we want you to be excited, anything to kind of make your photos stand out a bit or kind of get you out of your comfort zone.
Yeah, and what are the reactions when people come to this place?
A lot of wide eyes, a lot of "Mom, oh my God, the dinosaur, wow, look at that," or, you know, a lot of excitement. You can hear it in their tones or what they're talking about when they walk through. People's favorite one is actually this guy right here, especially families, of course. Typically, you have the whole family sit right here and looking up at the King Kong, really scared. So it's really interesting, cool thing.
It is really cool, and this whole place was renovated a few months ago, so when people come, it's a new experience for them, ultimately.
Right. So when we did take over the facility, we did have to clean the place up a little bit, make sure it was presentable, ready for the public. Yeah.
And tell us about how many different, attractions and different scenes you have here.
So if you want to be technical, in the Museum of Illusion, there's going to be between 32 and 36 optical illusions. The reason why I say between 32 and 36 are they're ones like in the middle. It's like a selfie, but it also doubles as another illusion as well. So things like that. But between 32 and 36, Giant House is going to have 20 plus oversized objects in the upside down house. I like to say it's about the size of a 2-bedroom apartment, but it's 7 rooms built completely to mimic your home.
Cool. And Jameer, let us walk this way. We see, obviously, a group that was jumping. That obviously looks like another very popular attraction here.
Yes. So one thing that's really cool about us, similar to the ledge, we like to put you in a same spot where, you know, you're in the middle of a falling city. You got to figure something out with your friends, which is the same idea when you're sitting back here and you're trying to figure out the poses or what we should do. It's kind of the same idea, the same mind thinking. But very simple, something like this. You can act like you're pulling somebody across. I love to have like a newborn child because my parents, I have one parent on that side, one parent on that side, and they're acting like they're trying to save the baby, or those are the restrooms. So one person opens the door and they're acting like they're coming out of the restroom to save their friend. Stuff like that.
Well, thank you so much, Jameer, for talking to us. What a cool experience right here off of Hollywood Boulevard. For more information, head to illusionsla.com. I'll send it back to you.
This is really fun. I was just looking at tickets. They have some discounts, so take advantage of that right now.
Before the summer ends.
Yeah, 30
absolutely.
for kids and family. 35 for kids for 2 museums, so you can pick which 2 attractions you want to go to.
Fun stuff.
Fun stuff. Thank you, Coco. Maria.
There's air conditioning in there. So.
Oh my gosh, there better be.
So that would be good if you're looking for something to do to try to stay cool, is go to where Coco is right now. All right, let's talk about traffic. This Good Day LA Traffic is brought to you by DTLA Law Group Accident and Injury Attorneys. Checking out our real-time traffic map and zooming into our live traffic camera here. This is the westbound 10 freeway. The car's coming at you. The westbound side, this is at Sunset Boulevard, and both sides of the 10 110 right now, looking really good here in this area. As we look at our drive times in and out of downtown LA, on that West 10 between the 5 to the 405, this is very typical for this time of the morning. 38 minutes there going towards Santa Monica. Northbound 110 between the 405 to the 10, 30 minutes. And on that West 60 between the 57 to the 5, it's 33 minutes there. Now let's take a look at some of the other traffic hotspots.
This broadcast is locally sponsored by DT LA Law Group, Auto Accident and Injury Attorneys. Have an injury? Text Injury Help to 40222 or visit us online at calldowntown.com. Message and data rates and usage may apply.
Welcome back. Amanda's off, but we got you covered for your entertainment headlines, sponsored by Yamava Resort and Casino.
So 1 week from Friday, the Odyssey will most likely be knocked off its Trojan horse by a Spider-Man.
Talk to Banner?
No Banner. Only Hulk.
I'm sorry, but you're in danger. What? I promised you that I would keep you safe. Please, you just have to trust me. Come on.
Fine.
Sony dropping the final trailer for Spider-Man Brand New Day. Brand New Day takes place a few years after the events of No Way Home, when the world forgets about Spider-Man. It opens July 30th. And another new trailer just dropped featuring one Oscar winner playing up her creep factor.
Times I think about when you and I were one person. Do you remember that?
So I was a baby in your tummy?
Do you remember where you were before that?
No.
You were in my heart. Can I go into your heart?
Wow.
Ooh.
Jessica Chastain stars in the upcoming horror flick Other Mommy. She plays a mother whose evil clone, referred to as Other Mommy, terrorizes her 8-year-old daughter. It hits theaters in time for Halloween, October 9th.
It looks scary, but it actually looks kind of good.
Kind of reminds me of Coraline. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Cartoon?
But that was a cartoon.
I know. Yeah, no, it's even freakier. It's even freakier. Last hour, we did ask you, how do you feel about AI in entertainment? That's the question of the day, and it looks like 62% of you say no thanks. So, yeah. Only 10% of you don't mind it.
Yep, and we have some comments. Yvette from Elisa Viejo saying it's ridiculous and taking the already slim number of jobs in the industry from the many people who want and need these jobs.
Okay, Jeremy from Toluca Lake, artists are artists because they use their real emotions and feelings to create art. AI is a machine, not an artist. Why would I want to watch a machine spit out quick digital creations with no emotion or feeling?
And we have Stephen from Ontario writing in saying, I'm real life old school. I love real entertainment and action. The only AI that I like or support is Allen Iverson.
Okay. Victoria from Highland Park, no AI for entertainment. Only humans can create real art. Art must be felt and code doesn't feel. It's true. By the way, some people refer to fries as fry. Crazy, right?
Crazy. Okay, thanks for your comments. Keep them coming and make sure you vote. We'll be right back.
And welcome back to you. I'm meteorologist Maria Quilban. Good Day LA weather is sponsored by Pechanga Resort Casinos. If you are looking for a place to beat the heat, you can get to Venice Beach, maybe. That's where you can maybe get a little feel of that sea breeze. Good people watching down there in Venice. It's quite a cast of characters down there on the boardwalk. In the meantime, here is why it is so hot. We've got a big dome of high pressure. Once again, it is in control of our weather, as it has been really for the most of the month of July. It's providing us with the heat. Also, a little humidity. It's that clockwise flow of air around that area of high pressure, pulling up that moisture from the south and southeast, and that's why you're feeling the muggy conditions out there. And there's also a little bit of instability, so there's still that slight chance, 10% today, for some mountain showers. Otherwise, really want to caution you about doing extraneous activities outdoors. You want to limit those activities like running or working out. You want to put that towards the early morning or early evening hours. We are going to look for this prolonged period of very hot temperatures, not just today and tomorrow, but through the weekend into early next week. If you're headed to the beach, by the way, we do still have some higher surf rolling in, and that is causing some strong rip currents in the water. So just always swim or paddle out near a lifeguard. No matter what, they can tell you where some of those rip currents are at. And as we take a look at our weather alerts here, all the areas shaded in the orange is where we've got those heat advisories for the potential for heat-related illnesses, and it is much greater, that risk, as you head farther inland. So we do have that extreme heat warning that is in effect with plenty of those triple digits there. Some gustier winds up if you're headed to Santa Barbara County, and that is, of course, going to elevate fire danger a little bit. 112 is expected in Indio today, 100 in Bakersfield, 107 in Las Vegas, and here's a look at Crestline. We're going to go from 84 today, which is very warm actually for the mountains, warming up some more to the low 90s. That can cause a lot of stress for your body. A lot of people do not have air conditioning up in the mountains, so just take the necessary precautions, please, to stay heat safe and stay cool. 104 in Woodland Hills today to 107 by Friday. There's my weather for now. Stay with us because we'll be right back after this very quick break.
9:30 is the time. Day 2 of a court hearing for singer David is scheduled to get underway right now. The preliminary hearing will decide if he'll stand trial for the murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez of Lake Elsinore. Yesterday, prosecutors displayed some graphic photographs of the 14-year-old girl's dismembered remains, which were found in the trunk of David's Tesla last September.
The LA Department of Water and Power says Sunset Blvd is expected to reopen later this week. This after crews filled the sinkhole caused by last week's massive water main break. The department says workers put 30 truckloads of concrete slurry into the trench yesterday. DWP says the material is now hardening, which means that teams will now have to disinfect and test the newly repaired pipe. The century-old water main burst last Thursday, sending water rushing through streets and businesses.
All right, everybody, brace yourselves. We're in the middle of what could be the hottest stretch of the year. Another one. Here we go. The dangerous multi-day heat wave settling in with triple-digit heat expected across the valley and the inland areas. To make matters worse, of course, you got those muggy conditions and warm overnight lows, which will offer very little relief. Got to talk more about these numbers that are climbing. Let's bring in Maria with the weather.
Oh, yeah, let's talk about that and the headlines for sure. This dangerous heat wave is staying with us, like you said, not just today or even the next couple of days, but really through the weekend into early next week. Temperatures will drop slightly, but then there will be another round, it looks like, according to the models, as we get into the latter part of next week into next weekend. But extreme heat, particularly the time period between tomorrow and Sunday. And we're talking about some dangerous conditions, so we want you to stay heat safe, of course, and take the necessary precautions. Plan accordingly. I know some of you may have made plans to go hiking or go do some dirt bike riding up into the mountains. You might want to just postpone those plans until the weather conditions improve. It'll be muggy as well as unstable. We have a little bit of instability over the mountains with that 10% chance for some showers. And if you're trying to get to the beach to get some relief, there's actually some strong rip currents and some of that high surf that's rolling in. Crestline, as I mentioned, up into the mountains, getting into the 90s beginning tomorrow, so well above normal. And we'll see those temperatures tumble, like I said, a little bit early next week, but it's still going to be well above average. 107 by the time we get to Friday for Woodland Hills. And a look at Pasadena, where it'll be around 91 today, which is plenty hot, especially when you factor in the humidity. That heat index and feels like temperature is going to be much higher than that. It'll get close to triple digits by tomorrow into Friday. 101 in Ontario, very hot conditions, and not good for our elderly, especially those vulnerable to this heat. Little children, you might want to just check on the neighbors, and of course, let's take care of our pets too. That pavement can get very hot. Boyle Heights from 93 today to 95 by Friday. There's my weather for now. I'll send it back to you.
Maria, thank you. An Orange County community wants answers as to why several children in one neighborhood have developed a rare cancer.
In January of this year, we lost Lily to a rare cancer called desmoplastic small round cell tumor, or DSRCT. She was only 23 years old.
People in Ladera Ranch packed a town hall last night. They want to know why at least 6 cases of children from their community have developed a cancer so rare it only impacts about 200 young people across the country each year. Health officials have not yet found a cause, but people say they believe it could be linked to pesticide and herbicide spraying.
For a year and a half, my wife and I watched our daughter fight with incredible courage. Why are so many children and young adults developing incredibly rare cancers in the same community? Why are families being forced into a club that no one ever wants to join? When something this unusual happens, families deserve answers.
County officials say they are urging the state to investigate.
That dream rental you found on social media could be too good to be true, and police in Orange County say more people are falling for the scam. Placentia PD are warning renters about a surge in fake listings on Facebook Marketplace, TikTok, Instagram even. Scammers allegedly stealing photos of homes that are actually for sale, then advertising them as cheap rentals while pressuring people to send money before seeing the property. Police say never pay before an in-person visit and always verify the address first.
Happening today in Boyle Heights, candidate for California Governor Steve Hilton and candidate for Lieutenant Governor Gloria Romero will launch their general election campaigns. Both will speak at a press conference about working-class Latino voters who they claim have been let down by years of Democratic policies. In a recent poll by the Public Policy Institute of California, candidate Javier Becerra is leading Hilton by a wide margin, 61 to 36%.
LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell was on earlier with us on Good Day LA to talk about how the LAPD is cracking down on street racing and also to reflect on all the work that went into security for the World Cup.
It was a heavy lift, certainly from a deployment standpoint, but looking back on it, I got the opportunity to be able to get out to some of the events, the watch parties and the fan fests, and a couple of times just over to see the operations behind the scenes at SoFi. And the best part about it was the way people interacted with each other. So positive, so focused on the game and the spirit of coming together, representing different countries from around the world. But everybody came together in a spirit of let's have fun, let's watch it. We're going to be competitive, but in a good way. We have to always plan for the worst and hope for the best. And in this case, so much work went into the intelligence part of it, the preparations, the what ifs, and thankfully it was amazingly peaceful and amazingly well done, I'd say, all around.
And we keep doing these stories over and over and over again about these street takeovers. And I know that your department's been working on this for a long time. Yeah. So what's going on with those efforts, and are those efforts actually working, making a difference?
Yeah, they are making a difference. You only hear about the ones where something bad happens. We disrupt an awful lot of them. We're on social media, scouring that to be able to figure out where they're going to go, trying to be able to get enough people out there as quickly as we need to prevent them from happening, and if not, to stop anything bad from happening. But the reality is, when you have social media directing where people are going in the moment, it's hard to be able to get enough people assembled with a focus on disrupting this. We've seen time and time again, like you're showing there, fires and shootings and innocent people getting hurt unnecessarily because they showed up at one of these things. They think it's fun, but we see much more gang involvement now than we've seen in the past. And again, with that, it brings the potential for violence also. And so my message to parents would be, know where your kids are. If they're out at 2 in the morning or 4 in the morning in some of the cases that we see recently, the good things are probably not going to happen, so you can do a lot in the short term, having a good conversation with your kids about where they are, what they're doing, and educating them on what can happen, and if they won't listen to you as a parent, then get somebody that will be more credible in their eyes to be able to share that message. We all know that when we're raising kids, they all think at 17, 18 years old that they know more than their parents do.
They're invincible.
So, so think about that. Get somebody that coach or somebody that can speak to them and kind of educate them on what's really happening out there.
My parents always used to say nothing good happens after 10 o'clock, right? So
yeah,
make sure you know where your kids are.
It used to be midnight, but 10 o'clock works too.
That's right, depending on the age. All right, moving on now to another story that you may have seen circulating online about the future of a beloved SoCal staple.
So we're talking about open street events, and for example, Ciclavia maybe become a thing of the past. Brooke is here to fill us in on what's going on.
Yeah, let's try to break this down here. So Ciclavia's executive director says you will not get to enjoy another Ciclavia until the 2028 Olympics. And he believes if there isn't a big change, there won't be any ever again after the Olympics.
If folks have to wait, Open Streets producers, including Ciclavia, nonprofit, has to wait 33 months with no events, where does the funding come? Because, cities have to pay for their city costs, and we have to figure out ways in which we fundraise. And we fundraise. And so essentially, if there's no open streets in those 33 months, it's hard to imagine a world where those that produce open streets will still continue to be there to produce open streets.
So here's more of what he's saying. He's saying if there is not a big change, there will be no Metro-funded open streets events for the rest of this year and the entirety of 2027. Pasquale says that decision is already set in stone. He's worried that it will just become the new norm. A Metro staff report says there is money available for this program in locally programmed categories like Transportation Development Act, Article 3, and local return from various sales tax measures. Pasquale, though, called that, quote, disingenuous. He actually says he doesn't believe Metro has any real say on what a local city does with its own tax funds. What's next for Open Streets events? That is on the agenda for tomorrow's Metro board meeting. That's when members will vote on whether to approve a slew of recommendations regarding the program's funding. But Pasquale wants Metro's board to pull this item from the agenda and just spend more time talking to the community.
You need to keep the issue alive, Open Streets alive, because there's always creative ways. If there's an intent, if there is a desire of finding resources for a program that is as remarkable as Open Streets, you will be creative. And folks are clamoring, they can't believe essentially something as culturally defining as Open Streets, and Ciclavia certainly, to be gone. I mean, these are, one of the things I always look at Ciclavia is there are very few things where you look at a common denominator, regardless of where you are politically, regardless of where you are economically, that people can agree to.
Try to get comment or even just a statement from Metro, and they've let me know they're not available this morning due to preparations for today's LA Metro State of the Agency address. And although the address is today, the board meeting is tomorrow, so we're hoping to hear back soon. We want people to be able to get their public comments, their written comments in by the deadline today, or make plans to show up tomorrow if they would like to speak in person, and just have a fuller understanding, because obviously, Metro has reasons, and we would like to have those laid out a little clearer, just so people have all of the information.
That's unfortunate if that is what happens. People are they love those events, It really gives you a chance to actually look around. Oftentimes we are like a driving culture in this city.
For sure.
You don't notice anything until you walk. And
or ride your bike.
Or ride your bike, And
it's hard because you often, you think of like a free event can't go away, right? A free event, but free events are not free on the back end. And so, we want to know exactly what's going on here.
Okay. Stay on top of that, and we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
have an update on Jackie, Big Bear's famous bald eagle mother who was hurt after a fight with a pair of other bald eagles. As of this morning, she's recovering at the Ojai Raptor Center, and staff there say she's gaining energy, which they say is a sign of her strength. They also say they received thousands in donations from thousands of people trying to fund her care. So if you didn't know, Jackie was seen grounded and unable to fly last week, as you see right there, and was rescued by wildlife experts on Saturday. Friends of Big Bear Valley said they will continue to give updates on her condition as soon as they get them. All right, look at the live look right now at the nest. We've seen Jackie and Shadow's young eaglets, Sandy and Luna, flying in and out of the nest as they learn to fish. Shadow is stepping up as a dad by bringing fish to his kids and protecting the nest while Jackie is away. As it should be.
As dads should do, right.
Yeah.
Congrats for stepping up.
You get a big award.
Exactly.
Big medal.
They're probably trying to stay cool right now. That's why we don't see them right in front of the camera. It is hot. It is hot up in the mountains as well, even Big Bear. And temperatures at the lake are going to be well above average. So make sure you drink lots of water. Take numerous water breaks if you have to be out and about. Make sure you take numerous breaks if you're having to work under these weather conditions. Get into some shade or air conditioning, better yet. And wear the correct, appropriate outfits. The attire should be light-colored, lightweight clothing. That really makes a huge difference. Don't wear black or heavy material. You want to check on your friends. You want to check on the elderly. And, of course, take care of the pets. Make sure that they have shade. If they if not, bring them inside in some air conditioning. We do have weather alerts, including an extreme heat warning for portions shaded in the pink here. So the farther inland you go, especially out towards the desert communities, we're talking about well up into the triple digits. And that can cause heat stress or worse, heat stroke. Please take the necessary precautions. Heat advisory elsewhere, closer to the coast, with temperatures in the 90s and nearing triple digits. Just remember the difference between heat exhaustion and heat stroke. Faint or dizzy, excessive sweating, that's typically pointing to heat exhaustion. Cool, pale, clammy skin. You want to get them inside in air conditioning, give them some water, or put some cool compresses on them. If you see someone or you yourself have a headache, no sweating despite the heat, red hot, dry skin, rapid, strong pulse, you want to call 911. That means that person could be getting into having a heat stroke, which can be fatal. So you want to get emergency help right away. Here is the beach forecast. If you're headed to the coast for some relief, there's a little bit of a sea breeze there, yes, but temperatures on the sand also pretty warm in the low 80s even in some areas. And we have some strong rip currents in the water and surf heights nearing 3 to 6 feet for LA County beaches, 3 to 5 Ventura, and around 2 to 4, occasionally 5-foot sets in Orange County. 93 today for downtown LA. Look at that, 95 tomorrow, Friday. Temperatures will fall slightly as we get to early next week. However, they are expected to be right back up by the middle of next week with maybe another round in terms of another heat wave. 104 in the valleys and the Inland Empire to 107 on Friday. That's really hot. Up into the mountains, mid-80s, getting into the upper 80s, nearing 90, as you can see by Friday. There is that 10% chance for some showers today for the mountain locations, and then greater chances as we get to Friday with 20% there. Out towards the high desert, triple digits, and of course in the low desert, even hotter. 112 today to 117 by Saturday. So stay heat safe. I'll send it back to you.
Speaking of that heat, the heat can pose health risks, whether you're in and out and about, or just trying to, I don't know, get some sleep and rest. Yes, these temperatures soar this summer, and doctors say catching those quality Z's is getting a lot harder. But if your first instinct is to beat the heat, is hoping to go into a freezing cold shower before bed, you might want to think twice before you do that.
Cold shower drops that temperature too much, and it actually causes our blood vessels to constrict and try to trap heat.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so instead, experts are saying take a lukewarm shower about 30 to 60 minutes before hitting the pillow. That gives blood vessels a chance to actually relax and to release body heat naturally. Pairing that with simple tweaks like setting up fans for better airflow or switching to breathable cotton bedding can help you stay cool and wake up ready for tomorrow's sunshine.
All right, good advice there. And there is some advice before your next summer trip to a body of water as well. Safety experts warn about the dangers beneath the surface.
So what can you do now to prepare you and your loved ones? Well, Fox's Anita Vogel has those tips.
Millions of Americans are looking to find relief from the heat at the water's edge. But for those who plan to get in, a reminder from experts about doing it safely. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, there are more than 4,000 drowning deaths in the U.S. each year. Just this week, 5 people died in open water in Ohio while trying to save a struggling swimmer. Authorities now reminding people about the looming dangers that can be found in rivers.
Even though the water doesn't seem to be moving very quickly, you can still get swept away in very slow moving water.
And there are some ways to tell whether a river is safe, like noticing the patterns in the water before you take a dip.
All the water's flowing this way, and then you kind of look and there's, some bubbles and some swirling water here. That kind of clues can be indicators that there is something else happening in the environment.
But that still doesn't mean a river is completely safe. It's important to note safety should begin long before your trip does. Experts advising planning ahead could save lives.
Making sure that if you aren't a strong swimmer, you have a properly fitted life jacket that can, help you should you need it.
In addition to wearing a life jacket, the CDC suggests swim classes, learning CPR, and swimming with a buddy. I'm Anita Vogel, Fox News.
California now suing the Trump administration after a new law of the rule of the EPA would relax the state's regulations on hydrofluorocarbons, or HFCs, which can actually cause greenhouse gas pollution. Attorney General Rob Bonta is leading a coalition of 19 attorneys general in filing this lawsuit. HFCs are widely used when it comes to residential, commercial, and mobile air conditioning and refrigeration systems. Bonta says they're among the fastest growing sources of greenhouse gas emissions in the U.S. and around the world. Before the EPA's latest challenge, HFCs have been restricted by strict state and federal regulations for years.
Federal agencies say they used keywords to cancel more than 1,000 research grants at the University of California last year. The agencies made the admission about the keywords and signed stipulations filed in federal court last week. In a case that's been ongoing since last spring, the federal agencies say they use keywords related to diversity, gender, vaccine hesitancy, and COVID to screen for projects that conflict with the Trump administration's policies. Lawyers for the UC researchers say the admission proves their clients' rights were violated.
Electric bike crashes and injuries quickly increasing across California. New research finds that kids are most likely to be seriously hurt in those crashes. The studio out of UC San Diego found just 2 e-bike crashes reported in the state in 2018. And then in 2024, the crashes jumped to 1,500, with the numbers continuing to rise. Researchers also found a disproportionately high number of kids were injured in these crashes, as part because of those e-bikes have much higher speeds, of course, than the traditional bikes.
They just have to take, slowly and enjoy the ride. This is fun equipment to ride or to go to work, but they have to always be conscientious that this is not something that you can play with. You can get hurt as well, you know what I mean?
Researchers say families should be sure their children are wearing properly fitted helmets and that they talk to their kids about safe biking.
You see that all the time. A bunch of kids on their e-bikes. All right, a new study says smartphones can contribute to depression among seniors depending on how they're using their devices. Researchers say older people who compulsively use their phones to scroll news, watch videos, or play games alone are more likely to withdraw from others. They also found while some seniors would use their phones to FaceTime others and connect with people, most of them and more of them compulsively use their phones to scroll and become isolated, which can lead to depression.
It becomes excessive and compulsive if it's interacting or interfering with daily activities of living. So if you have a loved one who's sitting there in their room or the bedroom and they don't go anywhere all day long, and you want them to, or they have things to do but they just don't want to, that's a warning sign.
Doctors say phone use by seniors is specifically concerning if they are using it in place of interacting with real people.
More Americans than ever before are defaulting on their student loans. The analysis by the Associated Press finds that 9.5 million people are in default. That is 1 out of every 5 borrowers. Default is defined as being more than 9 months behind payment, while credit scores can suffer if someone is a few months behind. People who are in default can have their wages or even Social Security payments garnished. The Trump administration currently overhauling the student loan system. Under President Biden, borrowers were able to suspend their loan payments because of the pandemic.
Now to a story about one suitcase, one dog, and a whole lot more than TSA-sized toiletries. U.S. Customs and Border Protection officials say a canine named Maisie helped discover a suitcase packed with more than just souvenirs at the L.A. port this week. Take a look. Inside, agents found 16 pounds of monitor lizard parts, 50 pounds of raw meat, and 33 pounds of mangoes, garlic, bamboo, and banana plants. The traveler arrived from Thailand and turned over the lizard parts to U.S. Fish and Wildlife.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wow.
How did they know it's lizard parts?
I don't know.
Like, what part exactly?
I don't want to know.
Do we need a close-up of that?
No, we're good. But stay with us. The 10 o'clock hour. We'll be right back.
What a... Thank you for joining us here at 10 o'clock this morning. We do begin with a Superior Court hearing that's resumed in downtown LA for singer David. It'll determine if he'll stand trial for the murder of a 14-year-old girl.
Let's go to Mario right now live with more on the evidence presented in court yesterday and what we can expect today. Mario.
Hi, Roxy and Sandra. We can tell you right now, Celeste's parents, her father and stepmother, are inside the courtroom as prosecutors continue to lay out evidence they say will prove the singer killed the 14-year-old to hide the relationship and prevent it from going public. Now, what we've seen so far is the defense using this preliminary hearing to aggressively challenge how some of the evidence has been handled in this case. So take a look. You can see the 21-year-old singer, whose legal name is David Burke, appearing in an orange jumpsuit, stoic most of the time. Investigators spending hours walking the judge through the evidence, and that included testimony from a deputy who first contacted David during a 2024 welfare check, and detectives who later took over the investigation. The judge showing graphic photos of Celeste dismembered and decomposed remains. Detectives testifying how those remains were discovered inside the trunk of that impounded Tesla registered to the singer at that Hollywood tow yard back in September of 25. And the judge also heard that after news reports about the unidentified body found inside the vehicle, Celeste's father contacted LAPD, worried the victim was his daughter. Prosecutors say David killed 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez to keep their alleged relationship from going public just days before the release of his debut album. And detectives testified they found DNA and blood evidence linked to Celeste inside the garage of his Hollywood Hills home that he was renting. And they noticed also a matching tattoo on the singer's right index finger, they said, and a Celeste tattoo on his left ring finger. Now, the defense at times pushing back, questioning how some evidence was collected and why certain items like the cadaver bag and chainsaws weren't preserved for DNA testing. And all of this while Celeste's family was asked if they wanted to remain in the courtroom while those gruesome details were being laid out. They chose to stay, and this is what their family attorney said about that after.
They're not doing well at all. It's heartbreaking. It's absolutely horrible for them to sit through this, but they wanted to sit through this process and they wanted to observe it because they want to show their support and their love for Celeste.
David pleading not guilty to first-degree murder, continuous child sex abuse, and mutilating human remains. Now, again, prosecutors spending the day walking the judge through what they call key evidence in the case. And let's break it down. What's been presented so far. It includes graphic photos of the victim's remains, a digital timeline built from text messages, phone data, and purchase records. Also, financial testimony, they say, helps establish a motive here. And forensic DNA evidence, they argue, links David to the crime. Now, if convicted, the singer faces the possibility of life in prison without parole. We have Christina Gonzalez inside the courtroom right now. She says it's packed. Again, Celeste's parents inside, and we'll bring you any updates here as we get them. For now, we'll send it back to you, Sandra and Araxia.
And Mario, who do we expect to testify today?
Well, we don't know exactly who will be testifying. We've already heard from 3 people yesterday during the first day, but prosecutors say they planned, or at least they did say in the beginning of this, they plan to question more than 10 witnesses. So we're expecting to hear from more LAPD investigators and detectives handling the case, and they've also indicated that they plan to present testimony from the medical examiner. So again, this is day 2. The DA yesterday said that this could last 3 to 5 days, so we're expecting more of that information to roll out and more testimony to be heard here.
And, you know, there has been, of course, a lot of public interest, a lot of media attention on this case. Are you seeing the same kind of turnout this morning at the courthouse as yesterday? I know it's limited as far as how many people can get in.
Yeah, we saw the same thing. Dozens of people getting here early this morning as soon as the gates opened up here at the Criminal Courts Building downtown. I talked to someone who didn't get in yesterday. They returned today and were able to get a seat inside. Only 10 public seats available. And I should mention one of the people inside that I spoke with as well. She just graduated college and she's planning on attending law school. So she wanted to be inside the courtroom for the process. Others saying they want to see David's reactions, if any at all, as those gruesome images are being showed and more of that testimony comes out. So a lot of people wanting to see this firsthand.
Oof, my heart really goes out to her friends and family who have
to listen
and see and watch. It's just really, really tough and painful. All right, Mario, thank you. We'll check in with you later. We move on to the other big story we're covering. Crews are another step closer to fully repairing the damage caused by last week's massive water main break in West Hollywood.
Gigi Graciette live with an update on what it's looking like right now and when Sunset Boulevard might reopen. Gigi.
Good morning. We have been watching the hard work from the Department of Water and Power and contract agencies. We're on Sunset Strip here, right across the street from the famous Rocky and Bullwinkle statue. If you're familiar with West Hollywood, this is where Holloway Drive meets Sunset, and on the other side you've got Horn Avenue. You are looking, they are still breaking up asphalt on that sidewalk. So much of the sidewalk and the road was undermined by the millions of gallons of water that poured out of that broken pipe. You see a very large blue hose here. We're told that is pressurizing the new pipe, which is now under the concrete slurry and the top layer of dirt. And on top of that, we're going to see the asphalt, which will still need to be poured. Over there, you see the workers. They continue to put dirt on top of the concrete slurry. And across the street, they're working, still carrying those big pieces of asphalt that they broke up on the road. That was not where the broken pipe was. That was simply, again, undermined by all that water. So all of that old asphalt had to be taken off, and that is going to have to be rebuilt. So you can see quite the project here. We have some video from our eye in the sky. Skyfox was above it all. There are a multitude of projects within the big project. Now, the line is not pressurized yet. All the testing that needs to be done have not been completed yet. There is no water outage, we're told, here in West Hollywood, but folks who live in this neighborhood, they're being asked to conserve water until the new pipe is up and running. And if you remember, the pipe that burst was 116 years old. It was an old pipe, like many of the pipes here in Los Angeles. The aging infrastructure, quite a problem for Los Angeles. Bringing it back here live, you were watching all the different projects happen. The goal, the Department of Water and Power tells us, is to have all of this completed, including that new water main up and running by the end of the week. We are awaiting a briefing, an update from the DWP on whether or not they're on track to meet that goal. In West Hollywood, Gigi Graciette.
Still a lot of work to do. All right, Gigi, thank you. On to this now, frightening moments in Simi Valley where a chase ended in a crash and a fatal police shooting, and it was all caught on video.
I just recorded that whole thing that just happened. Oh my god! I just recorded the whole thing. Oh my god! Oh my gosh! Do you have Caesar?
Oh. Gosh,
wow. So scary.
Look at that other angle right here, showing the suspect's pickup truck hitting an unoccupied police motorcycle before slamming into a camper parked in a driveway. Video showing the truck backing up, and that's when you see officers opening fire. Police say this started yesterday afternoon with the pursuit of a man wanted on suspicion of domestic violence. My goodness.
I just couldn't believe it, watching the trailer get, smashed by a truck and then hearing the gunshots. I was like, what in the world is happening? It sounded like at least 10, 15 gunshots right when he crashed into the thing and he was backing up.
Family members reported to those officers that the suspect was armed, and also upon leaving said that if the police are called, he will, quote, shoot it out, end quote, with them.
The suspect did die at the scene, and police say no officers were hurt. Simi Valley PD and the Ventura County DA's office are now investigating.
Wow. All right, let's talk about our dangerous heat today. The heat wave continues. In fact, it is going to strengthen as we get to this afternoon, tomorrow, and Friday as well. We've got some high mid-level clouds. That's about it, but not really too much in the wave cloud cover. That could help filter out the sunshine a little bit. So we're actually looking at some mostly sunny skies. The marine layer is well offshore, not impacting us. That's our natural AC, and it's not working for us today. We do have some of that wet weather. You can see to the right-hand side of your screen. It's mostly confined to the desert southwest this morning. However, we could be looking at a chance for some showers on our mountains and some of our desert locations. Right now, it's about a 10% chance, increasing a little bit as we get to tomorrow and Friday. But temperatures right now ranging from 82 in Woodland Hills, it's 79 in Ontario, 76 in Big Bear, to that 97 in Palm Springs. When you factor in a little bit of that humidity, it feels warmer than that. So there's some discomfort out there with these muggy conditions. Big dome of high pressure that has been in control of our weather really for the better part of this month of July, and it's going to continue there through the extended outlook. Depending on its position, we'll push some of that moisture a little bit more concentrated toward us. I think as we get to tomorrow and Friday, those chances will increase for those showers. Otherwise, this dangerous heat wave keeping us under 90s and triple digits, so you want to limit your outdoor activities today. If you have to work outside under these weather conditions, make sure you take some numerous breaks. We do have some breaking news. Okay, I'll send it back to you guys.
Maria, thank you. We do have breaking news where Gigi is regarding that water main break. Let's listen in to what officials are saying at the scene.
Out here today, and there's a lot of them working behind the scenes to get this work done, sacrificing time for from their family and friends to be out here with us. And they're doing it safely, and they're doing it effectively and efficiently. So I just want to say kudos to everybody across the board, and thank you to the city of West Hollywood as well. And what's going on behind me, so just to give you a little recap on what's happening here. So to get this foundation sound and adequate for driving, we want to make sure it's safe and adequate and solid. So that's what they're doing right now. They're getting a firm foundation so we can have traffic, heavy traffic roll over this without any liabilities to the public and our customers, first and foremost. So they're going to lay the foundation. It's crushed aggregate base. And then after that, we're going to have contractors come in to go ahead and lay the asphalt. So it's a base flush asphalt, which is 3/4 inch aggregate base with some oil in it and some asphalt. And they should have that done. We want to have it opened up. Our plan is to have it opened up by the end of the week, tentatively. Now, as you know, with construction comes obstacles and some concerns, maybe equipment breakdowns. So we don't want to promise a concrete date at this point. So we're looking, it's promising as far as opening up the street by the end of the week, though.
And we're saying work week or weekend work? Week.
At this point, we're saying work week. So by the end of Friday, this Friday. But it's tentative right now.
What's your biggest challenge to get it open by Friday?
That would be the paving itself, making sure, right now the slurry has cured appropriately, but right now our biggest challenge is what you see behind me, getting all the base down and it compacted to the proper specification so we can lay our asphalt down.
Could you also just answer that way? You don't have to turn around.
Okay, I'm sorry. No, yeah.
Just to make sure, because it's so loud. So
absolutely.
Could you just once again repeat just the biggest obstacles you have right now?
Absolutely. The biggest obstacle is what you guys see behind me is our men and women working diligently to get this done, getting the base down so we have a great foundation. It's compacted adequately so we can get the asphalt paving down and done correctly. So there's no liabilities or issues.
What happens with the testing? Is that being done simultaneously?
With the water quality testing, it is being done. Great question. That is being done in concurrence with this right here. I'm sorry for looking back. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah. So you're right. Yeah, it's being done right now. Yes.
Talk to me about what's being done.
So right now they're flushing the actual trunk line. So they have chlorine in it, obviously, to make sure that we disinfect our pipes so we have great, efficient, safe drinking water for our customers. So there's a process involved. They're flushing the pipe, they'll hold it for a certain amount of time, and then they'll take a test to see if that test comes out negative or positive. I'm optimistic that it would be great and positive where we can get the trunk line back in service by the end of the week as well.
Could you explain what people that live nearby are seeing? Because yesterday it was a pit. You said the slurry has been cured, but now we see that they're excavating part of the streets in different directions. Why is that taking place?
So they're doing it in phases. They just got the word from an individual that's taking tests for the slurry to make sure that the slurry has set up soundly. So right now they have the go-ahead, the green light to move forward with the base flush with the crushed aggregate base, and they're doing it in sections because they can't do it simultaneously because of safety factors involved. Because you could see people digging and excavating, so we want to make sure that our employees are safe.
While this concrete slurry mix is bonding and hardening, is the extreme temperatures helping dry and solidify all of the mix, or is it kind of posing a challenge?
No, that's a great question. So with the heat index, it's actually helping the slurry cure. So if it was, for example, colder, it would take longer for the slurry to dry or cure. So that's a great question.
Something else you want to share?
I'm sorry?
Something else you want to share that with this?
No, I just want to thank everybody for their time. I just want to thank the customers of WeHo for West Hollywood for being patient with us. I know it's been a long ordeal. I think we're on day 7 right now. So we're trying to get this done effectively and efficiently, like I said before, but most importantly, safely. Our employees, we have 0 incidents, injuries, accidents, so that's a thumbs up. I'm very proud of these employees behind me and behind the scenes as well.
How many are working right now or switching the shift? How many people?
Overall, we have 250 employees come out here to this site. So a lot of employees going back and forth. That's a good question because we want to get our employees rested well. So we have shifts available so they don't get drained out, right? So we don't want that burnout to happen with our employees. So that's a great question. And also, I just want to say that as a department, we're more proactive than reactive. As far as our water mains replacement and our trunk lines, we're looking at all that. We've been doing that for the last couple decades as far as getting our mainline replacement efforts up and going. Right now we have goals with our mainline replacement. Just to give you a little overview, we've replaced just the last fiscal year 240,000 feet of distribution mains, which is 45.5 miles of pipe. So we're being as proactive as possible right now.
What is the lifespan of this new pipe?
So this is not a new pipe, but usually it's 150 years old. So there's 150. Usually our pipes last about 150 years. So there's a cycle of 150 years.
But you did put a new pipe in, right? Or a main, or?
Well, we just replaced the section of the pipe.
And that lifespan of that new section is about 150 years?
Yes, ma'am.
And just for the layman, can you just tell me really briefly, what are the layers? You put the section down, and that's covered with
slurry.
Okay, talk to me. Just take me through the 4 steps.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. So once we repaired the water main, we put a backfill, which we call slurry. So there's some cement in it, but it's not like concrete. There's very little cement, so it can harden and compact on its own. And then after that, we have to let it cure, obviously, like we mentioned before. And then we put a CAB base, which is crushed aggregate base, down for another foundation. And then after they put that crushed aggregate base, they're going to compact it. Once it's compact, they're going to go ahead and put the asphalt layer onto the street.
And what is that crushed aggregate? Okay, how do you simplify that? Is that gravel?
So the crushed aggregate base is 3/4 inch base with some sand.
How would you?
3/4 inch rock with sand, basically.
Rock and sand,
yeah.
pretty much. Okay.
Yeah. We asked the mayor yesterday what lessons we learned. Going forward, have you guys learned from this going forward at all?
Right now, we're just conducting our priority work, which is getting it fixed. We come up with an after-action report after the fact. So we'll have a lessons learned after the fact. That makes sense. You had a question?
Where do we expect the process to be this time tomorrow? What do you think will be happening if they remain on track?
I mean, if they remain on track, I mean, they should have the base already down, and hopefully, if there's no incidences, they should start beginning the layer of asphalt, hopefully, sometime tomorrow. But that's tentative, as I said before, because there could be some obstacles or challenges with that, right? I mean, dealing with construction, there could be those challenges where we have to pivot or shift in that effect.
How long does the asphalt need to cure or set?
I talked to the contractor yesterday, so he likes to let it set for a couple hours. He didn't state how long, but just a couple hours, just to make sure the foundation and the asphalt is dry.
And are we correct in what we're seeing across the street, all the removal of that asphalt? That was street that was basically undermined with all the millions of gallons of water that now needs to be fixed, correct?
Absolutely. Yes, it is. Yeah. It's compromised.
And that is going to also receive crushed aggregate and asphalt?
Absolutely. I'm being told that's it, so I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. I hope everybody has a great afternoon. Thank you.
How long was the section, Cesar?
I'm sorry?
How long was the section you replaced?
All right, there you've been listening to LADWP gave a briefing as far as how the work is going. They have so much work ahead of them, but they are really working 24 hours a day, around the clock, 7 days a week.
That's right. 250 people out there working. It's been 7 days now, and they're hoping, by all estimates, they'll open up that road, Sunset Boulevard, by Friday.
Okay,
so
we'll be on top of that.
All right, if you're looking for an amazing and fun new memory from the entertainment capital of the world, check out Wonderwalk Hollywood.
Yeah, Coco is there now to show you this wild and truly immersive experience that has her seeing things upside down. Or us.
Good morning, that's right. So don't flip out. Obviously, this is a really cool kitchen inside the upside down house. This is all part of Wonderwalk. I think this is so cool, seeing everything upside down, and there's even stuff inside of the drawers as well for you to check out and enjoy, like every drawer opens. So you can see you've got your pots and pans, everything you need to start cooking in this kitchen. I'm here with Jameer now, who is the general manager. So tell us about the upside down house.
So Upside Down House, we built it around 2019, literally right before COVID hit. But this is our crib. Everything is all brand new furniture, built to kind of mimic your home. So as soon as you walk in, you're kind of stunned out by the fact that everything is normal, just the other way around, if that makes sense. But yeah, it's really lovely piece, my favorite. Especially in the restroom, just because like the mirror would turn on and off, or our vanity right here. One of our favorite photos to get of customers is their face in the mirror, but their face in the small mirror as well.
Oh wow! And the thing that I think is really cool about this is it's really interactive. Like you could reach out and touch stuff as well.
Yes, ma'am. Open the drawers. There's gonna be clothes and stuff under them. Even when you get into this room, the TV is on. Kids love that.
And tell us about Wonderwalk in general, what people can experience when they come.
So, I mean, we're a fun photo taking museum, really good place to start your day off, kind of get you out of your comfort zone, make sure you're having fun, start your day off correctly. But three museums or 3 attractions in total: Illusions, Upside Down House, and the Giant House as well. Upside Down House and Giant House, of course. Going to be add-ons, extras, make sure you kind of make that experience a whole.
Yes, and as we see the people interacting with this, it's really good for photo ops, right?
Yes, man. We're a full photo taking museum. Photo opportunities, of course.
Yeah, and tell us about what really makes this place so special right here off of Hollywood Boulevard.
I would say the uniqueness of it, the fact that we're kind of testing your creativity. You know, we throw you somewhere and we show you how to pose, we give you some good ideas, but at the end of the day, it's your experience and what you make of it.
Well, thank you so much, Jameer, for talking to us. Look, as you keep walking, you can even see the washing machine. This is the bathroom, really. So there's a bathtub, toilet, vanity, everything. Even got your toothpaste. This is really cool because you get to interact and take cool photos. So like Jameer was talking about, Wonderwalk has 3 different attractions all under one roof that you can experience. We showed you the Museum of Illusions. We're now in the Upside Down House, and next we'll take you to another portion of this place as well, but lots of different interactive little spaces for you to check out and enjoy while you're here. Like I said, it's right off of Hollywood Boulevard as well, so come and check it out. The website for more information is illusionsla.com. I'll send it back to you.
Really, really detailed too. I love it, with that little children's porta potty as well. Very detailed. Right above you, overhead. All right, Coco, thank you. So San Jose is leaning into its tech roots with a brand new immersive attraction called The Domes. Some are describing this venue as a mini version of the Sphere in Las Vegas. It's a 60-foot tall theater delivering a full 360-degree experience with 8K projection and spatial sound. The space can morph from sports arena to art gallery to concert venue, and it's already hosted World Cup watch parties following its opening earlier this month. The creators say they want it to become a community hub there. Now 2 more domes are slated for completion this fall.
All right, got any summer travel plans coming up? Before you settle for yet another expensive airport magazine, check out what's happened just up the 101 in Santa Barbara. Here we go. The Santa Barbara Airport, making it easier to trade in screen time for a good old-fashioned paperback. It is a new partnership called Library on the Fly, right past security on the second floor. The airport and local public library has set up a community book exchange where passengers can grab a book for the plane or drop off one they've already finished.
Basically a free community library, similar to ones you see out in the neighborhood.
You don't need to bring it back, and we use the book as a tool to generate human connections.
You don't need to bring it back, huh?
Oh,
Library
nice.
staff will regularly keep the shelves refreshed with various genres, kids' books, and books in multiple languages as well. You can even sign up for a free digital library card while you're there for ebooks and audiobooks, which I think would be really popular.
That's a great idea. Could read something on the plane. A Florida family woke up to find a very unexpected visitor outside. Take a look at this. A 7.5-foot alligator parked itself in front of their door. The family says their security camera sent them an alert at 3 o'clock in the morning, and when they checked it out, they saw the gator wasn't just passing through, it was settled in completely, blocking the exit.
So we go up to that window right there near the front door, and we peek out, and sure enough, he's just sitting there dead still. Like you couldn't even tell if he was breathing. He was just sitting there dead still, didn't make a peep. If we would have opened the door, we wouldn't have known he was even there.
Wow, how scary. Animal control eventually brought in a trapper to remove the alligator, and Florida officials say unusually warm weather and mating season are creating a spike in gator activity this summer.
Always
that explains it.
Back to the mating season.
Don't mess with animals when they're mating.
Yeah. Right? We'll be right back.
Day 2 of a court hearing for singer David is underway right now. The preliminary hearing will decide if he will stand trial for the murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez of Lake Elsinore. Yesterday, prosecutors displayed graphic photos of the 14-year-old girl's dismembered remains. Her body parts were found in the front trunk of David's Tesla in September last year.
The LA Department of Water and Power says Sunset Blvd is expected to reopen by Friday. This after crews filled the sinkhole caused by last week's massive water main break. The department says workers put 30 truckloads of concrete slurry into the trench. That happened yesterday. DWP says the material now hardening while the team disinfects and tests the newly repaired pipe. So the century-old water main burst last Thursday, you may recall, sending water just rushing through the streets and businesses.
Brace yourselves, Southern California. We are in the middle of what could be our hottest stretch of the year. A dangerous multi-day heat wave is settling in with triple-digit temperatures expected across valley and inland areas. And to make matters worse, muggy conditions and warm overnight lows will offer very little relief. So for more on how those high temperatures will climb today, Maria, take it away.
Yeah, definitely some dangerous heat coming up starting today, really peaking tomorrow, Friday into the upcoming weekend. Here's a look around outside. This is our camera there on the pier at Pacific Park rather, in Santa Monica, looking up towards the ocean. And some people trying to maybe enjoy a little bit of that sea breeze and that heat wave inland. This weather, Good Day LA weather, sponsored by the Razavi Law Group. So we've got hot days, warm nights, as you guys have been talking about as well. That equals to some dangerous conditions. So we do have those heat advisories and warnings in effect today through Monday. So this extreme heat is going to stay with us. It's also quite muggy, and that is adding to the discomfort outside. We have some high surf that's rolling in along our shores. So if you are headed to the beach, just remember those strong rip currents in the water. Just always check in with a lifeguard before you swim or paddle out. Remember the checklist, okay? You want to take numerous water breaks. Take some breaks from the sun. Get indoors in some air conditioning if you have to work outdoors. Take numerous breaks and wear the appropriate clothing. It really does help keep you not as hot when you wear light-colored, lightweight clothing. You want to check in on your elderly friends, your family members, your kids. Make sure they're drinking and hydrating. And of course, our pets, really important to make sure you check on them. The heat risk is really quite on the higher side today. Moderate to high risk for heat-related illnesses in the valleys and the Inland Empire. Much greater as we get to tomorrow and Friday. We're talking about extreme conditions with the temperatures. It's a prolonged period of time. We define a heat wave with 2 or more days of well above average high temperatures. And when you factor in the relative humidity values, it really does cause stress on the body. 104 in Woodland Hills today, 103 in Palmdale, 99 in San Bernardino, 93 in Corona, to that 112 in Palm Springs. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you. All right, you might have seen this circulating on social media about the future of a beloved SoCal staple.
Yeah, we're talking about open street events. Cyclovia may become a thing of the past. Brooke is here to fill us in on what's going on here.
Yeah, okay, so Cyclovia's executive director says you will not get to enjoy another Cyclovia until the 2028 Olympics, and he believes if there isn't a big change, there won't be any ever again after that.
If folks have to wait, Open Streets producers, including Cyclovia, nonprofit, has to wait 33 months with no events. Where does the funding come? Because, cities have to pay for their city costs, and we have to figure out ways in which we fundraise. And so essentially, if there's no open streets in those 33 months, it's hard to imagine a world where those that produce open streets will still continue to be there to produce open streets.
So he's saying there will be no Metro-funded open streets events for the rest of this year and the entirety of 2027. Pasquale tells me that decision is already set in stone. He's worried that it will become the new norm. A Metro staff report says there is money available for this program in local categories like the Transportation Development Act, Article 3, and local return from various sales tax measures. Pasquale disagrees with that. He says he doesn't actually believe Metro has any say on what a municipality, a city does with its own tax funds. What's next for Open Streets events? It is on the agenda for tomorrow's Metro Board meeting when members will vote on whether to approve a slew of recommendations regarding the program's funding. But Pasquale is asking Metro's board to pull this item from the agenda and just spend more time talking to the community first.
You need to keep the issue alive, Open Streets alive, because there's always creative ways. If there's an intent, if there is a desire of finding resources for a program that is as remarkable as Open Streets, you will be creative. And folks are clamoring, they can't believe essentially something as culturally defining as Open Streets and Ciclovia certainly to be gone. I mean, these are, one of the things I always look at Ciclovia is there are very few things where you look at a common denominator, regardless of where you are politically, regardless of where you are economically, that people can agree to.
It's interesting because he believes that, you can get creative. And for a program like this that's really important to the community, you can find the funds. And it does seem, I read the Metro report that they're trying to figure out whether it's sponsorships in the future, whether, it's money from different tax returns. The thing is that he doesn't believe those specific will work. He wants just more conversation before you decide this is how it will be. And I did try to bring Metro into this conversation, of course. They let me know they were not available. No one was available at all today on the morning show. They're getting ready for the big State of the Agency address. And hopefully we are able to hear from them tomorrow, because it's tough because you have this big speech, right, to get a better idea of looking ahead, what Metro will be for the community looking ahead. But then you also have this big board meeting tomorrow, and they're kind of back to back. And so, we're hoping to hear something soon.
Probably more to come soon.
Yes. Absolutely. We'll see what happens. Thanks, Brooke.
Thank you, Brooke. All right, now to some breaking entertainment news. We've got an update on the fate of the Cinerama Dome. Sony Pictures has just announced it's planning to buy and restore the legendary Hollywood venue. The announcement was made in this post, which reads, "There's no place like Dome." I like that. Very clever. Sony says it will also take over the former ArcLight Theater complex next door. Theaters has been basically dark since 2020 when the pandemic and bankruptcy of Pacific Theater shut the complex down. Sony says renovation work expected to begin next month, with the Dome possibly reopening in early 2028. The Cinerama Dome first opened in 1963. It remains one of Hollywood's most recognizable movie theaters.
Hollywood insiders held an urgent meeting yesterday to figure out how to stop productions from leaving LA. They say productions are moving to other states that will do what California won't do, offer taxes and other incentives California has not considered.
There needs to be a plan of action that is urgent, but there's also need to be a plan of action that's long term.
We need reform. We need it to be more affordable. It's crazy that, for example, it can be $800 for a permit for one day just to have a trailer on the street.
They say the biggest issue is bureaucratic red tape from the state. So we'll see what happens there. All right, Amanda's off today, but we got your entertainment headlines covered, sponsored by Yamava Resort and Casino.
A new trailer has dropped for the next big DC movie, but this one's all about the bad guys.
You want to know how I feel? The people I trusted betrayed me. The justice system failed me. They stole my career, my money, my life. I'm a monster.
Ooh, Clayface focuses on one of the villains from the DC universe, and here's the big twist on the flick. It's going to be rated R. It's also coming out before Halloween. Clayface hits theaters October 23rd.
They do a really good job with these trailers.
It
pulls you in, whether you see it or not, though. All right, 10 years after La La Land received all of its accolades, star Ryan Gosling still has one issue with the movie. The poster. The problem, he didn't like what he did with his hand there. Okay. For years, he would joke about how lame the pose was and talk about what a bad decision he made by doing it. Even while now it draws more attention to the hand. I know. Even while promoting his last movie, Gosling still couldn't let it go.
This is my Hail Mary attempt to fix my La La hand, and my buddy Rocky's gonna help me. You ready? We're good. Okay.
Ready?
3, 2, 1, go! It's good.
I see the angle. You know, he didn't want that wrist bent. He wanted his wrist
my gosh.
straight.
So funny.
Okay. He is so obsessed. He fixed the pose during his promotion for Project Hail Mary, even going as far as change this movie poster right here with his new pose and an homage to La La Land. Well, in honor of the movie's 10th anniversary re-release, Gosling got his wish, and it came true. Look, so they changed it.
Okay,
here's the new poster.
Okay, first of all, no one really would notice this,
right,
except him. Also, he was in the middle of dancing, so it was like in movement, in motion. You know what I mean? It was like a moment caught in action versus now you're really posing and trying to pose.
And look too stiff. Yeah, it makes it look like you're more in motion for the first one, right? It's like having jazz hands.
Right.
Don't they say that in dance? You want jazz hands?
Is that what?
Yeah.
Do you want jazz hands?
I
don't know.
When you're dancing, maybe?
It depends on the dance, but it just goes to show how we're the biggest critic of ourselves. No matter who you are, you get fixated on the silliest thing that no one else notices. Now you're drawing more attention to it. But that's how it is.
Maybe it's drawing more attention to the movie. After 10 years, he's still talking about it.
It could be.
And it's going to return back in theaters for the 10th anniversary on August 16th.
Okay,
maybe
so that's
it's
what
publicity.
it is. That's what it is.
It's the hand.
Okay, then that's clever. Hilarious. All right. Last hour, we asked you this question of the day here. How do you feel about AI in entertainment? And not much has changed. 62% of you saying no, thank you, right? And then you have 23% of you saying it kind of creeps you out. And 10% of you don't seem to mind. Let's get to some of the comments. We got good old Harold here from San Bernardino. I like graphics and special effects in the entertainment industry. Although technology is here, I'm not too keen with AI. I prefer the real life performers.
And we have Floyd from Eagle Rock saying, keep that AI slop off my screen. This bubble can't pop soon enough.
Okay. We have Rachel from Anaheim. I hate all AI. We need human creativity and the act of thinking to thrive.
And the last comment here, Etienne from Woodland Hills. Let AI do work tasks human dreads, while humans can create art.
I kind of like that. I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Work smarter, not harder, right? We'll be right back. Welcome back. A growing medical mystery in Orange County has families demanding answers after multiple children in one neighborhood are diagnosed with a rare cancer. Matthew Seedorf attended a meeting in Ladera Ranch.
In January of this year, we lost Lily.
Growing fear and heartbreak in Ladera Ranch. Hundreds packing a town hall demanding answers over rare cancer cases involving children and young people.
Why are so many children and young adults developing incredibly rare cancers in the same community?
Brian Dalton sharing the story of his daughter who died from cancer in January. She was just 23 years old.
I don't want another mother holding her child's hand through endless treatments, praying for one more birthday.
She's one of at least 6 cases community members in Ladera Ranch have connected to Ewing sarcoma, a cancer usually so rare it only impacts about 200 young people across the country each year.
We had asked the state to investigate this a year ago, and they came back and they told us that there wasn't a sufficient concern about the area.
Orange County Supervisor Katrina Foley is urging the state to investigate. What is the county doing to look into this?
Well, this is a state of California public health issue, so it's the State Department of Public Health that actually does this.
Couldn't the county be investigating and testing?
No, it's actually done by the state.
And these guys with hazmat suits on practically spraying this.
While health officials haven't found a cause, many people here believe it could be linked to pesticides or herbicides.
Herbicide is a silent assault.
A temporary 60-day ban has been issued on the chemicals, but many here heartbroken, calling for more.
I'm not here to tell anyone what the cause is, but I am here to say that when something this unusual happens, families deserve answers.
That was Matthew Seedorf reporting, and U.S. Attorney Bill O'Saley is calling on the Environmental Protection Agency to open an investigation.
California health officials concerned about an increased number of measles cases as vaccination rates continue to go down. As of last Friday, the CDC confirmed 2,260 measles cases in the U.S. this year. That is just 29 fewer cases than the entire case count for all of last year, which was the highest number of cases in 30 years. It comes as cities like San Francisco report their first cases in 7 years.
Right now on the ground, our department is conducting outreach and strategizing to make sure that healthcare facilities and schools are prepared and that our vaccination coverage remains high.
According to the Big Cities Health Coalition, the U.S. has had more reported measles cases in the last 18 months than in the last 25 years combined. Only 15 of those cases were associated with international travel, meaning most cases were acquired from someone here in the United States.
CAL FIRE is focusing on new ways to better respond to fires across California. The agency has shifted its response tactics to attack fires at the start to better prevent them from spreading. CAL FIRE announced it has now aircraft spread out across the state so that one can be at the site of any fire in California within 20 minutes of being dispatched. Last year, CAL FIRE responded to roughly 8,000 fires.
I can guarantee that most folks only know about a few of the largest ones that occurred. The smaller we can stop it, the better. And if we throw large amounts of resources at a fire and we're able to stop it at 1 acre or less, that is also good.
CAL FIRE is also reminding residents to follow evacuation warnings and orders during these fires so crews can focus on fighting the flames.
It comes as Governor Gavin Newsom says California is now a global leader in using new technology to combat wildfires. The governor paid a visit to CAL FIRE's Air Base in Sacramento yesterday to tout the state's resources and investments in wildfire preparedness. That includes a firefighting workforce that Newsom says has doubled since he took office in 2019. It also includes AI-powered wildfire detection systems, satellites, and drones.
Technology gives us the power to prepare earlier, to respond faster, and make better decisions when every second counts.
A recently approved state budget has over $3.8 billion, which was allocated for CAL FIRE.
Oh. Hi. Okay, let's talk about the heat. And we do have some elevated fire danger out there. We do have some gustier winds picking up later this afternoon for portions of Santa Barbara County. So you do want to watch what you're doing, especially with those fire ignition sources. As far as the heat goes, we've got this big dome of high pressure It has been there pretty much for the entire month of July, really, and it's going to stay put through the next 5, 6, maybe even 10 days as we look ahead to the end of the month into early August. High pressure is just going to meander across the southwest, and that's going to dictate our weather here, certainly with hot temperatures. We're also tapping into that subtropical moisture, and that's why it's feeling muggy and really adding to the discomfort outside. So you want to limit that activity outdoors, most definitely. If you're headed to the beach, yes, it's a little more comfortable with the sea breeze. However, that being said, these temperatures still above average on the sand, getting into the upper 70s and low 80s. We also have some strong whip currents in the water. Please be careful. We have 3 to 6 foot sets rolling in for LA County beaches. 93 today for downtown LA, 95 tomorrow and Friday. I think the peak of this heat wave will be tomorrow through Sunday, and then temperatures will tumble a little bit next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but then another round of really hot temperatures expected, according to the long-range models, by the middle and latter part of next week. 104 in the valleys and the Inland Empire today, 107 on Friday. Out towards the mountains, where there is also that heat alert, 84 today, 88 by Friday. So really hot conditions up in the mountains. A lot of people don't have air conditioning, so you want to find ways to stay cool. Go to the library, go watch a movie. Temperatures in the high desert in the triple digits today, getting up to 106 on Friday. Excessive heat warnings in effect there for the low desert as well, 112 to possibly 117 by Saturday. So stay cool, stay heat safe, especially over the next several days. I'll send it back to, oh no, we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back after this quick commercial.
All right, let's show you this. You remember the man who was thrown into the air by a bison at Yellowstone National Park over a week ago? Well, now he's talking about the attack from a hospital bed. 65-year-old Carl McDaniel visited Yellowstone National Park on July 10th with his grandson when he encountered a bison. The animal charged at him. Watch this, watch this. Hard to watch still. And there he goes. I know, throwing him several feet into the air. He landed in the hospital as a result of multiple broken bones.
At the time, I had my grandson with me. It was like, you need to get up to the amphitheater. I will deal with this down here. They move faster than you could ever imagine. He just kept coming, and he was more aggressive. And as soon as he got off that tree, he launched me in the air.
It was definitely clear that he had a pretty painful injury. It's actually broken in multiple pieces, and you can see some fragments here, and there are fracture and break lines right through that.
Oh, gosh, that x-ray is so hard to see.
I know, it's rough. Wildlife experts say bison are powerful creatures weighing up to 2,000 pounds and capable of running up to 35 miles per hour. As you can see, you gotta be careful.
Thankfully, he'll be okay. Full recovery there. All right, your next meal at Disney could taste a little more familiar because one big name in the pantry is moving in. Disney and Kraft Heinz have announced a new multi-year partnership that will bring brands like Heinz, Philadelphia, and Kraft Mac and Cheese to dining locations at Disney parks, cruises, and also to products you buy at the grocery store. Fans will get a first look at the new Heinz sauces at D23 in Anaheim next month. It's preview night at Comic-Con, the original festival for comic books, pop culture, films, and role-playing games. The actual convention begins tomorrow at the San Diego Convention Center. Attendance topped 130,000 people in recent years, but due to limited spacing, the event has grown to include off-sites, such as nearby hotels, parks, and home of the San Diego Padres, Petco Park.
We're from Nebraska, from Lincoln, Nebraska. We're from Boston, Massachusetts. This is our third year coming.
I'm really looking forward to the new content about Avengers Doomsday. That's a very big thing.
It is a big thing. The big event at this year's convention is the panel promoting the December release of the long-awaited Avengers Doomsday film.
Ooh, okay.
It's gonna be exciting. Stay with us. GDLA Plus next. you know what time it is? Welcome to GDLA Plus on this Wednesday. It is a hot one out there today. Gosh, before the sun came up, it was so muggy.
Oh, yeah. It was hot. You know, I started at 5, and I was like, does that say 70 degrees?
Yeah, I know.
Driving in.
I know.
Crazy.
Well, we hope all of you are staying cool today. It's going to get hotter as we continue to watch this heat wave. But we do have a fun show for you today. Our plus one is a brilliant author, producer, and comedic voice whose career is the ultimate masterclass in modern storytelling. Angela Nissel will be here to talk about her new book, Good Grief, Pass the Bread, Mom is Dead. And we do start with some serious news, too. Day 2 of the hearing for singer David is underway this morning, and the proceeding will decide if he'll stand trial for the murder of a 14-year-old girl in the Inland Empire. Mario Ramirez has more.
Sandra, so far it's been graphic and emotional at times, this preliminary hearing, and it continues with day 2. And so far, as of right now, they've been focusing the prosecution on David's finances to try and show that there was a financial motive here in the killing of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez. So take a look. Let's bring you back to the start of this preliminary hearing, and then we'll get into more about what's happening today. David, he sat in court wearing an orange jail uniform. Now, the first day of testimony did feature law enforcement witnesses who walked the court through the investigation, including the missing person welfare check, the discovery of the body, the digital evidence investigators say connects the singer to the crime. There were also graphic photos of Celeste Rivas Hernandez's dismembered and decomposing remains that were shown, her parents sitting through this entire testimony. A detective describing finding the teen's body inside the trunk of David's impounded Tesla at that Hollywood tow yard, saying that it was her father who contacted police after seeing news reports about that unidentified body found inside. Now, prosecutors also presented what they call a detailed paper trail, phone data, text messages referencing sex, pregnancy, abortion, and Plan B, plus purchase records showing chainsaws, heavy-duty laundry bags, cadaver bags that were bought after the alleged killing. Now, even as detectives described the evidence, those watching the hearing through a public lottery system here say David showed very little emotion. Take a listen.
They're not doing well at all. It's heartbreaking. It's absolutely horrible for them to sit through this, but they wanted to sit through this process and they wanted to observe it because they want to show their support and their love for Celeste.
Now, today's testimony focusing on David's finances so far as prosecutors try to show he had millions of dollars and a promising music career to protect. The defense countering that David's mother handled his money, arguing he may not have even known how much he was making. So prosecutors, we understand, then called a record executive to detail the lucrative contracts they say show just how much was at stake here. Now, if we come back out here live, this hearing expected to last 3 to 5 days. Again, this is day 2 as we watch this process continue here at the Criminal Courts Building downtown. We're just outside. Christina Gonzalez is inside the courtroom right now. She says every seat is filled. Celeste's father as well as stepmother inside as well. So we'll bring you any new information, any updates as they come in, but definitely more to come on this. For now, live downtown, I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
All right, Mario. Thank you. So an Orange County community wants answers now to why several children in one neighborhood have developed a rare cancer.
In January of this year, we lost Lily to a rare cancer called desmoplastic small round cell tumor, or DSRCT. She was only 23 years old.
People in Ladera Ranch packed a town hall last night. They want to know why at least 6 cases of children from their community have developed a cancer so rare, it only impacts about 200 young people across the country each year. Health officials have not found a cause, but people say they do believe it could be linked to pesticide and herbicide spraying.
For a year and a half, my wife and I watched our daughter fight with incredible courage. Why are so many children and young adults developing incredibly rare cancers in the same community? Why are families being forced into a club that no one ever wants to join? When something this unusual happens, families deserve answers.
County officials say they're urging the state to investigate.
This morning, crews are another step closer to fully repairing the damage caused by last week's massive water main break in West Hollywood. Gigi Garcia is live in WeHo with the latest. Gigi.
Good morning. We're on Sunset Boulevard, right across the street from the Dialogue Rock Cafe, the famous Rocky and Bullwink statue, if you're familiar with West Hollywood. And you can see the work continues here. That big blue hose pumping chlorine and pressure into the new section of pipe that was replaced by the Department of Water and Power. The section of pipe that was 116 years old that failed majorly last week, pumping millions of gallons right into the street. Now, what they've done is they've laid a layer of what they call cement slurry. It's a little bit of cement. It's a lot of other mixture. That is already cured. It took about 36 hours. Now they're laying what's called crushed aggregate. Basically, that's rock and sand. That has to be compacted. And only after that's done, and it meets all the standards and rules and regulations, then they're going to bring in an outside company to lay down the asphalt. And there's a lot of asphalt that needs to be laid down. It's not only where the water main broke, it's also across the street on the other side where Sunset meets Holloway. That section of the street, the asphalt compromise, that all had to be dug out. We've been watching as lines and rows of dump trucks pull up to take that asphalt away. It has been a very loud and a very busy process here. The goal, though, is to have this all completed by the end of the business day on Friday. The DWP says right now they're on track to meet that goal.
As you know, with construction comes obstacles and some concerns, maybe equipment breakdowns. So we don't want to promise a concrete date at this point. So we're looking, it's promising as far as opening up the street by the end of the week, though.
And again, the DWP stresses that's a tentative date. As he said, you know, if you've ever done or overseen a construction project, delays are sort of part of the process, but they're really hoping to have this done by Friday. And you are looking live at all the work. About 250 DWP workers working in different shifts are out here, and you can see all the heavy equipment. That's why Sunset Boulevard is just shut down for all of this equipment. And take a look at this. There are so many different levels to this project. Take a look at this. Make sure you find the right wire in the mess of wires. They've been working on this section a lot this morning. But again, the goal is to reopen Sunset Boulevard by Friday. There is no water outage, we're told, but folks who live in this area, they're being asked to please conserve water until that new section of pipe is up and running. Reporting live, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
Gosh, with all that work to do, Gigi, it doesn't look like Friday is an option, right? But hopefully they will. There's like 250 people there working, right?
Well, they work in shifts. The morning or overnight shift just went home. The new shift came in. You've got outside contractors that are also working here. Again, there are so many smaller projects within the big project that is happening here. Of course, you've got a multitude of supervisors, and then the busy bee, the real worker bees. They're doing the hard work in this pounding heat right now, laying down that aggregate, that rock and sand. That's the next level. And then the asphalt. That'll be the last level once they can pour that asphalt here and then make sure that all the testing on the new section of pipe is completed. And we asked how long that new section of pipe should last. Supposedly, it's got a 150-year shelf life.
All right.
Reporting live in West Hollywood, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of work, but I tell you, I saw the giant hole in the ground, like firsthand, and that is shocking.
They've made a lot of progress.
Oh my goodness, right? Yeah. Wow. So we'll see.
All right. Well, how about this? If you need a little magic in your life and mystery, try going to Wonder Walk Hollywood. Coco McAvoy is standing by to give you a quick tour. Hi there, Coco.
Hey there, we are here at Wonder Walk Hollywood, right off of Hollywood Boulevard. Lots of magic indeed. Right here, we've moved into the Giant's house. Take a look at all of the stuff around you. There's so much to see, so many great photo opportunities. I am here with Jameer now. I find you inside in the big oven. So tell us about really Wonder Walk and the Giant's house.
So the Giant house, we just kind of wanted to expand everything. Our idea was kind of like, what if you're a toy and you're just walking around, you know, your owner's home, kind of like Toy Story. But immersive art, again, you sit inside the objects, you stand beside them. We have like a Coke can over there. There's stairs. We can actually walk inside the Coke can, or the toilet, like you can actually walk inside the toilet. But, you know, bringing out the kid in you, kind of really making you small, tiny. So when you look at your photos, not only do you have the illusion of being immersed in the different art, you have the illusion of being upside down. Now you have the illusion of being really tiny in everyday objects.
That's so cool. I mean, there's so much to see here at Wonderwalk. And if you can talk about people's reaction when they come to the Giant House.
It's a little different than the illusion side. So illusion side is a lot of wows and oh my god, and this side is just a straight, we want to run through. Like, we want to go to whatever we think is our favorite.
Yep.
So a lot of people will just keep going back and forth. They'll go all the way to the back, take their photos, and then go all the way to the front, take more photos. So it's like I'm ping-ponging them around in the room. It's really nice.
And what's your message to people who haven't been here yet? I know it was renovated a few months ago, so it's a new experience for a lot of people too.
I mean, I would really suggest it, especially if you're looking for something that's quick to do. You can pop in, pop out, matter of 30 minutes or so. Of course, you can see everything we have to offer, and we do prefer that. But if you're just trying to come and catch a nice, cheap thrill, perfect.
I like that. Thank you, Jameer, General Manager. As we keep walking around, you can see all the cool photo opportunities, so much giant stuff that makes you really feel tiny. I want to introduce you to this family now that came all the way from the Central Valley, from Fresno. Alicia, tell us about what brought you out here to this Museum of Illusions. Well, this is the Giant House.
Yes. Well, my son and my daughter actually saw it on YouTube, and they had told me about it when summer first started, that this was one of the places that they wanted to come. So school is about to start in about 2 weeks, so we made this one of our last trips to come out here. We did all 3 houses already. The upside down house was a little scary for me because it messes with your mind a little bit. This one was actually kind of fun. The big toilet is the one that grabs you because you're just like in a huge toilet. This is my daughter's favorite, the big giant dog bowl. It's actually a really cool place for children. It really is. You should definitely bring them out. I think everybody of all ages would have a lot of fun here. Me and my husband, we're like kids in a candy place right now. We're having a lot of fun in here, so I think everybody should come out, actually. It's a lot of fun.
I love that. Thank you so much, Alicia, for talking to us, and I agree. It is a lot of fun. I'm glad you're having a great time as well. She mentioned the giant toilet that you can actually see. This is a great photo opportunity as well. Go to illusionsla.com for more information. I'll send it back to you.
Looks like a lot of fun.
I know. Really great.
Thank you, Coco.
Coco, thank you.
Okay, you all, coming up, Angela Nissel is in the Yamava Lounge. She is an award-winning writer and producer, and we're going to talk about not only her latest memoir, but her 25 years of storytelling. I heard she started when she was 2. She's young like us.
That's right.
+1 today is a best-selling author, primetime television writer, and executive producer whose signature blend of sharp wit and raw honesty has captivated audiences across the page and screen. Look at this. Angela Nissel first made waves on the internet before going viral was even a phrase, turning her post-college financial struggles into the smash hit 2001 memoir, The Broke Diaries. And now Angela's memoir, Good Grief, Pass the Bread, Mom is Dead, is available, and she has a special pop-up event coming up for you as well. Please welcome Angela. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for that intro. That was amazing. I thought the toilet thing that you guys just showed was go there so bad, y'all.
I love that. Okay, listen, you got to tell us about the title because you are good at that. It just drew you in. The Broke Diaries, I was like, yep, I'm here. So I get it, but this one...
You know, because someone told me you're not supposed to use the word dead to talk about people who died. Like, that's a really hard word. You should say passed away. I'm like, we say dead to mean like that was a funny joke, dead. But I can't say it for somebody who actually died. And I found myself in grief being like, okay, I won't say dead. No, you're grieving, you get to say whatever you want.
Yeah, that's right. There are rules.
You got to switch it up. I love that. Yeah. People want you to say like, oh, I lost her, or oh.
We were not at the shopping mall. I know where she was. Like, all these euphemisms. And that's what the book is about, how when we're going through the hardest times in our life, a lot of times we try to make people comfortable when we're the ones that are like, I'm hurting. So it's like, God, the things you do when you're grieving or a caretaker to make other people comfortable.
Yeah. So you seem to find humor or the bright side in things, right? And that's what kind of this whole story is all about.
Yes, because at the end of the day, I'm still alive. Yeah. You know, I was not standing on Sunset Boulevard when that thing exploded. You know, and honestly, I'm at the point in my life where every day I wake up and get to hear these birds outside in LA. It's just a great day, and I want people to don't take that for granted at all.
Such gratitude.
That's the lesson here.
Yeah.
So when did you lose your mother?
I lost my mom 15 years ago. She was 64. I was 35, and I was supposed to be at the height of my LA career, but...
Well, yeah, 35, you're like, you're in it,
girl,
right?
I was not.
Hey, everybody has their own path. You're still working on it.
My path was foreclosure path.
Yeah, okay. And didn't you keep that a secret from your mom?
My mom, she didn't know that Eagle Rock is not pretty much a celebrity hotspot in LA. So she moved into my house, and there was a man. This was during when everyone's house was worth half than they paid for it, the mortgage prices. And she walked in my house, and there was a man out front taking pictures. I said, welcome to LA, that's just paparazzi.
Oh, no.
I've never seen a paparazzi in my life.
Was he like the appraiser? Because
yes, he was the appraiser, making sure I didn't burn it down before they took it.
Oh, gosh.
She believed me, it's all good, y'all.
Oh, no. You know, it was a short time that you were a caretaker, right?
Yes.
And is that because, I feel like I read, you didn't know how sick she was?
Because moms lie.
Yes, they do lie.
Yes.
Yes, they do.
They don't want to hurt you.
Every time I call my mom, how are you doing? How are you doing? How's dad doing? Fine. Oh, you know. I'm like, no, I don't know. That's why I'm calling.
That's right.
Yeah. Why the big secrets?
I mean, first she told me I have a little bit of cancer. Okay, what's that mean?
It's like saying I'm a little bit pregnant.
Thank you.
Either you're pregnant or you're not pregnant. You have cancer. Right.
But I mean, she hid it and hid it and hid it. And then one day she just dropped on me, I'm going to die. And I said, no, you're not. You're coming to LA with me because we have the best doctors out there. I thought I was going to hook her up with some doctor that just had some secret that nobody else knew. But she got to come out here and relax and spend her last days loving LA. She's like, why is everybody so nice out here?
Well, and that was restorative for you all in your relationship, even though obviously that's a horrible time.
It was, and it's weird to describe it like this to people who maybe haven't been through it, but those were some of the best moments in my life because we were both career women. And those conversations, like you said, are mostly, how you doing, baby? I'm good. How's work?
He's on the surface. You're not really cracking into that good stuff.
Yes, and she raised me in a way that women of our era can go much further than hers. So it was always about work. And for the last months, we got to sit there and be like, forget work. You know, there's other things out here. And we just had talks, and we watched judge shows and talked about people's outfits. And
You became each other's best friends.
Exactly,
Right.
exactly,
Wow.
exactly.
That's a gift.
Well, tell us about work and how your journey started, because you have a very interesting story to tell.
My journey started on eBay. I was out here in LA.
Okay.
You don't know this story.
I don't know this. Wait, what?
I was out here, like a lot of people, wanting to break into television, had no idea how to do it. I had been on Oprah with my book, but you come out here and it's like, there's just no guidebook.
Right.
And so I was broke and selling things on eBay. And it was a Gucci hat that turned out to be fake. And this woman DM'd me, I don't forget what you called it back in the day. And she said, wait, weren't you just on Oprah? Why are you selling fake Gucci hats on eBay?
Oh my gosh.
She turned out to be, her name is Janine Jones, and she was an executive at a major studio at the time. And she said, and this was 2 years out here struggling, couldn't get anything. She said, send me your book and send me a script if you have one, and I'll send it on to an agent. If it's good, somebody will probably call you. I was like, I ain't never getting a call. Next thing you know, I'm meeting with Bill Lawrence to be on Scrubs.
Whoa.
Wow.
Bill Lawrence is legendary.
Legendary. Legendary.
Wow.
And I'm from Philly. Again, my mom raised me to be a career woman. I didn't know out here you could show up like this. I had on tie and suit.
I love it. I love it.
Wow.
It's a different vibe out here.
It is such a different, I look like a fool, y'all.
And then eventually you were co-EP of Scrubs?
Yes, yes.
The Boondocks, that is just an iconic show. Mix-ish.
Yes.
You have to, this is like a lot of funny, I imagine, writers, the cast. You have to have like, what's one of your top 10 funniest stories that has happened at work? I know it's hard to put.
Oh my God. I'm like top 10.
I know you don't want to accidentally give number 11.
No, wait. This might be this is my personal top 10 moment.
Okay.
Coming to LA and working, we work, as you know, we work really crazy hours.
Yeah.
And sometimes you don't go home until like 2 or 3 in the morning. And I'm a big animal lover, and I was driving down one of the canyons coming home from work at 3 in the morning, and I was like, ooh, a stray dog.
Oh no.
Oh gosh.
It was a coyote.
Oh gosh. What's happening?
Oh no.
You're right. We don't have coyotes in Philly. I literally stopped my car. I was like, come on.
Oh
No, I know. Thankfully, it did not come.
Okay, good.
Okay. David is laughing behind the camera.
I was going to get that dog.
They look terrifying. I'm sorry. They do. I don't know what, you really are an animal lover.
It looks sad to me because I said, this is one sad looking dog.
You sad.
I don't know what I was going to do. I remember I drove a Jeep and I was going to get that dog, but I said,
oh my God. You were going to have a coyote in your bathroom.
If we had a coyote, I would have had a coyote.
Can you imagine showing up at the animal rescue the next day to say, oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'd have been on y'all program.
So I have to say, Scrubs is one of my favorite shows of all time. So you did the original series.
Yes.
Now they have this new series. Are you a part of that as well?
No, I already had a job.
Oh darn.
No, Sia Batra, we work together. She's show running that. Isn't she doing a great job,
She's doing a great job.
She's like...
The humor never left, you know?
Yes, and that's really hard to do because by the end of season 7, we were just looking around like, who got something today? It's very hard to keep coming up with stories, but I watched the new season, I'm like, wow, girl.
You did it.
Yes.
That's right.
That was so long ago. Bill Lawrence gave me VHS tapes to watch to catch up on all the episodes. I still have those.
Oh my gosh,
I know. Right?
I feel like we always go through these moments where we're like, comedy is so important right now, but really I believe it right now. Just like being able to just focus on what's on the TV and laugh.
100%.
It can really make or break a day.
It's a pressure release valve. It's like the opposite of sad crying. You know, if a show gets you to forget your own life and all the crazy things going in the world, that is such a blessing, you know? Yeah, I'm a couch potato.
Do you have a favorite show that you haven't worked on?
Ooh, oh my God, I wish my husband was sitting here. It is Sons of Anarchy. I just call it the crazy biker gang, and I mean that. I hear him laughing over there.
Hi, we see you.
No, you know, I was going through that rough patch with the foreclosure when that show came on. And so I really wasn't watching a lot of TV. I was watching my back to make sure they weren't coming to get my house. And I remember hearing this show is good. And he was like, yeah, I don't know if you'll like it. Freaking love that show. Like, that is my, it's weird to say that's my feel-good show, but it is.
I love that. It's like how people watch true crime to relax.
I feel that though.
Yeah.
I get too into it though. I'm yelling at the TV. I'm like, get a lawyer!
Wait, y'all don't fall asleep to true crime?
Yeah. No. I have a true crime podcast that I listen to every night. Oh yeah.
I work out to true crime podcasts. I go for a run and listen to the stories.
Like you are running from that guy.
Jogging alone. It'll be too scary for me. The music will mess up my sleep.
That's their voices when they're talking about the things that happen.
Right,
it's like a lullaby for adults.
So I can't wake up in the middle of the night to murder. I can't do it.
Yeah, but what if Keith Morrison is talking about it?
I still can't do it. I don't think I can do it. I need to like be able to like see all the exits while I'm watching.
I'm gonna get you once you get it. I'm telling you.
Yeah, you'll get hooked.
Like I'm asleep in my nice bed and nothing's going to.
Right.
I'm gonna get you broken.
Okay, you have an event this weekend.
Yes.
In Long Beach. Tell us about it.
It is at the Mom-Up Shop.
Okay.
The Mom-Up Shop in Long Beach.
Yes.
And have you heard of this shop?
No, I have not.
It is an incredible vintage store where some of the proceeds from your purchase go towards helping women who have escaped from domestic violence situations.
Oh, I love that.
Yes, it's amazing. Wow. And they're hosting me to have a great 25th anniversary celebration of my first book. And it's just a lot of fun. It's just a bunch of people hanging out, talking about stuff, human-to-human contact, which we need more of.
We do. You know what? I have a question before we go. So, 25 years working, a lot of years working in this city, working in Hollywood as a black woman, a woman in general. Do you have any advice for any of the women out there? Because I think you can have a moment where you feel like, oh, what am I doing?
I'm gonna be honest. Be kind. Be nice. Everyone will say this industry is so cutthroat and you gotta, no you don't. No you don't. Be kind. Everyone I've ever worked with during the valleys of my life when my house was getting foreclosed is somebody that I just had a genuine moment with and looked out for woman to woman usually.
I love that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, once again, you can catch Angela this weekend in Long Beach at the Mom-Up Shop and go get her book, Good Grief, Pass the Bread, Mom is Dead. It's hard to
title
read
really
it
grabs you.
It's like, but you're like, yo, okay, I want to read that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have the best energy.
And just the best smile.
Like an infection.
Oh, for y'all to say that. Thank you.
Look at this. You know, I love Catalina.
Beautiful.
I've been once. I would like to go again.
Taking a golf cart there?
No.
You gotta take the golf cart.
You can try. We took the ferry.
Yep.
And just like had drinks, hung out. The ferry was such a fun ride. It was a beautiful ride. Yes.
Yes.
I was with my friends from college and
Oh, you gotta go back.
and then we had mimosas on the way back. It was fun.
That's right. It's a good time.
Yeah. Okay, there's a viral online debate happening after a woman posted that her husband won an expensive Saint Laurent makeup and skincare gift bag at an employee event, only to hand it directly to a coworker, a woman he works with, instead of bringing it home. She has since deleted the post, but nothing has ever gone from the internet, right? She shared her feelings of betrayal and hurt over what she called his lack of consideration while she was at home caring for their child and running the household. She added that her husband dismissed her hurt feelings as silly jealousy after receiving praise from his company for his generosity. Social media users overwhelmingly rallied around the wife, with critics arguing that the incident wasn't just about a luxury makeup kit, but rather exposed a deeper issue of a lack of thoughtfulness in the relationship.
Okay. So what did he say for himself? Why did he give it to his
I mean, he told her she was being...
No, but why did he give it to his coworker? Like, I know he said that the wife is being silly and
why
jealous.
that coworker?
Yeah. What's the story?
You know what's crazy? I think that giving it to the coworker wasn't the biggest issue for me. Of course, it's a big issue for her.
It's the not giving it to the
wife.
wife.
Well, it's the dismissing her after she said, hey, maybe you didn't realize this, but this is a big deal to me. Because often you get stuff and there will be somebody else who comes, you're like, oh yeah, here, sure. If you get some, you know what I mean? Like somebody brings food in or something and they're like, oh, I want you to have this. You give it to the people who you see next to you.
Because it's not about the gift bag, right? It's not about that. It's about the thought. It's about it's about her feeling like she's on the back burner. And she probably feels that not just in that occasion.
That's the part. That's the part that's very clear.
I feel like there's something deeper here, right?
Yeah.
Something more we need to know about this story. That's why I ask. Yeah.
I think often people don't see the value in like free gifts. Do you know what I mean? So you get something, it's free, you don't want it, and so you just give it. Right. But she was like, no, that's a big deal. That's, you know, that's expensive. I wanted that.
I'm trying to think if that were, gosh, if that happened here, which it never would, but you know, getting like an expensive as a freebie, right? And then why, if it were for a man, and not giving that to my fiance and giving it to a male colleague instead.
Right.
If
you had like a nice Rolex
like a Kiehl's or something like that, right? Or
no,
yes.
it has to be a luxury, right?
A luxury item. So I guess a Rolex?
Yeah, let's say.
Well, okay,
Would
we're comparing luxury makeup to a $40,000 watch.
Wait, it was a bag though, right?
A makeup, no.
Oh,
a bag of makeup.
It was a bag of
like
makeup.
a makeup bag. Okay.
So that would be for a man, what? Like a, I don't know. Like what's a luxury?
I don't know, if there was like, you know,
cream
Kiehl's,
for a man,
like,
Kiehl's, something like that.
I think, what if you did look at your, you know, somebody from digital walked over and KJ was like, hey, that's so cool. I don't think you would think twice of being like, here, do you want it?
I don't know.
Oh,
I think I would squirrel it. I think I would squirrel it away and take it home. I do think I would.
Or just
no
if he
offense
wants
to
it
KJ.
first. If he wants it first, and then if he didn't, then maybe you know, give it away.
When she said she just go buy it. It's in Macy's.
Right. He should have bought it.
That's why it's deeper
like,
than that, right?
You know what? That's right. I didn't think about that. She was there and I thought, oh, you might like this. Get dressed. We're heading to Macy's. I'm going to get you whatever you want.
I don't think she would like that.
You got to make it up somehow.
I think she'd be like, you know what? It was the thought. It was the lack of thought. I don't know how he could make that up to her. I don't know.
I mean, well, he's already in the hole with her.
Right.
You're just being silly and jealous.
Right.
I do often think, you know, when people come to the internet to talk to strangers, sometimes like, why are you telling us? Like, you need to look in the mirror and have these conversations, because why are you there?
Looking for validation.
Well, and I get it. You're looking for friendship. You're looking for somebody because the person at home who's supposed to give that to you is dismissing you,
supporting you.
But
in some way.
you know, it's tough. You know, that's like a big TikTok thing. People complaining about their horrible husband.
Yes.
Okay. After
and you're here for it.
Why are you here? Why are you still in that house with this man?
Yeah.
But it's there only one side. You're only getting one side of the story.
The side is bad enough.
You know?
If that's how you perceive your life, run.
Also, you can't expect then people to support you when you're going to be posting like happier times after that. It's like telling your girlfriends that you guys are going through a fight. They're forever going to look at that person a little bit differently at that point.
They know all your stuff. Yeah, your history.
Don't put your business out there on the streets.
That's right. Don't air it out.
Yeah. Be right back.
Welcome back to GDLA Plus. We do have some breaking news to get to in Orange County, so let's send things up to Stu. In Sky Fox, what's happening below you?
Hey, good morning, ladies. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, we've got a hospital on lockdown. We have a machete-wielding suspect and a possible officer-involved shooting. And let's try to unravel everything that we know and where it's happening and how it possibly went down. We're taking a look at the Los Alamitos Medical Center. That's going to be at the corner of Catella, and that is going to be Cherry right there. You have multiple police agencies down there on scene. The majority of those vehicles you see right there are all going to be Long Beach PD, but you also have Los Alamitos PD down there and Cypress PD as well. As we make our way up to this intersection right here, that's going to be Florista and Cherry. And in that parking lot, that's going to show the water company down there, which was not involved in this. You see that red crime tape, and that usually indicates more of the center of the most important part of the crime scene. There's crime scene all around here, but this seems to be the most important portion right there. Now, there is some blood on the roadway down there, and it does look like medical waste as well. We can't get a confirmation that that suspect with that machete was actually shot by officers, but we do see that evidence right there. We also know that less than lethal was used at an earlier point trying to subdue that suspect, and then that suspect ran off and there was a foot pursuit. Right there is going to be the command post. You have mostly Long Beach PD down there in that command post area. Also, there doesn't seem to be any search for the suspect, and not sure why that hospital's still on lockdown. Maybe because it's inside the crime scene. But as it stands right now, large police presence out here. What exactly happened? They're probably going to be able to give us some sort of press conference at some point where they're going to just reveal as much as they can about the actual incident. There were reports that this may have been actually a pursuit that started somewhere and came to this location. Right now, though, we can show you what's happening. This is what's happening right now. A lot of officers, a lot of different agencies, and of course, we're curious what happened to that suspect. There does seem like that suspect at least is in custody and is not a threat to the public anymore. I'm Stu up in Skybox. Sending it back to y'all in the studio.
All right, Stu. Thank you.
Now we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Ooh, Lake Night Horse, Colorado. That sounds like a Colorado name. It does. They say visitors call it a water gym for kids.
Oh, yeah, you see
fun.
the inflatables over there.
Yeah, that sounds fun and nerve-wracking.
Oh, my goodness, my kids want to go.
Fun. I don't care how good of a swimmer, you'd be in their life jacket. Auntie was there.
All right, more adults are choosing to cut off contact with their parents, and now some are asking if therapy could be a part of it. The reason why. A new Wall Street Journal article looks at how the rise of therapy and social media has changed the way people think about family relationships. While some experts say therapy gives people the tools to set healthy boundaries, others worry it's taking things too far. It's making it easy to walk away from difficult relationships instead of working through them. I feel like therapy, you know, a lot of the times the therapists focus on what happened to you in the past, how your parents raised you, and it almost is sometimes like they are blaming your parents or trying to figure out the root cause of things.
Well, there's always a root cause for everything. I mean, a lot of the way we act and do business as adults has to do with the way we were raised.
Sure.
A lot of happened to us before we were, you know, they say before even as young as 6 years old.
But having said that, our parents, for the most part, I mean, I can't speak for everyone, but they did the best they could with what tools they had. With the knowledge that they knew.
One thing that I've learned through being an adult and a mother myself is that it is important to set boundaries, and that's maybe not something that was generationally acceptable. For example, like our parents and our grandparents didn't really know how to set boundaries that well.
Right.
But that's not something they equipped us with. So I am a firm believer in therapy. It's actually, I see a therapist every 2 weeks. It's really changed the way I behave in relationships and when it comes to my own family too.
And you're breaking that generational cycle of passing it down, so you're doing the work for yourself. However, I think if people go to therapy and they want to blame how they were raised and their parents, but again, I say that they were doing what they could, you know, with the knowledge that they had, because at that point in those generations they didn't really turn to therapy. They didn't really turn to people to really change the conversation. Of course, but we can say that
it
now.
Just wasn't in the
it
lexicon.
wasn't basically available back then.
Listen, I have to agree with you. I think a lot of times it is easy to say, like, you know, you're blaming your parents. A lot of times the parent is the fault, and it's on you as an adult to make changes and evolve. Of course, I cannot imagine a world where we like genuinely believe people are easily walking away from their parents. We were all taught, that's like a new thing, we were all taught that these are your parents, you respect them, and a lot of people are like just being dragged along by what could probably be called abusive relationships just because those are their parents. I think we are lucky to be able to say, you know, I see my mom as she's just a human and she was moving through every pace, every, you know, point in life for the first time as well. I don't think it's that easy for everyone. And I think if people have walked away from their parents and they truly believe that that's best for them, it's probably the most painful aspect of their life, and they know it needed to happen.
Even just hearing you talk about that is like heartbreaking to hear, because you know that, like, boy, your parents, that is your heart. That is a piece of your heart. You come from them, and no matter what kind of complicated relationship you have with your family, it is incredibly difficult to cut ties.
And you've come to a realization that you need to walk away in order to heal, and that takes a lot of big perspective and a lot of work that needed to be done to get to that point.
And if you can't change somebody, because I have recently found out a term, it's called radical acceptance, right? And you just say this to yourself over and over again, it is what it is, it is what it is, it is what it is. And it gradually gets you to a place of acceptance, and acceptance of something that you know will never change, something that might not be normal or acceptable for you, but you have to settle that within yourself, and you have to be okay with it.
And looking ahead, because we're parents, and and you think about how we're parenting our kids, and we're trying our best, we're learning, we're trying to learn the tools, set boundaries, and we're looking inwards and hopefully breaking a lot of the generational cycles that don't serve us. However, you wonder how that's going to impact your own kid, and whether they might think later on, much like how we think now about how our parents didn't do the right things all the time, didn't do the work they needed. So
if you're a parent, you're going to screw up. You're going to screw up. It's going to happen. Of course, it's natural, but I do think like over communication is better, and I think the more you talk about it, the better it's going to be.
I think we're talking about situations that are a lot heavier than simply they didn't do the right things all the time. I really do. I think we're thinking about like much heavier, like painful situations, and also that are ongoing, because a lot of this isn't simply like a person has cut off contact with their mother or their father or their sister and brother sometimes because they made mistakes when I was younger. A lot of it is, this happens when I talk to them now. This happens when I experience them now.
And it's not changing.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is like my current relationship in adulthood is causing immense pain.
Yep, and that's why I say you have to be over communicative. Like you have to, there's got to be this understanding, like between parent to child, that and a lack of judgment. You know what I mean? Like you have to create an environment where your kid can come to you about literally anything that's going on in their lives, no matter how dirty, how shameful, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think that's the same level of transparency and respect that was afforded to maybe our parents, and they pass it on and pass it on, and that's why, like you said, we've got to break that generational pain.
There's a responsibility, I think, that parents have when you have children, and of course you want people to give you grace, but there is also like a responsibility. These are little humans who are just here because you wanted them here. You know what I mean? I don't know. There's this like trend I've seen on social media, on Instagram, and it'll be like a grandmother, and she's talking about how she doesn't understand, but her kids cut her off, and it's horrible. And every single time, my takeaway from watching the video is, I don't know what happened, but I am not surprised.
Yeah.
Like,
that's your gut.
Some people had it rough.
Yeah.
I don't know. Girl.
It's all up to us to do the work.
It is.
We're doing the work, and we'll take a breath. Right. We'll be right back. Congratulations to Cincinnati Reds pitcher Hunter Green. The LA native was named the Players Trust Most Valuable Philanthropist for July. A $10,000 grant will be split evenly between the Hunter Green 17 Award at his alma mater, Notre Dame High School in Sherman Oaks, and the Chosen Grace Partnership. The Hunter Green Award was established to help close the financial gap for Black American students with limited financial resources. And check this out in Monterey, a pod of orcas caught on camera going after dolphins. The captain of a Sanctuary Cruises boat shared this video, and you can see the killer whales chasing after the smaller dolphins there. The whales fly up, into the air, sometimes their entire bodies breaching out of the water. Well, it's not uncommon to spot wildlife out in the water. The captain says to witness this, so many whales soaring to the heights for these dolphins. This is a spectacular scene.
To say the least.
Wow.
Yeah. Was it Shimu? No. Was it? What am I thinking of?
Shamu.
Shamu.
Oh, that was blast
I'm thinking of T-Icon. Yes. Like Sheehan and Timu.
Had
Anyway.
a baby.
Yeah. Voters in one part of Florida have a new mayoral candidate to consider. They're told if they're not satisfied with the current 4 people running, the alternative is this guy with 4 legs and 2 floppy ears. His name is Arnie, in case you're wondering. The 6-year-old pup is an unofficial write-in candidate for the August Tallahassee mayoral primary. But before you get your hopes up for a future doggy democracy, keep in mind, it's basically a voided vote.
That's right.
Okay, how about this? Snoop Dogg's upcoming biopic has a release date. Universal Pictures announced the film will hit theaters on August 6th of next year. Outer Banks star Jonathan Davis is expected to play the rapper. Filming is set to begin this summer in Los Angeles. I mean, what a life he has lived. That's right. Yeah, that's amazing. Okay, pregnant Redditor recently sent the internet into a craving frenzy after she posted her massive pregnant and shameless In-N-Out order.
Ooh.
Okay, here it is. 2 cheeseburgers, one of them animal style, 2 fries, a strawberry shake, and 1 large lemonade. This sounds like Tuesday. Like, truly, this is not.
This is not bad.
At all, please.
I could eat all that.
Okay. Total price was less than $22, which is not bad. I feel like that's the most shocking thing. Her prenatal cravings, though, sparked some amusing comments like this. I would tear this up, and I'm not pregnant.
Yeah.
Looks incredible.
It does.
Others shared stories of being fat-shamed for binging with a baby on board.
Get outta here.
I know, that's absurd. One woman wrote, my doctor completely embarrassed me in front of my fiance at my month 5 appointment, saying I had to stop eating for 2.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, well, your doctor.
Maybe she had like gestational diabetes or some kind of issue.
Okay,
Yeah.
I feel like there was a deeper reason. Okay, when she protested that remark, she said the medic straight up ignored her and told her fiance to, quote, take her for walks around the block.
Okay,
it's
got to be something medical.
Yes.
I have a really hard time believing that a doctor would just say, hey, you're too fat. You're too big. I gained 65 pounds whenever I was pregnant. And I hated every second of it. And then I look back and I'm like, how beautiful was I?
He was so healthy,
I was about to give birth, like to a new life. Like, what's the big deal?
Speaking of being hungry, we have a taste test today.
Yeah.
Let's do. It's time for try it and buy it. And of course, today, Christian, our producer, got these guava tartlet cookies from Trader Joe's.
Okay.
We're going to try them, see if we like them.
Yum, already.
They're seasonal. They're new at Trader Joe's. They're very good. And they're not too big.
They're good.
Nice little snack. Sweet and tangy.
Crunchier than I thought they would be.
I like it. But we're also very hungry at this point.
There's this moment where it's just silent chewing. People are like, you know,
compelling television.
It's a little buttery. It's
so
very
sweet.
Very tangy. Is it tangy for you?
It's very tangy.
Yeah.
That guava hits you pretty hard. I like it though.
Thank you,
Good
Christian.
balance.
Is there any protein in it? You know,
there can't be.
No.
There's absolutely no protein.
But this is just a treat.
This is not going to make you hit your macros. But it's really good.
Go to In-N-Out for that. Get a 4x4 if you're pregnant. Get protein.
What's a 4x4?
Four meat patties.
Whoa.
Four cheese.
Patties, 4 cheese. That's a lot of beef, though.
Animal style. Sounds good right now. All right.
We'll get you some.
Happy Wednesday. Is it Wednesday?
It is Wednesday.
Every Wednesday, I forget that it's Wednesday.
Okay, I just know it's not Friday.
Operated a deliberate anti-border policy enabling millions of illegal aliens to enter our country. Between fiscal year 2021 and 2024, CBP encountered more than 170,000 illegal aliens with criminal warrants or convictions at our borders. On top of that, nearly 2,000 suspected terrorists and over 1.7 million special interest aliens from countries posing potential national risks were encountered. Illegal aliens who should have been detained in facilities like Delaney Hall and removed were instead released into the American communities. The consequences were devastating and could have been avoided. Sheridan Gorman, Jocelyn Nungaray, and Lake and Riley, among others, were killed by illegal aliens that should have been in detention facilities instead of roaming the streets. And while violent crime is the most visible consequence of illegal immigration, it is far from the only one. Illegal immigrants impose considerable costs on every American taxpayer, every American renter, and every American worker competing for employment in the sectors most affected by illegal alien labor, not to mention the enormous strain on our public benefits. The Trump administration is now working to reverse that damage by strengthening and expanding detention capacity. And these efforts are working, which is exactly why these anti-border radicals are increasingly desperate. The allegations against Delaney Hall simply do not hold up to the facts. During the period when a hunger strike was claimed to be going on, commissary sales at that facility surged 161%. White House border czar Tom Homan visited unannounced and ate the same food as detainees and reported they were ordering from the commissary in their cells. The facts are that ICE provides 3 dietitian-approved meals a day, on-site medical care, and access to family and counseling. It's not only activists spreading these lies, it's elected officials and members of Congress. In May 2025, New York Mayor Ras Baraka was arrested after attempting to force his way into Delaney Hall facility. Congresswoman LaMonica McKeever was also charged following the incident. Many more have repeated their calls to abolish ICE. New Jersey Governor Mike Sherrill was forced to acknowledge that the extreme elements in these protests and that many of the so-called protesters were not even from New Jersey. In response to her call for demonstrators to bring the temperature down, the Democratic Socialists of America New Jersey chapter and the Climate Revolution Action Network of New Jersey responded by declaring, "We're going to turn up the noise." The goal of this movements are clear. DSA supports abolishing ICE and the end of all immigration detention. New York City Mayor supports abolishing ICE. Sitting members of Congress also agree. Make no mistake, the radical anti-border crowd is increasingly setting the agenda. These are not reasonable critiques or policy alternatives. They are blatant attacks on the U.S. sovereignty and immigration enforcement itself. This type of rhetoric from our elected officials not only raises the temperature, it emboldens protesters into confrontations and incites more violence. Continuing to liken ICE officers to Nazis will continue to lead to the radical taking matters into their own hands. Since the beginning of President Trump's second term, DHS has documented a 1,300% increase in assaults on ICE agents, 3,200% increase in vehicular attacks, and 8,000% increase in death threats. Why are these radical activists and politicians targeting Delaney Hall and other detention facilities? It's simple. Detention works. More illegal aliens are opting for voluntary departure, and border crossings have dropped dramatically since President Trump took over office. Without detention, the message to every would-be border crosser is that there are no consequences. The smear campaign against Delaney Hall is part of a broader assault on immigration enforcement and on the men and women in uniform, like those who I proudly served with in the United States Border Patrol. They are tasked with carrying out the job that Congress gave them through their immigration laws. I encourage Congress to stand with the men and women of ICE and the men and women of Border Patrol and support them in doing their jobs, not incite more violence. Thank you again for this opportunity. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you for your service, and we will now move to Mr. Arthur.
Chairman Van Drew, Ranking Member Crockett, Ranking Member Raskin, Mr. Johnson, thank you for inviting me here today. First, a confession. I've never been to Delaney Hall, and I've never toured the facility to assess any of the allegations that have been made about it. That said, for more than 8 years, including 6 as a staffer for this committee, I exercised oversight jurisdiction over ICE detention facilities and visited many. In addition, I served for an additional 8 years as an immigration judge at the York County Prison in Pennsylvania, which contracted with ICE for detention space. I walked the facility, I ate in the dining hall, and I worked out in the weight room. Consequently, I am intimately familiar with how ICE detains aliens and the national detention standards under which it operates. As the Third Circuit described it last year, the elephant in the room today is the fact that state and local officials in New Jersey oppose immigration detention in the Garden State. First, the legislature enacted AB 5207 to prohibit entities there from contracting with ICE to run detention facilities. The Third Circuit subsequently concluded that this law, as applied to ICE's Elizabeth detention facility, was an improper attempt to, quote, dictate the manner in which the federal immigration function is carried out, close quote, in a violation of the doctrine of intergovernmental immunity. Such efforts have continued, however, and shortly after GEO announced it would be opening Delaney Hall for ICE detention, the mayor vowed to padlock, quote, unquote, the facility, and then the city sued GEO, complaining Delaney Hall didn't receive proper permits and local officials had been denied access. GAO has requested the case be dismissed because ICE wasn't added as a party, but in any event, it appears city inspectors have subsequently been allowed access. Nonetheless, in June, the state sued GAO contending health inspectors had been denied, quote, full access, close quote, to Delaney Hall when they arrived in response to conditions there. In response, DOJ complained about the politicization of the issue while also contending ICE has, quote, authorized access to the facility for a reasonable and appropriate inspection pursuant to the state's written request, close quote. Both cases are ongoing, but key constitutional federal doctrines, as I laid out in my written testimony, will govern the court's resolution of each. Most notable is what I talked about before, intergovernmental immunity, a principle under which state attempts to regulate the federal government directly or state actions that discriminate against the U.S. government or those with whom it deals are invalid. While those doctrines may invalidate state action, they cannot and should not restrict federal oversight, including and especially congressional oversight. Such oversight, as I explained at the outset, was my stock in trade for more than 8 years. But both my bosses and I were, some of whom are surrounding us today, were always conscious of performing it in such a way so as not to impede the very functions that we were investigating. That was particularly true when it came to immigration detention. The security of facilities and the safety of the officers and detainees therein was always paramount. And I was always willing to comply with reasonable restrictions imposed on me when touring the facilities, and I continue to believe, with due respect, that is the appropriate policy. Skepticism, of course, is the best policy when conducting oversight, and there's always a danger that what Congress is being told isn't the full truth. There are, however, numerous safeguards built into the system to ensure that problems aren't hidden and the legislative branch is not deceived. By my count, 5 congressional committees oversee ICE detention, to say nothing of the DHS Inspector General, other internal watchdogs, Office of Professional Responsibility, etc., the Government Accountability Office, the media, and internal whistleblowers. Moreover, ICE's detention standards are contractual and as enforceable as any contract, and the agency expects performance. I understand that many oppose immigration detention, but I'll also note that
All right, as you see there, listening into this House hearing on conditions at the Delaney Hall ICE facility, we've been hearing from folks on both sides, some talking about some of the concerns that they have of those living conditions, others speaking out about the protesters who have been outside of Delaney Hall, saying that they are impeding the way that ICE officers are able to do their jobs. Wanted to do that, bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox, but right now we're going to go out to this. There is an update that we're now getting on Tropical Storm Bertha, as Louisiana's Governor Landry is providing an update on the storm. Let's listen into it here on Live Now from Fox.
Meteorologist Jay Grimes, who will kind of go over the latest on Bertha. And so, again, the good news is that the storm is likely not to produce the type of rainfall or wind event that it could have. But I want to remind everyone of something important, that forecasts can change, and even a weaker storm can produce dangerous rainfall, localized flooding, and hazardous travel conditions. You know, we saw that just a month ago when Tropical Storm Arthur visited us and devastated Avals Parish. We had all thought that we were out of the woods, and then Avals Parish received 30 inches of rain in a 5-hour period, I think it was, which was a record for the state. And that parish is still reeling from the effects of that event. Families have been devastated. Homes were flooded. Businesses were damaged. First responders were working around the clock to rescue people from a very dangerous situation. The recovery in Avals Parish is still underway. And I want the people of Avals Parish to know that we have not forgotten them. We continue to support their recovery effort, even as we monitor Tropical Storm Bertha. In fact, I believe the First Lady's Foundation has distributed another $150,000 to charitable events, to charitable organizations in the Avals Parish area who are working to help families recover from that event. And again, that storm reminds us that it doesn't take a major hurricane to do major damage in communities in Louisiana. So today's forecast is encouraging, but it doesn't mean that we should be complacent. And that means that, remember, if you live in an area that normally floods, right, then you should heed the warnings, and you should understand that these types of systems can, again, cause your area to flood, and take the necessary precaution. That's why we continue to encourage people to go to our getagameplan.org app, right? Get a Game Plan app, or you can just go on the website at getagameplan.org. That website provides, and the website and app provides important resources to help you build an emergency plan and to prepare your home, protect your family, and know what steps to take before, during, and after severe weather affects you. And so now this brings me to the city of New Orleans. We have been working closely since Sunday with the state and local partners to make sure that the city was prepared. It was one of the things that I spoke to General Mahfouz on Sunday morning about, and we have been working very closely with the Sewage and Water Board. CIPRA has been working with our levee authorities to make sure that had this storm turned out to be a much greater threat or produced more heavier rainfall, that we were ready. And so since Sunday, we have seen the Sewage and Water Board take a number of steps in order to prepare for what could have been a worst-case scenario. As of today, GOSEP has supplied 30,000 sandbags to Orleans Parish. Over 90% of the major drainage pumps are available and ready for operation. Flood forecasting teams were actively monitoring the conditions and running storm models. Floodgates remain in their normal operating positions. All of the Army Corps of Engineers pumps are currently in service, and emergency backup generators that would provide 25 hertz power are available right now if it's needed. All of the underpass pumps are in service, or there are standby pumps available for those underpass pumping stations that were down. And again, let me make sure you understand. Sunday, I instructed General Mahfouz to contact all of our levee boards and the Sewage and Water Board and said, okay, we want to report on what is up and what may be down. And within 24 hours, they were able to get back to us with that. I want to also say thank you again, congratulate the Sewage and Water Board for what I think is a great dry fire exercise. Again, this could have been worse than it seems is going to be the case, but they were willing to man all of the pumps, to physically man those pumps, had this storm turned out to be a lot worse than it seems it's going to be. And you know what? That's exactly how government should operate. Preparing for a storm before the storm gets there and not having to react once danger basically is upon us, or the worst case scenario comes to pass. And, you know, this is something that I expect every level of government to stay focused on, and that's its core responsibility of protecting people and maintaining the critical infrastructure that protects our communities, and to be ready to respond if conditions change. As Bertha moves through Louisiana, our commitment remains the same and simple, that we will continue working alongside our local leaders, emergency responders, and communities across the state to keep Louisiana safe. Again, remember that being prepared for a storm first starts with you, the citizen. And so again, we want to remind you, we continue to urge you to go to our website at getagameplan.org or download the app on your smartphone, so that, again, you can go through that checklist, because we're, I don't know, what are we, Jay, about a quarter of a way through hurricane season, right?
Yes.
Huh? Not 50%, huh?
No, not even close.
No, not even close, right? So this is a good time for people to recognize that what could have been the worst case scenario, just because it's the best case scenario, that you should be prepared. So again, if you hadn't downloaded the app, we again encourage you to download the getagamePlan.org app. And with that, I will pass it on to Jay to give us the latest on the storm.
Well, thank you, Governor. Thank you, General, as well. And Governor, I would say that we've had 2 preseason games. We're still not into the heart of the season here. So with Bertha, good news, as the governor pointed out. By the way, for those of you who may not be aware, Bertha did make landfall just a few minutes ago, a little bit further north than we expected, up into St. Bernard Parish rather than Plaquemines Parish. But the good news here is that the shear, the dry air continue to do their work. Bertha will weaken steadily as it moves inland. The dry air, that wind shear, and the interaction with land is going to take most of the punch out of the storm. So you really don't expect to see tropical storm force winds to extend very far into the state before those begin to subside. Yes, it is going to get breezy, even downright windy in metro New Orleans, but it's not going to be very problematic. Rains, pockets of heavy rain certainly going to be possible, not only today, but through Thursday on the backside of the system as it pushes to the west. But again, not anticipating anything too problematic. Pockets of flooding will be possible, particularly in those places that routinely flood. And we're going to keep our eyes on the potential for some coastal flooding, a little bit of storm surge there. But in most cases, the surge is going to be 3 feet or less. That's manageable for those coastal communities. They see that on a not frequent basis, but frequently enough to be prepared for it. With a little bit of luck, this really is going to be an in-and-out kind of situation. But as the governor points out, don't let your guard down yet. We've still got to wait for the backside of the circulation, those rain bands that currently are as far east as the Florida Panhandle. We've got to wait for those to come through before we can fully exhale. But the way things look right now, with the main energy of the storm about 120 to 150 miles southwest of the main circulation moving into St. Bernard Parish, that is a very good setup for us in terms of minimal impacts from this tropical storm. So I'll leave it with that and be happy to answer any questions later. Governor?
Yeah, again, I want to thank all of the public servants out there that have been working since Sunday to prepare us for this storm. We are grateful that this storm event seems to be one that we're not going to have to activate many of the services that would be required had the city or the state been impacted by a much more dangerous storm. So again, I want the citizens to know that this team has been working since Sunday to make sure that we had everything in place had the storm been a much more serious event. But again, I would remind the citizens of Louisiana that the responsibility also falls on you to be prepared when these weather events occur. And so we would encourage you to go to getagamePlan.org. With that, we will take any questions.
We're going to start with weather questions, and then other questions can happen after.
Yeah, y'all got other questions? Yeah. Yep.
Governor, what's the main concern here? It sounds like mainly localized flooding, but what's the biggest concern that's going to hit Louisiana?
Look, I think the biggest concern about this storm was the path of the storm. In basically, they could have placed the storm right over the city of New Orleans. We know that the city of New Orleans is the most vulnerable city in the state to excessive rainfall events, and we know that the amount of rainfall that the city can take is really not a lot. And that's if all of the pumps are working and there is no problems. And so, you know, starting Sunday, I wanted to stress upon our team to make sure that we were going checking our list, making sure that the pumps were activated, what would happen if pumps went down, what areas of the city would be the most vulnerable. And I think that this storm actually gives us a great exercise in making sure that we know the things that we could do in order to be able to get people out of harm's way and making sure that we can get to people if the worst case scenario happens. Again, I was telling the UCG Inside that for me, it's not a Category 5 hurricane, right? That keeps me up at night when I'm dealing with the city of New Orleans. It's actually a slow-moving tropical depression or tropical storm, just like what this could have been. And so, again, I think this was a great exercise in understanding what vulnerabilities the city still has. Again, I can tell you since last year, and I would remind everyone, last year during Hurricane Francine was the first time that the folks here at GOSEP had said that the governor's office had actually leaned in and spoke to the Sewage and Water Board before a hurricane approached the city of New Orleans. And that's something that we wanted to make routine.
You referenced that following that Sunday report that you would ask that all pumps, or made sure that all pumps are manned with the Sewage and Water Board. Did it surprise you that that wasn't the case before, and what other revelations did you discover with that report?
Well, I mean, look, I think that every time a natural disaster affects the state of Louisiana, it's incumbent upon the elected officials to go back and find out what they did right and what they did wrong. And I think that after Hurricane Francine, right, we recognized that there were some problems with pumps not being manned. In fact, supposedly, I don't want to get into it, but the city flooded a couple of weeks ago, I guess, and supposedly they were not manned. Again, that was not maybe one of those events that they could see coming ahead of time, but I think it shows the importance of having the pumps manned. We're going to try to do more in cooperation with the city Sewage and Water Board to try to be more proactive in ensuring that those pumps are manned, and that they're operating, and that and look, things happen, pumps break, you know, but we want to make sure that maintenance is done. We want to make sure that the pumps are in the best condition, and that if a pump is not operating, we need to know about it so that we can move the assets in place to compensate for that pump not working.
Hi, Governor, back here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Have you had discussions with the leadership of the Sewage and Water Board about making sure that the equipment is properly functioning, and what will you do, even though this is a good scenario with Bertha, but going forward in that case?
Yeah, look, we have, since Hurricane Francine, we have consistently been in communication with the city Sewage and Water Board. It's something that GOSEP works on consistently, even after hurricane season. Is really when they get real busy in making sure that we've learned what has happened from the prior hurricane season. I think that the things that you're seeing the Sewage and Water Board do in response to this storm are a product of the communications from Hurricane Francine and that are continuing. And we're look, it's not perfect right now. It's not where I would like it. I would like to see more modeling and more information readily available to GOSEP. Again, it's not a criticism of the Sewage and Water Board, but it's some things that I think that we can work on together.
Have you talked to?
Have we? Yeah, we talked to him. You talked to him today?
Yeah, we between us and the Corps of Engineers, yes, sir.
Yeah, and the Corps is here as well. Look, I will say, I think that the good news for the citizens of the state is that our agencies are working great together. The sheriff's departments, our levee boards, CIPRA, the Corps of Engineers, everybody is really working to make sure that we're focused on protecting life and property.
Any more weather questions?
Yes. Question for Jay. So is the path of the storm, like, do people in Lafayette Parish have anything to worry about when it comes to the storm or anywhere in that region?
Probably not. It doesn't mean the storm will be over for Acadiana and southwest Louisiana, but the storm will continue to weaken. And I'd like to point out one of or reinforce one of the things the governor was saying there. If we didn't have this shear going on, we probably would be looking at a hurricane making landfall today. So that's why we start preparing early, because we don't have a lot of flex time if things were to go south. As for the rest of the coastal parishes, they need to be aware that localized flooding is still a potential here, but we're not looking at widespread parish-wide or multi-parish flooding like we saw with the effects of Arthur, which was a storm that, if you remember, was doing all of its action, and the core of the storm was back in Texas. The heat of the energy was 160, 170 miles east here in central Louisiana. So all of these storms are unique, and that's why we want people to just stay aware, stay weather aware over the next couple of days. There's a decent chance that Bertha is just going to collapse in the next 48 to 60 hours or so. That's good news for everybody, including our friends in Texas. But don't count on that. Stay weather aware the next few days until you know that this storm is no longer a threat.
Now, is that the same story for the southern region of Acadiana, like Vermilion Parish,
Sure.
St. Mary?
Any of the coastal parishes, that if there's going to be
All right, as you see there, listening into those Louisiana officials, including the governor of Louisiana, Jeff Landry, speaking about Tropical Storm Bertha officially making landfall just a short time ago. I want to put this up on your screen from the National Hurricane Center, saying that this officially came down at 2 p.m. Central Time. That Tropical Storm Bertha made landfall in St. Bernard Parish, Louisiana, with an estimated maximum sustained winds of 45 miles per hour. 3 p.m. Eastern Time. It is official that that storm has made landfall. Let's slide away for a quick two. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. As promised, we are waiting for this. President Trump expected to walk out at any moment there at Marietta, Georgia. This, of course, happening at Wheeler High School. We've heard from several members of his administration, including Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, as well as Small Business Administrator Kelly Loeffler, which this is her home state of Georgia. President Trump expected to walk out at any moment as he's going to be discussing Trump accounts for kids. I want to put this on your screen there from Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Thanks to my producer Ryan for getting this for us. This is an update on where the president has been and what's now happening behind the scenes ahead of him walking out to discuss. We do know that Caroline Leavitt said that we are on the ground in Georgia, where President Trump is taking time to do a local interview to talk about Trump accounts and the Save America Act, as well as Mike Collins for Georgia. We do know, of course, that the midterm elections are getting closer and closer. And so some of these conversations that the president is having are also going to be about the candidates in these various states that he sees fit to take the job. And so once again, we are expecting the president to walk out at any moment. Once he does, we'll bring you out to his remarks in full here on Live Now from Fox without any commercial interruption. But we have been following another big bit of breaking news. Just at the top of the hour, 3 p.m. Eastern time, it was made official that the tropical storm Bertha had officially made landfall in St. Bernard Parish. As you can see there from our XRAD system, you can see just how large this storm is currently. But what you're really watching for is where you see the small red dot that is circulating near the New Orleans area. That is considered to be the center part of the storm and the path that it was expected to take. But as you can see, it does appear that it has moved away from that and is in the Gulf. We do know that it's also going to be impacting the areas in Texas. We'll continue to keep you updated as we learn more and watch for how things look as the storm has officially made landfall. I want to take you out to this live vantage point that we have there in Louisiana off the coast of how the water is looking at this hour. Speaking of that, let's continue to listen in to those officials there in Louisiana giving an update since the storm made landfall about 30 or so minutes ago.
Something that is not a crime. And I want to reiterate that. What I did in sending those letters is a very ordinary thing. Lawyers do it. Attorney generals do it. Anybody in law enforcement might do it, whether it's verbally or by a letter or by a written statement. I sent a letter that advised them what the law was and that they had broken the law. In our view, they had already broken the law and that there are consequences for that. And those consequences are written in the law. I didn't write that law. The legislature wrote that law. I just explained it to them. And the consequences for breaking the law are threatening to people sometimes. I'm sure it is. You know, I mean, when you face jail time for doing something wrong, I'm sure you feel very threatened by that. But that's not what the law criminalizes. And so what I did was not a crime. It was never a crime. And I just want to thank all of the people, all of my friends and the sheriffs, the district attorneys, my colleagues and everyone around me who showed huge support for me over this and expressed their outrage over what was happening in New Orleans, because it won't just happen to me. What they have done is open the door to something that could happen to anybody. And that's why it's not over. It's not over. And it's not because I'm angry. It's not because any of us want to retaliate against anybody. It's because what they did, it can now be weaponized and used against other people.
All right, as you see there listening into those remarks from Louisiana Attorney General Liz Murrill. But as you can see there on the screen in the box on the lower hand side, President Trump has officially walked out there in Georgia. But we do want to remind you that we'll continue to keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox as we're tracking the latest information as it pertains to Tropical Storm Bertha that has just made landfall at the top of the hour, 3 p.m. Eastern time. And so this is from the National Hurricane Center saying Tropical Storm Bertha makes landfall in St. Bernard Parish, Louisiana. Estimated maximum sustained winds of 45 miles an hour. I do want to also note that as we heard from Louisiana's governor there, Jeff Landry, he said that they are not out of the water, as even though this storm has officially made landfall, they're going to continue to track some of those updates and see how the storm is impacting their state, and also saying that if it impacts Texas negatively as well, they'll provide assistance to their neighbors. But let's go ahead and turn our attention to this. President Trump now officially getting ready to walk up to the microphone to speak at Wheeler High School in Marietta, Georgia. We do know that, of course, President Trump has made it a really important part of his decision heading into the midterm elections to show up in different states and endorse the candidates that he sees fit for the job in order to work alongside his administration. He's been very outspoken about Senator John Ossoff, who's there on the Democratic side. Ossoff is currently holding the Senate seat, but there are others running for that seat on the Republican side that President Trump has thrown his support behind. But again, wanted to bring this to you here on Live Now from Fox as we're anticipating that President Trump will be speaking about Trump accounts, which is why you see all of those signs in the background. We do have this as well from Rick Jackson. He put out a statement on his X account. If you've been with us here on Live Now, we aired his remarks live as well. He said this: President Trump has done more for foster children than any president in history. But President Trump speaking up, let's listen.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's a special place, and I am here to announce my candidacy. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. Nah, boy, I tell you what a group. We have thousands of people outside on a weekday. The weather's nice, but we're in Marietta. We're in Atlanta, right by it. And I just want to thank everybody. Those are places, you know, we had a tremendous victory here. And it was a big, beautiful victory. We won by a lot. And we have some great candidates running. They got to win by a lot. Otherwise, we're going communist. I don't think anybody wants that. We're not going to do that. But I'm thrilled to be back in the great state of Georgia with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. That's what you are. And with your help in 2024, we earned more votes than any candidate in Georgia history. There's never been anything like it. And when I say that, I have to be careful, because look at all the fake news back there. They will correct me. They will say, he said he earned more. If I didn't earn, if I was 2 votes short, they would say, he's lying, he's lying. They are sick individuals. They're the fake news. But I have to be careful. No, we weren't. We had more votes than any candidate in the history of this great state, and I'm very proud. I love Georgia. I've always loved it. And every day since, I've been fighting for the people of Georgia like no president has ever fought before. You're doing well, too. We're going to keep it that way. And 18 months ago, you were in trouble. Our country was in trouble, frankly. It was a catastrophe what was happening. Sleepy Joe Biden and the radical left Democrats, they're Democrats, D-U-M, Democrats, created the worst inflation in 48 years. Scott Bessent, was it the worst inflation in 48? Now, if Scott doesn't have credibility, nobody does, okay? He said it's the worst, and it was. It was actually, I think it was beyond 48 years, but 48 years is good enough. Wide open borders with millions of people, even from the world's worst prisons from all over the world. They were pouring into our country. All over the globe they came, prisons and gang members, drug dealers, child predators, and 11,888 murderers, many of whom committed more than one murder. More than 50% committed more than one murder. We had transgender for everybody. Men and women's sports came ravaging through our cities. And the whole world was laughing at us. We were a joke all over the world, but not anymore. They're not laughing. They're not laughing. Right, Jackson? They're not laughing anymore, Jackson. Gonna be your next governor right here. 2 years ago, our country was dead, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world, respected by everybody all over the world, the hottest. And we're respected like, I say we respected maybe like never before. When I took office, we inherited the worst border in U.S. history. It was an open wound. It was an open sieve. We quickly turned it into the most secure border in the history of our country within 2 months. And numbers were just released by the Democrats that in the past 14 months, a historic record of 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. And now our crime numbers are among the lowest they've ever been. It's plummeting downward. And Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Nationwide crime has been the lowest numbers that we've had in many, many decades. Last year, we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded to the lowest level in 125 years. That's since 1900. That's before my father was born. Before my father was born, think of it, from the year 1900, lowest murder rate and that's despite the fact that we had millions of people poured into our country who were, in many cases, very, very dangerous people. We cut the flow of fentanyl across our border by 67%. And drugs coming in by ocean, sea, by water was cut 97%. We're trying to figure out who the 3% are because they are among the bravest people anywhere in the world. You've seen that. They are the bravest people in history, I believe. We're making the largest ever investment in the United States Armed Forces, and we've got the strongest and most powerful military anywhere in the world by far. There's nobody close. And I built it during my first term. I built our military. And as you know, they stupidly gave a lot of it away, but actually it was a lot, but it was small compared to what we built. But they gave a lot of it away to the Taliban, to Afghanistan. They gave it away. They just take it. We're leaving. Let's leave brand new machines behind. Let's leave airplanes behind. I said to him, well, why don't you just fly it out and we'll take it back, or we can even fly it back to the United States if you'd like. Sir, I think it's cheaper to leave it. Brand new planes. It was so sad. I saw what was happening. What a disgusting thing took place. But we then, as you know, we won Venezuela, which is now working with us to produce millions and millions of barrels of oil. We're getting along great with them. One day. And we've already paid for that operation many, many times over. We're taking tremendous amounts of oil, and they're taking tremendous amounts of oil. It's a partnership, in a sense. They're doing a great job. We're working together. And millions of barrels of oil is going to Houston and Louisiana, coming to you indirectly after it's refined. They're refining it there. But millions and millions of barrels of oil, and also, Venezuela is doing better than they've ever done before, too. The big oil companies are going in, and they're signing up. We have Chris Wright working on it, Doug Burgum working on it, Scott is working on them, and it's been incredible, actually. It's got serious oil. In fact, if you combine us and Venezuela, we have about 62% of the world's oil market. So we don't need straits. We don't need anything. We don't need the Hormuz Strait, but we do it because we have to do it, because we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. So we're likewise winning in the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we're ensuring that they will never, ever be able to do to us what they've done to so many. You know, they've killed 52,000 plus protesters. People that were protesting have been killed. 52,000 over the last 4 months. Nobody wants to talk about the fake news back there, never mentions that. And I just left Dover Air Force Base, which is an incredible place, but oftentimes very sad, because that's when they bring the bodies of our great heroes, our great patriots, warriors. They bring them back to Dover. And I've been there many times before. This was in particular something very sad. I attended the dignified transfer ceremony for 4 great U.S. service members killed in the conflict with Iran. As they returned to American soil at Dover. And one of the families happened to be traveling to Georgia. Beautiful family, beautiful wife and husband and brother-in-law. And I said, I'm going to Georgia too. Where are you going? She says, well, after this, sir, they lost their beautiful son. We're going to Georgia. I said, so if you want, I'll give you a ride on Air Force One. And they said, wow. Wow. So today, I then said they were on Air Force One, and it's quite nice, I must say. And they said, wow, this is something, thank you so much. But they're heartbroken, you know, they're heartbroken. But they couldn't believe it. And they live very close to here. They live minutes away. And we're here today, and I said to them, celebrating the memory of their beautiful, this was a beautiful son. You know, I read, when I go to Dover, I read charts on all of the young people. And some are unbelievable. Some are a little bit, you know, they got a little bit of a couple of little bad things put in. This is a son who was like a flawless, perfect person. Beautiful, beautiful son. Handsome in every way. Brilliant. Respected by everybody. His sheet read so beautifully, and I told them that. Their beloved son, and it's his name was Lieutenant Tyler Feehan, and he was a person that was going all the way. He was going to be a general. He would have been a general very quickly. He was heading in that path. But I just want to thank Tyler's mother, Sherry, his father, Stephen, and his uncle, David, who are great people. I got to know them a little bit on the plane. And standing there watching this sight, which is, it's very tough to watch, to be honest with you. Very tough. I think it's the toughest thing I do. If anything I do all this stuff, but I think it's the toughest thing I do. But to Sherry and Stephen and David, we will carry Tyler's memory in our hearts forever. And I just want to thank you. It's an honor to have you here today. Please. Thank you very much. You see the way everybody feels. Your neighborhood, this is your neighborhood. Can you believe it? You see the way they feel. Thank you. Thank you, Sherry. He's looking down right here. He's so proud right now. So together we're making our country safer and stronger and far more successful than it's ever been before. And that's happening before your very eyes. That's why I call it the golden age. This is the golden age of America. We're building more plants than at any time in the history of our country. And not just AI and all of the different things you read about. Things like auto plants, you know, the old-fashioned way. Toyota just announced they're leaving Mexico and they're coming in. They're going to be building the largest plant anywhere in the world. They're all coming back. They're all leaving Canada. They're leaving Mexico. They're coming in from Germany and Japan and South Korea. They're coming in from all over. And people that have been doing this, people like Scott and others that have been doing this for a long time, they've never seen anything like it. I don't think you've ever seen anything like it. McGee, have you? You haven't seen anything. He's doing such a great job. In 4 long years of the sleepy Joe Biden administration, they got less than $1 trillion of new investment in our country. In 4 years, much less than $1 trillion. In less than 2 years, much less than 2 years, actually. In fact, at the end of the first year, but less than 2 years, in my administration, we've secured more than $19.2 trillion in new investment from all over the world. So think of that. So in 1 year, they did much less than $1 trillion of investment. We were losing this country, I'll tell you. And the welfare, you see all the theft that's going on. Guys are stealing $100 million. Some guy from the street steals $100 million. It's horrible. The welfare was going through the roof. The costs were going through the roof. It was a disaster taking place. But think of it. So they did less than $1 trillion in 1 full year. In 4 years, they did less. Think of this. In 4 years, they did less than $1 trillion. We did 19.2 in 15 months. Think of that. I mean, The pharmaceutical company, we're bringing our pharmaceuticals, we learned that through COVID, we're bringing the pharmaceuticals back. But the big pharmaceutical company, UCB, is investing $2 billion to build its first ever American manufacturing plant right here in Gwinnett, Georgia. Gwinnett. Look at the front row Joes. I love these people. I love these people. I think there are about 283. I don't know what the hell they do. I think they make a lot of money, too. I'm hearing they're very rich. They follow us. It's a rock concert, right? You have a good time, right? Thank you. They've been with me right from the beginning. How many have you done so far, do you think? 4, 5, 6, close to 1,000. It might be. You think he's kidding? It might be. Well, we love you. Thank you very much. We love you guys. Thank you. We have groups. We have a group from, I don't know if they're here, but we have a group from North Carolina, women, beautiful women. They follow us, and they're at 218, I think. 219. They come, and I always say, what the hell are your husbands saying about this? This is crazy. They're these beautiful women. I think they're sort of a wealthy family. I don't know what the hell's going on with them. But, you know, like the front row Joes, it's good. We have a lot of those groups. They're just great. They've been with us right from the beginning. And you know why they're with us? Because they love our country. That's why they're with us. That's really why they're with us. So Japan is investing $600 million in a cutting-edge diamond processing facility, as you probably read this morning in your state. $600 million. Yamaha Motors is building its brand new U.S. headquarters in Kennesaw. And more money is being invested in the United States right now than at any time in the history of our country. And Americans are working today more so than ever before. We have more jobs today than we've ever had, and it's not even close. More people are working now than at any time in the history of our country. And the stock market has said, and that's with this skirmish we have going on. I call it a skirmish. This is with this skirmish we have with the Islamic Republic of Iran. And I call it that because, let me tell you, they're getting hit so hard. And they want to make a deal. But I say they're not ready to make a deal. Because every time they make a deal, they want to change it and everything. They're not ready. They'll be ready very soon. And this is despite this. It's going on. The stock market has hit 73 all-time highs since the election. Think of that. And the typical American's 401k is up by $34,000, setting records day after day. It's up by numbers that have never been seen before. So your 401ks, they always say, oh, the stock market. Stock market's very important. But I have people coming up to me that have 401ks. They said, you know, I was a disaster. My family wouldn't talk to me. They thought I was a total loser. And now I'm like, the one guy said, I feel like Warren Buffett. No, the markets are right through the roof. And it's a beautiful thing to watch, frankly. It's beautiful. It's brought families together. I mean, I told the story about a policeman in New York City. He said, my wife was really down on me because the 401k was a disaster. It wasn't moving. And you get elected, and it's she thinks I'm the most brilliant financial mind in the world now. She loves me much more than she did. She's close, but you should never love for that reason. Remember that, please. And while the stock market is skyrocketing way up, inflation is way down. We're coming way down. And last week, it was announced just last week that inflation dropped by the largest amount in more than 6 years, because we're doing it right. We're running the country properly. And they tried to blame high prices on me. So think of it. When I inherited this thing on January 20th, we had the highest inflation in many, many years, 48 years, they say. I say maybe ever. This is what I inherited. And when I had nothing to do with it, I walk into office, I have a press conference first or second day, and they're screaming at me, what are you going to do about high prices? Right? What are you going to do? I said, I just got here. What are we talking about? Tell me. Eggs have gone up 4 times. 4 times. I said, I just got here. Give me a break. They did. They hit me with the eggs, and you remember that? Kelly, you remember I got hit with the eggs. First day, first press conference, nice friendly press conference. You know, they treat me so nicely. What are you going to do about the prices? And they said, they used the word, first time I heard it, it was a word, you know, made up by the Democrats. Affordability. They said, affordability. I said, I've been here 1 day. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. And we're taking care of it, you know? We're taking good care of it. They had the highest prices. They had the highest prices. In fact, with the eggs, you know, we have an Easter egg hunt like a few months after this, and they said, don't order eggs, sir, because they're so expensive. Use plastic eggs. They wanted me to give the kids. I said, nope, we're going to get it done. And we did a great job. Our Secretary of Agriculture did a great job, and we got the price now of eggs is lower than it was when we started, right? And many other things, too. And oil will be coming, it's going to be tumbling down. It was 3 weeks ago. They thought we had a deal. I said, I don't think we have a deal with these guys. They break every deal they make. But I said, you know, but people thought the geniuses on Wall Street, they came down, really down, and goes back up a little bit. But it's going to come down maybe lower than when we even started. But just give me a little time. I always say, give me a little. I said to the farmers, give me a little time. And look how we're doing with the farmers. What's going on with the farms and everything. This country is rocking and rolling. So every day we're fighting to put more money back in the pockets of the hardworking American families. And that's why with the help of our incredible Republican majorities in Congress, we've done so much. I proudly signed the great, big, beautiful bill delivering the largest tax cuts in American history. Largest in American history. And we did big ones first. You know, we had the best economy in history in my first term. A lot of people don't, because we had a COVID period all over the world. And we did a great job where they got no credit for it. We did Operation Warp Speed. And I'll tell you, we did a great job, but we got very little credit for it. We should have been given big credit, but we got credit for everything else. And we had the best economy, but this economy is ready to blow everything away, ever, of any country. There's never been anything like what's happening in the United States of America right now. So I just want you to remember that if you're paying a little bit more, a lot of it's come down now. We got it coming down very rapidly, actually. Look at the number just released. But it really would, you know, we inherited something from Biden, and we're giving it back to you, thousands and thousands of dollars each family. We gave it to you also. Remember, forgetting about prices, and I don't want to forget about it. I would never leave a sentence like that, because they'll say, he said forget about prices. I said, despite anything you see, we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. We gave you something that nobody ever thought of. This was my idea. I said, give people a deduction if they buy a car only that's made in America. Give them a deduction. They go out, borrow money. They're allowed to get a deduction. But this past filing season, 130,000 tipped workers right here in Georgia saved an average of more than $7,000 on their taxes. And that's because of no tax on tips. You know, we're building a tremendous military facility at the White House. It's a ballroom, but it's also a big military facility, a drone port on top, and tremendous things underneath. And they've been working hard, a lot of overtime. They work till 11 o'clock in the evening, almost every evening, 11:30. They get there at 6 o'clock in the morning. They're really working. And the other day I went over to them and I said, gather together. And I had, you know, hundreds of workers, very big thing it is. Beautiful. It's going to be incredible. It's an incredible project. It's a contribution to the United States of America by very wealthy people and very wealthy companies that cost this country. But what happened is I said to all the workers, it was a Sunday and they were working on a Sunday. Maybe they shouldn't. Maybe they should be in church. I don't know. I'll get them in trouble. But they were working on Sunday, and I said, remember this, no tax on overtime, all the overtime they're making. And they gave me a big cheer. No tax on overtime. As an example, 700,000 Georgia workers saved an average of over $3,000 thanks to no tax on overtime. And 500,000 Georgia seniors paid $0 on their Social Security benefits thanks to no tax on Social Security. But perhaps most consequential of all is the provision that the great, big, beautiful bill that we're celebrating today. It's something that's beautiful. It's beautiful because it takes care of our youth. It's called the Trump accounts, and it's hot as a pistol. It's hot as a pistol. And under this groundbreaking new policy, every American child gets a tax-free investment savings account that can grow over the course of their childhood and be used for them when they reach 18 or 21. Their parents, grandparents, employers, and loved ones can contribute up to $5,000 a year. And with the modest contribution, these accounts will reach hundreds of thousands of dollars for these young people by the time they get to, let's say 18, let's say 21. But by the time they're just young adults, they could be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, most likely will be. And for decades, Washington politicians gave our children absolutely nothing but debt. But the Trump accounts, we're finally seeing and ensuring that every young American gets a great start in life and a really fair shot at the American dream, which is what we all want. They all aspire to that. And under the system, every newborn child gets $1,000 deposited in their Trump account at birth. Think of that, from the United States government. Think of that. The government is finally giving money back to our children. You think that was easy to get from the Democrats? Not easy. Actually, they didn't vote for it. They didn't. I don't think we got one vote. We got a unanimous Republican vote. We didn't get any Democrat votes, I don't think. But they have a hard time justifying all of the things that they've done. But the government gives them $1,000 at birth, and from there it just goes up and up and up. And lots of people, like the employers, can put money into their children's accounts of the employees. It's a beautiful thing, and I'm seeing it. And again, over 7 million, and it really just started, I would say, Scott, a few weeks ago, because it was all of the very complex legal governmental things were worked out about 3-4 weeks ago. And we have over 7 million people already, children already. So that's great. And I want to just tell you that generous individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, Brad Gerstner, and so many others have donated billions of dollars to fund Trump accounts for millions of children. Some people are going to take the children from states, the entire state. Like Gerstner is looking at the state of Indiana, where he contributes the money for, these are wealthy people. They've made a lot of money. They're putting it back. But Michael and Susan, they're two special, incredible people. As an example, donated $6.25 billion into the accounts for youth. They gave them for youth. Michael Dell, Susan Dell. $6.25 billion. I have a friend, he gave $50 million. I said, that's peanuts. That's not even close to the $250 million that Michael Dell gave. I said, what are you doing? You can do better than that. But people are loving it. And you know what I say? Go out and buy a Dell computer, okay? Because as far as I'm concerned, that's great stuff. And the Trump Accounts app, for those that want, is now the #1 app in all of America. Isn't that nice for our youth? People are doing it. It's just caught on. In the past 18 days, nearly $1.5 billion have been deposited into the Trump accounts. Think of that. The money is pouring in. And it's for children and all sorts of advantages and tax advantages for the people that do it and make this investment in our future, because it's really an investment in our future. And all you have to do is go to trumpaccounts.gov, and sign your child up for a free investment account today, and the child gets $1,000 from the government. You think that was easy to do? That wasn't easy to do. Tell the Democrats you're giving everybody $1,000. But we're pleased to be joined by some of those incredible Georgia families benefiting from the Trump accounts, including Cole and Allison Loden and their 3-year-old beautiful child Ray, their 2-year-old Rex, and 3-month-old daughter Ren. And Cole and Allison met at Kennesaw State University, where he played football, and he was a cheerleader and a respected guy, good student. Now Cole is a project manager helping build data centers, and just this past April, they became the first home buyers. Cole and Allison bought their first home. So I just want to come up here for a second, Cole and Allison. Come up, say a few words, wherever you may be. Where are you? Come on up. Come on, don't worry about Secret Service. We've had people come up. One of them almost got beat up, and all they did was, I said, come on up. And they go, oh, beautiful. Wow. That's so nice. Be careful. You can't fall like Sleepy Joe. You can't.
A few minutes past 1 o'clock here in Los Angeles. Thank you so much for hopping on the Fox Local Stream. I'm Marla Tejas in Los Angeles, not far from us, West Hollywood, where we have been focused since that water main break broke 6 days ago, and crews are one more step closer to repairing the damage that was caused by last week's massive water main break. Stu has an aerial view right now, and it looks like the paving process, the curing process is underway. This is where that hole was, right?
That's right, Marla. And first, I have to apologize for being a little late to the story. Anyways, right, what do we got going on right now? Well, we've been watching. We've been here pretty much through the whole thing. This is like our sinkhole. We were here when it was still a leak. We were here when it was a gusher. And we were here when they dug it up and did the repairs on the pipe. And now we're here watching as the slurry is pretty much dried, and now they're on that next step. That's what you're seeing right there, is some of that gravel and specialized dirt that they're putting down to actually secure the ground and make it solid for the paving process to begin. You got AI working down there. You got some robots. Those are tamperers, basically very heavy, and they just kind of vibrate as they drive. You can see the heavy tracks. They're going to be doing some of that compacting, bringing that dirt that they laid on top of the slurry to a level and solid pack. Talking about some AI a little bit later on as well. Right there you can see another one working. So DWP, they are definitely one step closer to that opening date. Now, is it going to be tomorrow? I don't think quite that fast. They have to wait for a lot of that stuff, like we were talking about, 36 hours for that slurry to dry. That was one of them. But they're still going to have to do some paving. There's going to be a lot of other work that they need to get done. But as far as the sinkhole portion, that has been closed up indeed. Now, as far as the pipe goes, we've been hearing that they have done it, and they might not have done all their work, but you can see that blue hose right there and that pipe that's sticking out of the ground. I would say that right now it is done. All the pressurizing, the cleansing of the pipe, all the things that they needed to do, they have completed. And you might be actually watching that moment where they're actually going to disconnect a lot of that and basically say this portion is taken care of. So that what we see right there, that pipe sticking out of the ground, that is going to be gone clearly when the pavement is done. But that was there for the washing and also the pressurization to make sure that that pipe is going to hold the pressure. And then also they had to clean it out after all that welding. Other crews still working in the area. But as far as the hole goes, that hole is filled. The slurry is dried enough. And now they're on to the next portions of it where they're going to pack down some of that specialized dirt and gravel. And then the paving can begin. Marla?
Okay, so tomorrow looks to be too soon, given that this is going to take 36 hours, and then the paving begins, and then the roadway opens. It's in that order?
Well, the slurry is pretty much dry. That was the 36 hours. When they were pouring in all that concrete, they used the word slurry. We should have just said concrete to make it more simple. That when they poured in that concrete, they had to let that concrete cure to a point where they can put this dirt on top of it. And that all that has been done. So right now, they're going to compact that dirt. That you can see that yellow thing that's driving around down there looks like something out of Star Wars. But it is basically a compactor. It's like, think of it as a mini steamroller in a way. And they've got 2 of them down there, and they've got to compact all that dirt. And of course, they got to do the same thing over here as well. So there's a good portion of that that's still going to be going on. But you got to remember, DWP working 24 hours a day here. So this is going to move a lot faster than would say like regular road repairs. This is an emergency road repair for sure. But right now, I would venture to say, oh, I had said it again. It's probably going to be, let's see, Thursday. My guess, I'm putting my money on Thursday for a real reopening.
Tomorrow's Thursday, Stu.
That was tomorrow's Thursday. Friday. I'm going to go with Friday. Friday.
Venturing with Stu. And then, okay, so Friday, I'm thinking that might be optimistic, but let's be optimistic. Let's hope that it opens on Friday. Yeah, I mean, hey, you know better than I do, but it just seems like such a massive undertaking down below. We'll see what happens. But then my question to you is this: do you know anything about? Yep. I saw this on good old social media, where locals in the area, have concerns about this 100-plus-year-old pipe, and this particular section was replaced. That's great. It's a new pipe, fabricated piece of pipe, 36 inches, that was put down below right there, that intersection. But nonetheless, it was still connected to the aging infrastructure on either side. Isn't that the case?
Well, most definitely. And as far as all of that goes, I did do a little bit of Googling, because a lot of times they talk about, oh, it's 116 years old. The reality is I can't fathom in any city where they would basically just constantly every 70 years have to tear up all of the pipe that they put down. That process would be continuous. Like wherever we go, there would be road construction going on. So I understand that the pipe has a lifetime of 100 years or 75 to 100 years, and this one was past that lifetime or that expectancy. But I still think that it would be it's probably more practical to repair problems rather than basically try to replace all of the infrastructure constantly. And also, when I did Google it, I was kind of a little bit shocked to see a 100-year lifespan for something that, should be there for, more than 100 years, centuries, I would think. You look at bigger, older cities, Detroit, Chicago, even New York, and their infrastructure is basically, those are the same pipes and they're not doing these types of repairs. So I don't know. This would be something that you would hand off to maybe more of a DWP, one of their gold helmets, maybe that guy right there. But a pipe expert, somebody that really knows. But I think that it should last longer than that. I think it should last longer than 100 years. I mean, there's some Roman aqueducts that are still in use today. So compare that.
Yeah, compare that. Good comparison. Good analogy there, Stu. Okay, you'll be back here on the stream with me. We thank you for that update. And let's talk about insurance claims, because this is a big problem. Hundreds of West Hollywood locals are dealing with property damage because of the water main break and the flooding it caused. So what can they do about it? Joining me to talk about this is Shant Karnikian. He's an insurance and property damage lawyer. Shant, thank you so much for hopping on the stream with me. Oh, I think we're on mute. It's okay. We can unmute.
I think we're good.
Okay,
Sorry.
We're good. Nice office, by the way.
Thank you. There's LA in the background.
Great.
But not facing west. We're facing east from downtown.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
First question here. Who is ultimately legally responsible for covering property damage when a century-old pipe bursts? Is it the utility? Is it the city? Is it private insurance?
Well, a lot of it depends on whose pipe it is and what caused it. And what we're hearing here is that it's a DWP pipe. despite the age, they still have an obligation to maintain it. When I say despite the age, the last person we were talking to, said the pipe is under 100 years old or just over 100 years old. It should last longer. Yeah, so it might be a maintenance problem. In fact, this was set to be replaced soon. So if it is their pipe, it would be the city's responsibility, or DWP. They kind of go hand in hand, because the California Constitution, the law in California is, if some utility, if something that's done for the public benefit harms a private citizen, then the governmental entity that operates that is on the hook for it. And you don't even have to necessarily prove what went wrong and that they made a mistake or something like that. If it's theirs and they're a public entity, it's done for the public, and it harms people, they're on the hook for it. So, and that's a concept called inverse condemnation.
Okay. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I was going to say, but then you also said, what about insurance? Both of those things can be true. Insurance can also be on the hook for it, even though obviously they're not responsible, but they can be on the hook for it. But it's very tricky in this circumstance because it involves a form of flooding. And a lot of property insurance policies exclude flooding, even if it's not flooding necessarily in the rain sense, but flooding if it's in the sense of groundwater intruding into a home, sewage backups, water main breaks, things like that. So sadly, my concern would be that a lot of the folks impacted by this who are trying to make insurance claims are going to be denied because of those types of exclusions. But my advice to those folks would be, if you do get denied, you should have someone review the denial letter and review your policy to see if it's actually true.
Someone like yourself.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's something we often do. And it's a very technical analysis. Insurance policies aren't, a dollar amount and coverage. It's a contract, oftentimes very long, convoluted contracts. So it really depends.
Have you heard from any of those impacted from the water main break?
We have heard from people impacted by it, and anytime these types of disasters happen, we get calls about this stuff. And a lot of the situations have been insurance companies saying that they'll investigate. So nothing's, for the folks we've spoken to at least, no decision has been made. But my concern would be that they are going to take that position, that there's no coverage for this because it's excluded under your policy. So that is a concern.
In terms of policy specifics, does a standard commercial or homeowners policy, a standard one, does that cover flooding?
Well, there's no such thing as a standard policy. There are some things that are standardized, but each policy is very unique. There's coverage forms that get tacked onto policies or that they get periodically removed. So that's why it's important outside of even this, but let this be a reminder to check your policy, to check with your insurance professional, like your broker or agent, to make sure whatever concern you have is covered under the policy, because it is a very technical analysis. But generally, I don't want to say it's covered or not covered under standard policy, but generally, most homeowners policies are going to have some sort of exclusion for this type of incident. Commercial policies is a different story. Maybe the property damage might not be covered, but there might be business interruption coverage, which means the losses that they face because of people's inability to access their business or street closures or some type of thing done by a governmental authority where they shut down the street or they order that a business be closed. So there might be coverage under that. I think that might be the best shot for coverage. But in general, this is going to be a tough situation. A lot of people are going to find themselves without insurance recourse available.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, that just made me think of Dialogue Cafe, which is right there. It's a popular cafe that is impacted. They do have insurance. They let that be known. Nonetheless, on their social media, they put out a GoFundMe campaign saying, we know how insurance works and how slowly this claim process could be. So in the meantime, we're trying to sort of handle this on our own through their GoFundMes, which, you can understand. Specifically, though, if we want to take a lesson from this, what should be on a policy that would be covered in a situation like this so that we can all go home and check our policies? What should we be looking for?
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, number one, before it's a little bit beyond your question, make sure you have enough coverage to rebuild your property after a catastrophic loss like this. The fires are a great reminder of that, sadly, and this type of flooding is another reminder of that. Most people are drastically underinsured. Before we even get into whether or not there's coverage for it, they're drastically underinsured. So make sure there's enough to actually rebuild. Talk to a contractor, find out what would it realistically cost for you to come in and rebuild my property from the ground up. Next, the other thing to make sure of in situations like this, if flooding is a concern of yours, make sure there's no exclusion for groundwater intrusion or sewage backups or things like that. And the best way to do that is to directly communicate that to your insurance company or to an insurance professional like a broker or an agent and tell them, I want to make sure if the water main breaks down the street, I have insurance coverage for that and there's no exclusion for some type of backup. And in a city like Los Angeles, where there unfortunately is aging infrastructure, that's not an unrealistic thing to plan for or be worried about, as we just saw happen over here. And we've represented plenty of other people in other parts of Southern California unrelated to this that have had water backups, they've had sewer mains break, they've had water main lines break and flood their homes. And in some situations, in most situations, there's no insurance coverage. So they have to pursue the DWP or whichever utility was responsible for maintaining it.
Let me ask you, because we're seeing all the vehicles that were impacted, and that, in fact, is pretty much what we've heard, especially from the mayor of West Hollywood. He says that between 150 and 200 cars were damaged or just flat out destroyed because of the water main break. So does this line up with car insurance then, or is this still under your homeowners?
Car insurance would actually likely cover this. There would be coverage for this. So that's sort of the easiest one of these items of losses for people to recover from is to make a claim to car insurance for that. And in fact, oftentimes car insurance is what covers a car, right? Even if you lost your car, for example, we represent many folks in the Palisades fire or Eaton fire. The claim for losing their car is oftentimes pursued, or most of the time is pursued under their auto insurance policy and not their homeowner's insurance policy. Homeowners won't necessarily cover that. So that's sort of the good news here in terms of what things are covered versus not covered.
We like good news.
Yeah.
What critical physical or digital evidence should property owners be collecting right now?
The extent of the loss, photographs of what happened, when it happened, photographs of the room, because soon people will have to engage in doing cleanup efforts and things like that. And oftentimes both insurance companies, or to the extent they sue the city and pursue claims against them, oftentimes both of those parties will argue you didn't mitigate, meaning you didn't do enough to sort of prevent the damage from getting even worse, or you didn't document it and you can't prove how bad the damage was, or whatever that item is that you're looking for. We don't believe that you actually lost it or it was damaged because you don't have proof of it. So document. You can't, there's no such thing as too much documentation. Take a video of everything. Keep, if you've been displaced, keep receipts of the costs associated with that, with even the food you have to buy or lodging or housing that you have to rent, whatever it is, whatever increased cost you have. Keep receipts of that, document everything that you incur as a result of this, document all the damage you have, because you may have a potential claim against the city, you may have an insurance claim, but either way, those things are going to be critical to prove up what you actually lost.
And before I let you go, in terms of a deadline, whether it's a claim against the city or you have to put in, file a claim with your insurer, what is that deadline?
That's a great question to end on. Probably the most important thing people take away from this. If you're looking to pursue a claim against the city or DWP or whatever governmental entity that may be ultimately found liable here, 6 months from the date of the incident is a very, very, very strict deadline that you can't get around if you blow that deadline. You need to make what's called a government tort claim with the city. You need to give them notice of the fact that you've been damaged to a certain degree. It's best to do that through a lawyer, but people can do that themselves. It's not a lawsuit yet. Within 6 months, you have to make that government claim. On the insurance side, a lot of policies, insurance companies can't limit the time for you to make the claim to less than 1 year. So that's a good rule of thumb. A lot of policies have a 2-year limitation period for making a claim, but be on the safe side. Make it sooner rather than later. Certainly don't wait a full year or 10 months or 11 months or anything like that. Make it as soon as possible. These deadlines oftentimes are very critical. You miss it, it's just a bright line rule. You don't get to pursue your claim. So 6 months against the government and a year against the insurance for making a claim with the insurance company. Those are the important ones to remember.
Well, you were great, and I'm so glad that you reached out to me. You reached out to me on social media, and here you are, and I'm happy to have you, and thanks so much for helping us get through this.
Yeah, thanks for covering it, because I think it's an important thing, and we sadly, in our work, come across people that get hurt in these situations when they're not aware of things like their options or the deadlines. So
absolutely,
it's good
really
to know
important, critical information. Shant Karnikian, insurance and property damage lawyer. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, we will have an update on day 2 of the preliminary hearing for singer David when we come back. Also, good news about the historic Cinerama Dome. More to come in 2 minutes. We're back here on the Fox Local Stream. I'm Marla Tejas in Los Angeles. Some big news in Hollywood. An iconic theater that was closed during the pandemic, it is set to reopen, given a lifeline. We love it. Let's go upstairs to Stu Mendel. He has a live look at the Cinerama Dome in Hollywood and the arc light there. Stu.
Hey, Marla, sorry about that. Our assignment desk is working with us to get some shots while we're doing our live show right here. That's Nick Garcia down there with the camera, and we are up over, like you probably were saying, because I didn't hear the throw, is the Cinerama Dome and ArcLight Theaters. You know what? It is definitely coming back to life, and that is amazing. So many people, me included, was worried that it was not going to. I mean, even though it is a historical monument, everybody in the world knows about the Cinerama Dome, but you know what? There's always that possibility it wasn't going to survive, but it has. And you know, Sony coming to the rescue, and not just Sony, but also Alamo Drafthouse Cinemas. You know, if you haven't been to one of those, you need to. So let's break this down. So what is going on out here? Well, that clearly is the Cinerama Dome, built in 1963, iconic, but what has been built around it? a little bit of a mall, which also is going to benefit from the theaters coming back. This was an ArcLight. They had 14 amazing theaters inside there. This was one of the first ones where you could get those reclining chairs. You could eat a little bit of food. They actually were serving beer there at one time. They're going to bring all of that back, and that actually should be opening up probably within the next 30 days, maybe a little bit longer. That portion is going to be quick, but to bring back the Cinerama Dome, that's going to take a little bit longer. They're actually talking about it, doing a total restoration, but preserving what they have, and they want to keep it, and they want to make it look like it did when it opened up in 1963. This is one of the original 70 millimeter projections that you could go and watch. Back in the day, that was rare, and it was amazing to do. And with that curved screen, 86 feet as I understand it, it was something amazing. So right now they're talking about this reopening in 2028. Sony's taking the reins here. That's going to be you got some serious backing when Sony shows up. But something just a little interesting about this before I toss it back to you is the Cinerama Dome itself. How did they build that? I mean, this is what I always found interesting. There's 16 different shapes down there on that dome, and some of them are hexagonal, some of them are pentagonal, but there's 17 different sizes that created all of this, and it literally was, well, everything is hand-built, but this is really, really hand-built, and they put this together in 1963. That's when it actually opened, so the construction probably started a little bit earlier than that, but an amazing structure indeed, and it's so historical, and now saved and part of Hollywood history. You can't get any better than that, except for seeing Nick out in front of the sign.
Where is he? I just texted him because, so for our viewers on the stream, Nick is assigned to cover this, and you're on. I told him we would cue him. He's looking at his phone. He's checking the text. There he is. There, we made it happen. There's Nick Garcia, everyone. I love it. I love it. Yeah, the power of a text message. So Nick is on the ground. He's news gathering. He's going to have his full report on the this great deal that will we'll see a rebirth of the Cinerama Dome in Hollywood. We love the history behind it too. Had you, before it closed, had you been there to see a film?
I had been there to see a film. I know that for a fact, but the ArcLight that was next door, this used to be one of my favorite theaters. Like if I was going to go see a movie, and usually when you have a movie, you got time and you can plan, I would come here to the ArcLight. I was so disappointed when this closed in 2020. I mean, it was COVID, but everybody thought, oh, you know what, it's just going to close. It'll be, as soon as COVID's over, everything's going to go back to normal. But it's been more than 6 years, and it still is closed, but now they're going to do the reopening. And again, probably not a lot of restoration that has to go into that portion of it, so they are talking about that happening within the month or so. So these will be back open, and again, they're giving it over to the Cinema Draft House people. If you've ever been to any of their theaters, the food is always really good, the beer is great, and it always makes for a better viewing experience. But the actual dome itself, they're talking 2028 as I understand it. It's everything's 2028. It's kind of really strange, but with Sony money behind it, I think this is going to be amazing, and Hollywood probably should be thanking you guys already, even before the project's done.
Yeah, just in time for the Olympics, 2028. And the Alamo Draft House put this out on social media and, of course, gotten huge reaction from fans who are so excited about the deal. So, all right, very good, Stu. Thank you. Not far from Hollywood, in downtown Los Angeles, day 2 of the preliminary hearing against singer David. It continues today. This is for a judge to weigh in. This is not a jury, this preliminary hearing. This is up to the judge now to see the evidence presented by prosecution and defense and then determine if, in fact, David will face trial for the murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. We do have Christina Gonzalez. She is in the courtroom. No cameras allowed. So Mona Edwards is a sketch artist who is providing the sketches that you just saw there. These are older images. That is the Tesla where Celeste Rivas Hernandez's body was found. Of course, that Tesla belonging to David. Christina Gonzalez in the courtroom, no cameras allowed as mentioned. She is providing copious notes about what's happening inside the courtroom. So let me just go over some of these because I find it very interesting to follow along with Christina's reporting. So first and foremost, Celeste's dad and stepmom, they are back in the courtroom today. They are sitting in the front row. Yesterday, Christina reported that her mom was seen being fanned on the brink of passing out simply because of how distraught she was in the courtroom, having to see all of this. Burke is there. David Burke is his full name. Burke is there wearing an orange jumpsuit. He is chained waist to his chair, no handcuffs. That was something that the defense had requested from the judge, and the judge approved. He did not have to have handcuffs during this hearing, but he is chained waist to his chair. The morning centered on David's finances. So his financial manager took the stand. Also, a senior vice president of finance for Interscope Records and Universal Music Group, which oversaw David's records. Those witnesses took the stand, and ultimately they were trying to paint it. The prosecution is trying to say that he had a lot of money. He made a lot of money off of his music, and so he had a lot to lose. So when there was reported threats from Celeste Rivas Hernandez to go public with their relationship, which would be illegal and against the law, that is why prosecution says that he killed her. On the flip side of that, the defense says that David Burke's mom is the one who handled the finances and that he was not aware of his financial standing ultimately. So that back and forth has happened. And also today, I found this interesting as well. Let me just pull up my other set of notes from Christina. A Santa Barbara CHP officer who responded to the scene in Santa Barbara County in January of 2025. And I found it interesting just because of the date. It was January 7th of 2025, the afternoon. So this is while the Palisades fire had just ultimately ignited in the Palisades. Simultaneously happening in Santa Barbara County was CHP got a call from a Caltrans worker and said that they had found an ID passport of somebody along Highway 154. And the reason why they had called 911, this Caltrans worker said, was because when they Googled the name, they saw it come up as Celeste Rivas Hernandez and linked to the disappearance of singer David. And so that's why the Caltrans worker called authorities and this CHP officer responded. So prosecution and defense questioning this CHP officer and that ID. And backstory, in case you were not aware, part of the prosecution's evidence they say that they have is that David made a trip to Santa Barbara where he got rid of some of Rivas Hernandez's belongings, including her IDs, in Santa Barbara County in a remote area off Highway 154. That would have happened after the murder of, or after she died. And so they are trying to put those pieces of the puzzle together. So far, that's what we've heard from Christina Gonzalez, who is in the courtroom. And we look forward to her full reporting tonight, beginning at 5 o'clock on the Fox 11 News a little bit later. Okay, switching from David. This is a hard turn. We're going to update you on Jackie, the eagle that we all care so much about. Let's give you a live look at our Big Bear Eagle Cam. And right now it's empty. It's an empty nest. It's an empty nest. Thanks to our friends of Big Bear Valley for the live picture here and getting you caught up to speed. So Jackie, she was hurt after a fight. She got into a fight with a pair of younger bald eagles. She is being treated at a facility we now know is in Ojai. And she is showing signs of anemia and inflammation in her kidneys. Terrible news to report. They say that she is in critical condition. However, she is strong. They say that she has more energy this morning. Notes here say from the Ojai Raptor Center. That's, by the way, the name of the center, the rehab center where Jackie is being treated. She is mad and she's fighting the staff. They say that's our Jackie, a strong and mighty eagle. So We hope for the best that she pulls through. In the meantime, and these are images from the actual when you saw the injured eagle, Jackie, in the water there. This was very close to Big Bear Lake, and there was people who found the eagle, and then we have these images from the LA County Department of Parks and Rec. They got there, they were able to rescue Jackie and then bring her to that Ojai facility where she is undergoing treatment. So hopefully we will have some better news that she will be taken out of critical condition and we can see her back in the nest. We did see some live pictures yesterday of the eaglets, still call them eaglets, I suppose. Sandy and Luna, they had made their way. They actually flew the coop last month. They were born Easter weekend, the latest eaglets of Jackie and Shadow, and I did also see a live picture of Shadow. He was there as well. No doubt they're wondering, where's mom? Where's mom? So we'll continue to update you there. We're not done with the animal news. Let's give you a live look at SeaWorld's Sea Otter Cam. From eagles to sea otters. This is because the San Diego theme park, oh, there's one right now. How sweet. I'm a sucker. I could look at this all day. The San Diego theme park is celebrating 2 new marine animals, a sea lion pup and a bottlenose dolphin calf. And we're seeing the activity of a sea lion pup there. I think we saw more than one, didn't we? We saw more than one. And then the dolphin calf. I wonder if we're going to get. Well, no, the dolphin would be in another area, not with the otters. Nonetheless, the sea lion pup is not currently in a SeaWorld habitat that is open to the public. She is expected to make her debut in the park in the coming months. In the meantime, they haven't even named this sea lion pup. She was born on June 15th. And then the dolphin calf was born June 21st. And that California sea lion pup is also reaching exciting milestones while bonding with her first-time mother, Phoenix. So maybe that was mom who we saw. I think we saw Phoenix. And the unnamed sea lion pup. So what else do I want to tell you about them? I'm looking at my notes. The calf going to the dolphin is nursing, growing, and showing signs of curiosity and development, typical of a healthy dolphin. So if you haven't yet visited SeaWorld, which I can't believe it, I haven't, now would be a good time because soon enough they will be opening up that habitat for the sea lion pup to go on display. In the meantime, you can check out their Sea Otter Cam. Oh, look at. Oh, and then yes, I'm seeing this. This is the best news we can say. Tonight at 8 o'clock, during LA Live News Tonight, a SeaWorld San Diego rep will join the crew live at 8 o'clock tonight, and we'll learn all about the sea lion pup and also the dolphin calf. There's your animal update news. Covered it all for you. Okay, when we come back, we're going to talk about a time capsule that is being opened up in Long Beach, 50 years old. Stay tuned. We'll have that in 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to the Fox Local Stream. I'm Marla Tejas in Los Angeles. Cleanup is now reportedly underway at the graffiti-covered towers in downtown L.A. This is after a bankruptcy court approved a more than $500 million sale agreement. Our Rachel Aragon, she was there yesterday. She's back at the towers today. Are you seeing the cleanup work actually happening?
Yeah, Marla, I'm happy to report day one of graffiti removal officially underway. I'm going to step back so you guys can immediately see that cleanup happening right now as we speak. So we're going to break this down for you guys again. This is Oceanwide Plaza, as we know, also known locally as Graffiti Towers. What you're seeing right now is power washing with hot water and chemicals. This is all cleanup, the removal of the graffiti being covered by the new proposed buyer, the development firm KPC Group. We say proposed buyer because the sale of the property is not closed just yet. It's still in escrow, but they agreed, though, that they would be cleaning up and removing graffiti within 90 days starting today. So we're seeing that happen right now. We talked to representatives earlier, Marla, about what's going on today. The KPC Group telling us that they right now are doing some testing when it comes to graffiti removal to get a feel for how much is going to go into it. They don't have an exact cost, but generally speaking, their early estimates, they're thinking it's going to cost north of $1 million to remove all the graffiti from these towers. Again, they're committed to doing this within 90 days. And I also want to stress that they are picking up the cost of this removal, not the taxpayers here in Los Angeles. KPC also says they'll be turning these towers into hundreds of residential units, a hotel, and likely some shopping as well. If you are familiar with these towers, you know it's been a long time coming. The unfinished towers have stood idle since 2019, I believe, and after its Chinese developers ran out of money, it's been up and down since then. We've reported, of course, on break-ins here, tagging, and even stunts people have done on these towers for social media. Again, the sale of the property is not yet complete, but I want to take you back here live. You're seeing the work being done on these lower levels, Marla. It's really exciting for residents that we spoke to who said they've been hearing about this happening. They had heard for years about potential buyer, things have fallen through. So a lot of residents here are really excited to actually see people and work on here and things being done.
Yeah, I love the live pictures here and a 90-day undertaking. Are there workers on every level at this point, or do they take it one level at a time?
Today, at least, they're taking it one level at a time. There's only a few here. They're kind of just testing it. But talking to that development firm that's set to purchase this, they said it's been going well so far. And they're kind of getting a feel for how much equipment and crews will be needed. But based off today, he tells me that they still think that 90 days is doable. But right now, what you're seeing is pretty much the gist of the cleanup for today.
Okay. Who's your photographer?
Sam Dubin.
Sam. Hi, Sam. He's thinking, what do you want, Marla? For perspective, can we zoom out and just see where these workers are and then how much more needs to be done? I know that they've just gotten started, but yes. Awesome. Thank you, Sam. Yeah. Okay, so this is just one portion of it, just that corner. So how many workers total? Just those two?
We're just seeing about 3 or 4 right now.
Wow.
Again, this is mostly a test, I want to stress. There are going to be more in other days, but really they want to get a feel for how much work can be done by a couple of people, right? And so based off that, that's why the KPC group was telling me they're estimating the total cost will be about $1 million or so. But he says it's going well, and they're using, like I said, hot water and chemicals to power wash these windows here for the graffiti. They've actually made some pretty fast work since we've been here. But from aerials, though, the graffiti goes all the way up to the top, right? If you see these towers, you know that they have a lot of levels to get through. And there's, I believe, 3 towers at least. So it will take a lot of power and energy and crews. But again, I can't stress enough how happy residents here are to see some action being done.
Especially because yesterday you spoke to residents who questioned the whole project. In fact, they basically told you, right, I'll believe it when I see it.
Correct. And, you know, to their credit, though, they have been through a lot of ups and downs, right? It's been sitting idle since 2019, and since then there's been a lot of talks of a buyer coming in, coming out, what would happen. So, you know, there has been a lot of doubt in recent years, but I think this is really a sign of hope for them. And again, I want to stress that these will be mostly or largely residential units. Talking to some associations here in the downtown area, these residents are also hoping it will draw more restaurants maybe and more a vibrant community, especially, and I know it's kind of hard to tell, but as you know, Marla, we're on like the center of this entertainment kind of district, right, with the Crypto.com arena, LA Live. I mean, this is really the hub for downtown Los Angeles, and this has long been an eyesore.
Yeah, downtown Los Angeles is the biggest city in California. It's a big deal. So important work that's underway, and we'll continue to keep our viewers updated. Rachel, thank you so much. Thank you, Sam. Breaking news out of Orange County, UCI Health Los Alamitos on lockdown after police shoot a suspect who was armed with a machete. Susan Harasuna, she is there live on the scene. The crime scene tape is up, very much an active scene still.
Still very much an active scene, Marla. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, the hospital was put on lockdown. The public information officer for Los Alamitos Police said that that was a prudent idea, but he believes by now that lockdown has been lifted. But I want to give you a better look at what's going on behind me. There are 3 agencies here: Cypress Police, Los Alamitos Police, Long Beach Police. So that gives you a sense of how this incident has involved other communities. Basically, what we have learned is that there was a man driving erratically, and that's when Long Beach Police tried to pull the guy over, and that was pretty much at the end of this block, or in the middle of the block from where we are right now. And the guy would not come out of the car. The officer recognized that he had some kind of a long sword, like a machete or samurai sword, something to that effect. Eventually, the man did come out. He was backed up against one of these buildings here. A lot of video from Citizen App from people who work nearby and saw what was going on. They brought in a crisis negotiator to talk to the man, but that apparently didn't go anywhere. So then they used less than lethal weaponry to try to subdue him in order to get him into custody, and that didn't work. And when that man with the weapon started towards the officers, that's when a couple of officers fired. At this time, the public information officer was not able to say how many guns were fired, how many bullets were fired, which agencies were involved. All that will come out in the investigation. But what we do know is that suspect was put into custody, and more importantly, because he was injured, was taken to the hospital. He was very close to that hospital, and at the time that we talked to the public information officer, he believed that that suspect was either in surgery or going to surgery for his injuries. So that's what we have here. Obviously, this street, which is Cherry Street and Florista, still shut down to traffic, but we do expect a possibility of an updated press conference, news conference later on, so that we have some updated information for you later on this afternoon. But that's pretty much what we have here. A lot of unanswered questions, Marla.
Yeah, so I did see the Citizen App video, and it shows him pacing with a machete, and then when authorities come in, that's when it gets very, very tense. And so authorities, just so I'm understanding this correctly, they do think that he was a patient there?
No, they don't know who he is. No, it was just a driver that was, the observation by Long Beach PD is that he was driving erratically. And then because of that, they pulled him over and stopped him. And apparently a Long Beach fire truck was somehow involved as well.
Got it.
Perhaps helped to block him in. And then that's when the confrontation occurred. That's when eventually they were trying to get him into custody. And it's a little unclear, like at what point the suspect got out of the car and ran away. But that is the basic idea, is that he got out of the car, ran away from officers, and then wound up not that far away, but in a place where he was shirtless and with a machete, and then had this interaction with crisis negotiators. And, you know, this goes on for a while. You know, I sort of made the joke to photographer Justin O'Brien that this is not TV drama timing. It's elongated. There's a lot of time before they finally take the next step. Next step being, we're going to use the less than lethal weaponry, and then when that doesn't work and he starts towards them with this weapon, that's when officers fire.
Okay.
So it did take some time for that to unfold.
Yeah, I mean, the clip that I saw with him pacing was about 16 minutes, I believe it was, if not maybe a little bit longer, and maybe it was even before then that he had been out there. And then if someone has an appointment at UCI Health, best word of advice at this point?
Well, I mean, other than this street, which is Cherry, UCI is a little farther south. So, and I believe the lockdown has been lifted. So I think everything should be back to normal. Now, for the people who live around here, we did see a couple of people that were walking away from the scene in medical scrubs. So it's possible that they either can't get back into the building, which is, it's possible it's this building here where the Citizen app video was shot from. That's our belief anyway. So it's possible that they worked in there and not able to get back in. So it's just really unclear. So, but the bottom line is, as you know, anytime there's an officer involved shooting, there's a lot of investigation that has to be done before they can button things up and open traffic. So that's what we have now. All this started around 10:30 a.m.
Okay. And then, oh, this is the Irvine Rehabilitation Center. I was looking at something on social media, conflating things. Okay, Susan and Justin, thank you so much. And we'll be back here on the Fox Local Stream in 2 minutes. And we are approaching the 2 o'clock hour here in Los Angeles. I'm Marla Tejas. Thanks so much for hopping on the Fox Local Stream. Let's get you caught up in the situation in West Hollywood. LADWP crews continue working to repair that water main break. Earlier today, the director of the Water Distribution Division spoke with the press to provide an update. Here's what he said.
So as you can see, our workforce, they're working diligently to make sure that first they repaired the pipe, now they want to open up the street in a timely manner. So I just want to say kudos to our men and women that are out here today, and there's a lot of them working behind the scenes to get this work done, sacrificing time for from their family and friends to be out here with us. So, and they're doing it safely and they're doing it effectively and efficiently. So I just want to say kudos to everybody across the board, and thank you to the city of West Hollywood as well. And what's going on behind me. So just to give you a little recap on what's happening here. So to get this foundation sound and adequate for driving, we want to make sure it's safe and adequate and solid. So that's what they're doing right now. They're getting a firm foundation so we can have traffic heavy traffic roll over this without any liabilities to the public and our customers, first and foremost. So they're going to lay the foundation. It's crushed aggregate base. And then after that, we're going to have contractors come in to go ahead and lay the asphalt. So it's a base flush asphalt, which is 3/4 inch aggregate base with some oil in it and some asphalt. And they should have that done. We want to have it opened up. Our plan is to have it opened up by the end of the week, tentatively. Now, as you know, with construction comes obstacles and some concerns, maybe equipment breakdowns. So we don't want to promise a concrete date at this point. So we're looking, it's promising as far as opening up the street by the end of the week, though.
And we're saying work week or weekend work? I mean week.
At this point, we're saying work week. So by the end of Friday, this Friday. But it's tentative right now.
What's your biggest challenge to get it open by Friday?
That would be the paving itself, making sure, right now the slurry has cured appropriately, but right now our biggest challenge is what you see behind me, getting all the base down and it compacted to the proper specification so we can lay our asphalt down.
Could you also just answer that way? You don't have to turn around.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No,
yeah.
Just to make sure, because it's so loud. So
absolutely.
Could you just once again repeat just the biggest obstacles you have right now?
Absolutely. The biggest obstacle is what you guys see behind me is our men and women working diligently to get this done, getting the base down so we have a great foundation. It's compacted adequately so we can get the asphalt paving down and done correctly. So there's no liabilities or issues.
What happens with the testing? Is that being done simultaneously?
With the water quality testing, it is being done. Great question. That is being done in concurrence with this right here. I'm sorry for looking back. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah. So you're right. Yeah, it's being done right now. Yes.
Talk to me about what's being done.
So right now they're flushing the actual trunk line. So they have chlorine in it, obviously, to make sure that we disinfect our pipe. So we have great, efficient, safe drinking water for our customers. So there's a process involved. They're flushing the pipe, they'll hold it for a certain amount of time, and then they'll take a test to see if that test comes out negative or positive. I'm optimistic that it would be great and positive where we can get the trunk line back in service by the end of the week as well.
Could you explain what people that live nearby are seeing? Because yesterday it was a pit. You said the slurry has been cured, but now we see that they're excavating part of the streets in different directions. Why is that taking place?
So they're doing it in phases. They just got the word from an individual that's taking tests for the slurry to make sure that the slurry has set up soundly. So right now they have the go-ahead, the green light to move forward with the base flush with the crushed aggregate base, and they're doing it in sections because they can't do it simultaneously because of safety factors involved. Because you could see people digging and excavating, so we want to make sure that our employees are safe.
While this concrete slurry mix is bonding and hardening, is the extreme temperatures helping dry and solidify all of the mix, or is it kind of posing a challenge?
No, that's a great question. So with the heat index, it's actually helping the slurry cure. So if it was, for example, colder, it would take longer for the slurry to dry or cure. So that's a great question.
Something else you want to share?
I'm sorry?
Something else you want to share that we did?
No, I just want to thank everybody for their time. I just want to thank the customers of WeHo for West Hollywood for being patient with us. I know it's been a long ordeal. I think we're on day 7 right now. So we're trying to get this done effectively and efficiently, like I said before, but most importantly, safely. Our employees, we have 0 incidents, injuries, accidents, so that's a thumbs up. I'm very proud of these employees behind me and behind the scenes as well.
All right, we thank the LADW official for the update. Again, Sunset Boulevard hoping to be reopened by Friday or on Friday. We'll see. On to this. Severe weather is sweeping across the East Coast ultimately. This is a live look at FlightAware's misery map, and the weather is having a really bad impact on flights. Just today, more than 5,000 flights, 5,100 have been delayed. Another 1,100 have been canceled. Again, 5,100 delayed, 1,100 canceled, all because of that severe weather. they're leaving travelers stranded. It is leaving travelers stranded across the nation. Let's just go ahead and check in with Fox News' Pete Cudahy at LaGuardia Airport in New York. And Pete, this all started yesterday, and how are those numbers looking now?
Hey, Marla. Well, it's another rough day of travel. I'll tell you, I'm happy that I'm here reporting and not flying. Earlier, it was a zoo with people trying to check their bags. And unfortunately, for a lot of travelers, it's the same thing. They were trying to get home yesterday, and it's looking like they're not going to get home again today.
Supposed to leave yesterday. I was supposed to be in Arizona by 8 o'clock yesterday, so that way I could be at work today. So my boss is upset with me, but, you know, we're making it back tonight.
Airlines canceled over 580 flights here at LaGuardia yesterday, more than any other airport in the country, and those disruptions are continuing today.
I understand, completely understand, because the weather we can't control. We can't control the weather.
But it's not just airports directly in the path of the storms delaying and canceling flights. It's now causing a ripple effect at other airports across the country.
Now I have 8.5 hours of layovers, so my flight is going to be almost 14 hours in total.
In addition to yesterday's thunderstorms and flooding up here in the Northeast, there's also Tropical Storm Bertha down south keeping flights on the ground. And as you could tell from those two men that I spoke to, definitely some people are more okay with it, others are getting very frustrated. What the airlines are telling people right now, just keep checking your app, looking for your flight status, and try your best to remain patient. In New York, I'm Pete Cudahy, Fox 11 News.
Yeah, what's the outlook looking like? How long are forecasters saying that the weather's going to be around? Be that severe anyway?
Well, so here in the Northeast, most of it's already moved out. Most of that severe weather, which was thunderstorms and even tornadoes, which we're not very familiar with here in the Northeast, they passed through. But with Tropical Storm Bertha, that is still moving, hitting the Southeast. And at this point, with that moving, if it affects airports in that region, it's going to have a domino effect, hitting more and more airports throughout the nation. So we're just waiting to see just how bad that is.
Okay, we'll be watching. As you said, it's a good thing you're working and not having to fly today. You didn't miss any flights and you didn't miss your live report, so that's good.
Very lucky.
Things are good, Pete, for you. All right, Pete Cudahy, live for us in LaGuardia, which, as you pointed out, had the most cancellations in the U.S. with almost 600 flight cancellations. We'll continue to follow that. In the meantime, not too far from where he is, let's give you a live look at New York City. There you see Radio City Music Hall up on the right-hand side of your screen there. This is where a start date has been set for former Venezuela President Nicolas Maduro's criminal trial and his wife as well. He was in court today. It was about a 15-minute hearing, and it was determined that his trial will begin June 1st of 2027. So a judge saying today that they will go on trial on drug trafficking charges next June as their lawyers continue to object to the U.S. military action that snatched them from power in the first place. That was soon after the new year when they were taken into custody. That was January 5th of this year. Now, the judge set the June 1st trial date at the request of lawyers on both sides. They do have a hearing coming up in November that will lead up to the actual trial date in June. Maduro is 63. His wife, Celia Flores, is 69. They have been held at a Brooklyn jail since U.S. forces seized them from their Caracas home in a middle-of-the-night raid, and then they brought them to New York in early January. They were brought to the courtroom today in a big motorcade. I'm looking for the words. Several cars deep in this motorcade. It was under darkness. It was very early this morning. Again, that hearing was about 15 minutes long. I was listening to a report from a Fox News reporter on the ground who covered the hearing, and he said that when he saw Maduro himself, he looked like he had lost a significant amount of weight. Again, he has been in custody since January 5th, and it is now July 22nd, so it's been about 7 months that he has been in custody, and he has lost, according to this reporter, Brian Yennis on the ground there covering this today, that he has lost a significant amount of weight. So that is one of those stories that we will continue to follow for you. In the meantime, looks like we're going to take a quick 2-minute break. And I had mentioned that the Long Beach, there was a time capsule that was being opened up in Long Beach, and we will take that for you live right after the break. We'll see what's inside that time capsule from 50 years ago. Stay with us. And we're back here on the Fox Local Stream. I'm Marla Tejas in Los Angeles. Let's give you a live look of what's happening right now in Long Beach. I love this. The city is opening a time capsule that was buried 50 years ago. They're pulling things out as we speak. This is not the shot that we're looking for, although it's beautiful. Is this Hermosa Beach? Is this Huntington Beach? Manhattan. I got my beaches mixed up. This is Manhattan Beach. Live look out there. And hey, you know what? While we're looking at this, let's remind you of the heat wave that we're experiencing right now. This is this ceremony that's underway. You see the man in the white gloves, probably from the Historical Society of Long Beach. They're opening up this time capsule. Let's go ahead and listen in.
On that day, so you could still walk through the bottom part of City Hall, but most of the building was there, and they dedicated it on July 4th, 1976, with thousands of people. One of the next items is a restaurant called Jones's Dining Room. Does anyone remember Jones's Dining Room? Hand back there. Where was it, sir? On Ocean? But on Broadway? All right, about 2 blocks on Broadway. So Jones's Dining Room. Let's take a look at the menus. Sir, what do you like to eat? Cheeseburger. I think this was a classier place than a cheeseburger, but we'll see. Can you open that for me? Yeah, no cheeseburger on the menu, but if you liked roast of prime rib of beef, you could have roast of prime rib of beef for $5.65. Or if you're into seafood, you could have the northern halibut steak for $4.75, and that comes with a choice of your own starter, a relish tray, a salad selection, potato, vegetable, or beverage, and dessert for free, or included for $4.75. And on here as well, for those that didn't like meat or seafood, you could have the Loma Linda meat substitute with mushrooms and savory rice for $3.35. All right, do we have any lovers of the municipal band here in the audience? This is a record of them from 1976, Long Beach Municipal Band with the director Everett E. Segrist. And it says here, the band performs more than 750 times annually, including park contests, school concerts, ship arrivals, and entertainment on the Queen Mary. This looks to be the Sears catalog. Is that what we think this is? I think this is a Sears catalog. This is not opened yet, but it's celebrating 90th anniversary of Sears. Poor Sears. This is a briefcase from the Port of Long Beach. When I started 20 years ago, I actually got one like this, a promotional item. I remember it was brown. And you want to take some out of there? Okay. We have something called the Compass, the version of 1976, which is about the Port of Long Beach and Dredging International. It's a history and a compilation of the Port of Long Beach, including slides from the Port of Long Beach to be able to see its history. And also in here we've got a journal from the a journal of the history of the 1920s from the Historic Society of Long Beach, a document about our ranchos, harbor highlights, and the 50th anniversary issue of the Port of Long Beach. We have about 2 more things in here, and then I'll turn it to our next speaker. So this looks like the newspaper articles from the Independent Press Telegram on 1976 of the day that we opened the old City Hall. And it says, Long Beach City Hall, the future starts here. And so when these are packed, the library had a list of some of the items that were in there. And so obviously seeing the items for the first time is quite a surprise, but there are some of the things that were cataloged. But one thing that our team has been very curious about is what is in this Woolworths bag. So we will see. It's been stapled and it's not been opened, so let's take a look. And it says, have fun. Brand new invention, the Frisbee. So it says America's favorite game of catch. It's in its original packaging from Whammo. All right. Well, thank you for letting me show a little bit of history. This is just incredibly fun for me. I know there's a lot of history buffs out there, but again, our history is so important. We're going to be leaning into it more, and thank you for sharing this with us. I will turn it over to our next speaker, Griselda.
Okay, I love this, don't you? So what we have been watching, and this is thanks to our photographer on the ground, Olin Martinez, this is the revealing of the unearthing, if you will, a 1976 bicentennial time capsule that was established in Long Beach 50 years ago. And we're seeing things like a diner menu in which the prime rib was $5.65. The vegetarian option was $3.35. They pulled out period newspapers. There are letters from 5th and 6th graders in there as well. This is all part of what's being called the Seeds of Resilience Initiative. This is to inspire locals to get a greater understanding of the community in which they live. They also pulled out a Frisbee from 1976 as well. So we love it. We love the history, and this is in partnership with the Historical Society of Long Beach, and also the mayor of Long Beach, Rex Richardson, is there. So we're covering this for you. Olin Martinez again on the ground with these live pictures. Thank you so much, Olin, and we'll have more of this coming up on the news beginning at 5 o'clock. Okay, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break, and we'll see you right back here. Welcome back, everyone, to the Fox Local Stream. I'm Marla Tejas. The Department of Health and Human Services is it's withholding more than $1 billion in federal Medicaid payments to California and also Minnesota, claiming that the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services has been trying to chase down stolen and misused funds, essentially fraud. Here to explain what's behind this move is David McEwen. He's a political science professor at my alma mater, Sonoma State University, up in the Bay Area. Hi, Professor. Always good to have you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure to join you.
All right, let's get into sort of the background for people who have missed this headline. This is something that we've been following for some time. Basically, this is an anti-fraud task force that says that there's a whole bunch of fake Medicaid claims that happened, and therefore California and Minnesota, you need to show us the receipts and prove that there isn't fraud in order to get this money.
Yeah, I mean, look, what you have going on here is a number in California that's about more than four times what it is in Minnesota. So clearly targeting two very blue states. The reason for that, according to the Trump administration, is they're comparing national numbers. They're looking at national averages, and they're saying that, look, home health care and hospice care in particular have soared off the charts, and that people who are receiving these payments are not legally supposed to have that. And as you're pushing back on this against Governor Newsom and against Governor Walz, what you're trying to do is embarrass both Democrats and potentially 2028 rivals. This is being led by J.D. Vance, the vice president, but also pushed by RFK, obviously the Secretary of Health and Welfare. And you also see in addition, Dr. Oz going on here. So there's this kind of push that's going on. And here's where it can become important. You're holding these numbers up, and perhaps California does some investigation, reports back. It's not a high bar that the state has to meet to get this money to flow back. But where it spills over, Marla, is into the governor's race. It gives Steve Hilton something to talk about against Javier Becerra, who was HHS, the predecessor, if you will, to RFK Jr., and that could be an exciting kind of component of the upcoming governor's race.
Okay, a couple of things I picked up on that. First and foremost, you mentioned Dr. Oz. He, of course, is the director for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. When you say it's not a high bar, what is that bar?
So if you will, kind of what the stoppage is related to California doing better reporting about potential recipients here and setting forth an idea that they have corroborated that people are supposed to receive this money in home health care and in hospice care. Again, setting a national average. So what that mark looks like would be decided by the administration and by someone like Dr. Oz, the CMS administrator. And there is a bit of daylight here between Dr. Oz and HHS Secretary RFK Jr. in terms of what that looks like. RFK Jr. has been somewhat on thin ice. He's been rumored over the last month or so to be out at HHS and potentially replaced by Dr. Oz. Dr. Oz, leading CMS, is doing this across the country. Again, targeting blue states. This is politics, but at the same time, a little bit of daylight and providing California an opportunity here. The governor has pushed back on this and said, look, this is all politics all the time. We haven't heard from Javier Becerra, but again, I would pay attention to what happens here between Steve Hilton and Javier Becerra, because this is not just affecting a national kind of anti-blue pushback. You see this with, for example, DHS funding, immigration and ICE funding, but you also will see this continue to grow in Medicare and Medicaid funding, led by J.D. Vance.
Well, from a political science perspective, is this just outright politically motivated? Isn't it a good thing to find fraud?
No one's, everyone is against waste, fraud, and abuse, right? But it's kind of a long-running component here of pushing back and using this as kind of a foil. Here's where it becomes really important for your viewers, and that is this spills over to FEMA aid, fire recovery, and resilience efforts in the wake of what happened in the Southland and the disastrous fires there. That's where this kind of spills over and moves from one arena to another, because then you hold up FEMA aid, and that's generally been bipartisan because, right, the weather, like hurricanes, earthquakes, fires, they don't know any political boundaries, and the worry is that it could become more widespread. I would tell your viewers that, look, it looks like a Democratic wave in the House. There's a lot of things happening this week in the House. The Senate goes away. There's a lot of kind of moving parts here, and aid or recovery or assistance from the federal government is becoming highly politicized as we move closer and closer in this deeply polarized time. So this is an issue that is not going to go away anytime soon.
Okay, so let me just point out that the administration had already been withholding $1.3 billion from California since May. So this is in addition to, and in April, a federal judge said that the administration's actions were, quote, historically unprecedented, but declined to intervene because this was a pause rather than a final decision. Let me get your thoughts on the fact that this is unprecedented.
Yeah, first, there was a similar action taken against other agencies in 2025, and those were not allowed by the court based on temporary restraining orders. So California and Minnesota are going to go to court. They're going to argue that this cannot be held up because it's not about fraud. It's about striking back at these blue states, and the courts have largely held in the favor of states like California and Minnesota, as well as others. So in the sense that it's unprecedented, the administration is going to continue to push back until they find both the Court of Public Opinion and the U.S. Supreme Court in their favor to push forward on this to harm states or to penalize them. The difficulty is that will Congress weigh in? Because there's a little dividing line here between what the executive branch can do based upon congressionally authorized funding and between the House and Senate itself. itself. So this, again, is going to be an issue that's going to percolate while, for example, we see things like measles cases rising to a level that already exceed what we saw in all of 2025. So there's a number of public health entity issues related here, all of them resolving around the budgets, because budgets establish priorities, budgets reflect values, and that's also what you see in here in terms of the politics of budgeting as well.
And if this is, as you say, part of it, like really a broader political strategy,